by Victor Hugo. Les Misérables.
Javert passed slowly down the Rue de l'Homme. He walked with drooping head for the first time in his life, and likewise for the first time in his life with his hands behind his back. Up to that day, Javert had borrowed from Napoleon's attitudes only that which is expressive of resolution, with arms folded across the chest. That which is expressive of uncertainty, with the hands behind his back, had been unknown to him. Now a change had taken place. His whole person, slow and somber, was stamped with anxiety. He plunged into the silent streets. Nevertheless, he followed one given direction. He took the shortest cut to the Seine, reached the Quai des Ormes, skirted the quay, passed the Grève, and halted at some distance from the post of the Place du Châtelet, at the angle of the Pont Notre-Dame. There, between the Notre-Dame and the Pont au Change on the one hand, and the Quai de la Mégisserie and the Quai aux Fleurs on the other, the Seine forms sort of a square lake traversed by a rapid. This point of the Seine is dreaded by mariners. Nothing is more dangerous than this rapid, hemmed in at that epoch and irritated by the piles of the mill on the bridge now demolished. The two bridges, situated thus close together, augment the peril. The water hurries in formidable wise through the arches. It rolls in vast and terrible waves. It accumulates and piles up there. The flood attacks the piles of the bridges as though in an effort to plug them up with great liquid ropes. Men who fall in there never reappear. The best of swimmers are drowned there. Javert leaned both elbows on the parapet, his chin resting in both hands, and while his nails were mechanically twined in the abundance of his whiskers, he meditated. A novelty, a revolution, a catastrophe had just taken place in the depths of his being, and he had something upon which to examine himself. Javert was undergoing horrible suffering. For several hours Javert had ceased to be simple. He was troubled. That brain, so limpid in its blindness, had lost its transparency. That crystal was clouded. Javert felt duty divided within his conscience, and he could not conceal the fact from himself. When he had so unexpectedly encountered Jean Valjean on the banks of the Seine, there had been in him something of the wolf which regains his grip on his prey, and of the dog who finds his master again. He beheld before him two paths, both equally straight, but he beheld two, and that terrified him. Him who had never in all his life known more than one straight line. And the poignant anguish lay in this, that the two paths were contrary to each other. One of these straight lines excluded the other. Which of the two was the true one? His situation was indescribable. To owe his life to a malefactor, to accept that debt and to repay it, to be, in spite of himself, on a level with a fugitive from justice, and to repay his service with another service, to allow it to be said to him, "Go," and to say to the latter in his turn, "Be free," to sacrifice to personal motives duty, that general obligation, and to be conscious in those personal motives of something that was also general, and perchance superior, to betray society in order to remain true to his conscience, that all these absurdities should be realized and should accumulate upon him, that was what overwhelmed him. One thing had amazed him. This was that Jean Valjean should have done him a favor, and one thing petrified him, that he, Javert, should have done Jean Valjean a favor. Where did he stand? He sought to comprehend his position, and could no longer find his bearings. What was he to do now? To deliver up Jean Valjean was bad. To leave Jean Valjean at liberty was bad. In the first case, the man of authority fell lower than the man of the galleys. In the second, a convict rose above the law and set his foot upon it. In both cases, dishonor for him, Javert. There was disgrace in any resolution at which he might arrive. Destiny had some extremities which rise perpendicularly from the impossible, and beyond which life is no longer anything but a precipice. Javert had reached one of those extremities. One of his anxieties consisted in being constrained to think. The very violence of all these conflicting emotions forced him to it. Thought was something to which he was unused, and which was peculiarly painful. In thought there always exists a certain amount of internal rebellion, and it irritated him to have that within him. Thought on any subject whatever outside of the restricted circle of his functions would have been for him in any case useless and a fatigue. Thoughts on the day which had just passed was a torture. Nevertheless, it was indispensable that he should take a look into his conscience after such shocks and render to himself an account of himself. What he had just done made him shudder. He, Javert, had seen fit to decide, contrary to all the regulations of the police, contrary to the whole social and judicial organization, contrary to the entire code, upon a release. This had suited him. He had substituted his own affairs for the affairs of the public. Was not this unjustifiable? Every time that he brought himself face to face with this deed without a name which he had committed, he trembled from head to foot. Upon what should he decide? One sole resource remained to him, to return in all haste to the Rue de la Marne and commit Jean Valjean to prison. It was clear that that was what he ought to do. He could not. Something barred his way in that direction. Something? What? Is there in the world anything outside of the tribunals, executory sentences, the police and the authorities? Javert was overwhelmed. A galley slave, sacred. A convict who could not be touched by the law, and that the deed of Javert. Was it not a fearful thing that Javert and Jean Valjean, the man made to proceed with vigor, the man made to submit, that these two men, who were both the things of the law, should have come to such a pass, that both of them had set themselves above the law? What then? Such enormities were to happen, and no one was to be punished. Jean Valjean, stronger than the whole social order, was to remain at liberty, and he, Javert, was to go on eating the government's bread. His reverie gradually became terrible. He might, athwart this reverie, have also reproached himself on the subject of that insurgent who had been taken to the Rue des Filles du Cavalier, but he never even thought of that. The lesser fault was lost in the greater. Besides, that insurgent was obviously a dead man, and legally death puts an end to pursuit. Jean Valjean was the load which weighed upon his spirit. Jean Valjean disconcerted him. All the axioms which had served him as points of support all his life long had crumbled away in the presence of this man. Jean Valjean's generosity towards him, Javert, crushed him. Other facts which he now recalled, and which he had formerly treated as lies and folly, now recurred to him as realities. Monsieur Madeleine reappeared behind Jean Valjean, and the two figures were superposed in such fashion that they now formed but one, which was venerable. Javert felt that something terrible was penetrating his soul. Admiration for a convict, respect for a galley slave, is that a possible thing? He shuddered at it, yet could not escape from it. In vain did he struggle. He was reduced to confess in his inmost heart the sublimity of that wretch. This was odious. A benevolent malefactor, merciful, gentle, helpful, clement, a convict returning good for evil, giving back pardon for hatred, preferring pity to vengeance, preferring to ruin himself rather than ruin his enemy, saving him who had smitten him, kneeling on the heights of virtue, more nearly akin to an angel than to a man. Javert was constrained to admit to himself that this monster existed. Things could not go on in this manner. Certainly, and we insist upon this point, he had not yielded without resistance to that monster, to that infamous angel, to that hideous hero who enraged almost as much as he amazed him. 20 times as he sat in that carriage, face to face with Jean Valjean, the legal tiger had roared within him. A score of times he had been tempted to fling himself upon Jean Valjean, to seize him and devour him, that is to say, to arrest him. What more simple, in fact, to cry out at the first post that they passed, "Here is a fugitive from justice who has broken his ban," to summon the gendarmes and say to them, "This man is yours," then to go off, leaving that condemned man there, to ignore the rest, and not to meddle further in the matter. This man is forever a prisoner of the law. The law may do with him what it will. What could be more just? Javert had said all this to himself. He had wished to pass beyond, to act, to apprehend the man, and then, as at present, he had not been able to do it. And every time that his arm had been raised convulsively toward Jean Valjean's collar, his hand had fallen back again as beneath an enormous weight, and in the depths of his thought he had heard a voice, a strange voice, crying to him, "It is well, deliver up your Savior, then have the basin of Pontius Pilate brought, and wash your claws." Then his reflections reverted to himself, and beside Jean Valjean glorified, he beheld himself, Javert, degraded. A convict was his benefactor. But then who had permitted that man to leave him alive? He had the right to be killed in that barricade. He should have asserted that right. It would have been better to summon the other insurgents to his succor against Jean Valjean, to get himself shot by force. His supreme anguish was the loss of certainty. He felt that he had been uprooted. The code was no longer anything more than a stump in his hand. He had to deal with scruples of an unknown species. There had taken place within him a sentimental revelation, entirely distinct from legal affirmation, his only standard of measurement hitherto. To remain in his former uprightness did not suffice. A whole order of unexpected facts had cropped up and subjugated him. A whole new world was dawning on his soul. Kindness accepted and repaid, devotion, mercy, indulgence, violences committed by pity on austerity, respect for persons, no more definitive condemnation, no more conviction, the possibility of a tear in the eye of the law. No one knows what justice according to God, running the inverse sense to justice according to men. He perceived amid the shadows the terrible rising of an unknown moral sun. It horrified him, dazzled him, an owl forced to the gaze of an eagle. He said to himself that it was true that there were exceptional cases, that authority might be put out of countenance, that the rule might be inadequate in the presence of a fact, that everything could not be framed within the text of the code, that the unforeseen compelled obedience, that the virtue of a convict might set a snare for the virtue of the functionary, that destiny did indulge in such ambushes, and he reflected with despair that he himself had not even been fortified against a surprise. He was forced to acknowledge that goodness did exist. This convict had been good, and he himself, unprecedented circumstance, had just been good also. So he was becoming depraved. He found that he was a coward. He conceived a horror of himself. Javert's ideal was not to be human, to be grand, to be sublime. It was to be irreproachable. Now he had just failed in this. How had he come to such a pass? How had all this happened? He could not have told himself. He clasped his head in both hands, but in spite of all that he could do, he could not contrive to explain it to himself. He had certainly always entertained the intention of restoring Jean Valjean to the law, of which Jean Valjean was the captive, and of which he, Javert, was the slave. Not for a single instant, while he held him in his grasp, had he confessed to himself that he entertained the idea of releasing him. It was, in some sort, without his consciousness, that his hand had relaxed and had let him go free. All sorts of interrogation points flashed before his eyes. He put questions to himself and made replies to himself, and his replies frightened him. He asked himself, "What has the convict done, that desperate fellow whom I have pursued even to persecution, and who has had me under his foot, and who could have avenged himself, and who owed it both to his rancor and to his safety, in leaving me my life, in showing mercy upon me, his duty? No, something more, and I in showing mercy upon him in my turn? What have I done? My duty? No, something more. So there is something beyond duty?" Here he took fright. His balance became disjointed. One of the scales fell into the abyss. The other rose heavenward, and Javert was no less terrified by the one which was on high than the one which was below. Without being in the least in the world what is called Voltairean, or a philosopher, or incredulous being, on the contrary, respectful by instinct toward the established church, he knew it only as an august fragment of the social whole. Order was his dogma, and sufficed for him. Ever since he had attained to man's estate and the rank of a functionary, he had centered nearly all his religion in the police, being, and here we employ words without the least irony and in their most serious acceptation, being, as we have said, a spy as other men are priests. He had a superior, Monsieur Gisquet. Up to that day he had never dreamed of that other superior, God. This new chief, God, he became unexpectedly conscious of, and he felt embarrassed by him. This unforeseen presence threw him off his bearings. He did not know what to do with this superior. He who was not ignorant of the fact that the subordinate is bound always to bow, that he must not disobey, nor find fault, nor discuss, and that in the presence of a superior who amazes him too greatly, the inferior has no other resource than that of handing in his resignation. But how was he to set about handing in his resignation to God? However things might stand, and it was to this point that he reverted constantly, one fact dominated everything else for him, and that was that he had just committed a terrible infraction of the law. He had just shut his eyes on an escaped convict who had broken his ban. He had just set a galley slave at large. He had just robbed the laws of a man who belonged to them. That was what he had done. He no longer understood himself. The very reasons for his action escaped him. Only their vertigo was left with him. Up to that moment he had lived with that blind faith which gloomy probity engenders. This faith had quitted him. This probity had deserted him. All that he believed in melted away. Truths which he did not wish to recognize were besieging him, inexorably. Henceforth he must be a different man. He was suffering from the strange pains of a conscience abruptly operated on for the cataract. He saw that which it was repugnant to him to behold. He felt himself emptied, useless, put out of joint with his past life, turned out, dissolving. Authority was dead within him. He had no longer any reason for existing. a terrible situation to be touched. To be granite and to doubt, to be the statue of chastisement cast in one piece in the mold of the law, and suddenly to become aware of the fact that one cherishes beneath one's breast of bronze something absurd and disobedient which almost resembles a heart. To come to the pass of returning good for good, although one has said to oneself upon that day that the good is evil. To be the watchdog and to lick the intruder's hand. To be ice and melt. To be the pincers and to turn into a hand. To suddenly feel one's fingers opening. To relax one's grip. What a terrible thing! The man projectile no longer acquainted with his route and retreating. To be obliged to confess this to oneself. Infallibility is not infallible. There may exist error in the dogma. All has not been said when a code speaks. Society is not perfect. Authority is complicated with vacillation. A crack is possible in the immutable. Judges are but men. The law may err. Tribunals may make a mistake. To behold a rift in the immense blue pane of the firmament. That which was passing in Javert was the fampo of a rectilinear conscience, the derailment of a soul, the crushing of a probity which had been irresistibly launched in a straight line and was breaking against God. It certainly was singular that the stoker of order, that the engineer of authority, mounted on the blind iron horse with its rigid road, could be unseated by a flash of light. That the immovable, the direct, the correct, the geometrical, the passive, the perfect could bend. That there should exist for the locomotive a road to Damascus. God always within man and refractory, he the true conscience to the false, a prohibition to the spark to die out, an order to the ray to remember the sun, an injunction to the soul to recognize the veritable absolute when confronted with the fictitious absolute, humanity which cannot be lost, the human heart indestructible, that splendid phenomenon, the finest perhaps of all our interior marvels. Did Javert understand this? Did Javert penetrate it? Did Javert account for it to himself? Evidently he did not, but beneath the pressure of that incontestable incomprehensibility he felt his brain bursting. He was less the man transfigured than the victim of this prodigy. In all this he perceived only the tremendous difficulty of existence. It seemed to him that henceforth his respiration was repressed forever. He was not accustomed to having something unknown hanging over his head. Up to this point, everything above him had been to his gaze merely a smooth, limpid, and simple surface. There was nothing incomprehensible, nothing obscure, nothing that was not defined, regularly disposed, linked, precise, circumscribed, exact, limited, closed, fully provided for. Authority was a plain surface. There was no fall in it, no dizziness in its presence. Javert had never beheld the unknown except from below. The irregular, the unforeseen, the disordered opening of chaos, the possible slip over a precipice. This was the work of the lower regions, of rebels, of the wicked, of wretches. Now Javert threw himself back, and he was suddenly terrified by this unprecedented apparition, a gulf on high. What? One was dismantled from top to bottom? One was disconcerted absolutely? In what could one trust? That which had been agreed upon was giving way. What? The defect in society's armor could be discovered by a magnanimous wretch? What? An honest servitor of the law could suddenly find himself caught between two crimes, the crime of allowing a man to escape and the crime of arresting him? Everything was not settled in the orders given by the state to the functionary. There might be blind alleys in duty. What? All this was real. Was it true that an ex-ruffian, weighed down with convictions, could rise erect and end by being in the right? Was this credible? Were there cases in which the law should retire before transfigured crime and stammer its excuses? Yes, that was the state of the case, and Javert saw it, and Javert had touched it. And not only could he not deny it, but he had taken part in it. These were realities. It was abominable that actual facts could reach such deformity. If facts did their duty, they would confine themselves to being proof of the law. Facts. It is God who sends them. Was anarchy then on the point of now descending from on high? Thus, and in the exaggeration of anguish, and the optical illusion of consternation, all that might have corrected and restrained this impression was effaced, and society and the human race and the universe were, henceforth, summed up to his eyes in one simple and terrible feature. Thus the penal laws, the thing judged, the force due to legislation, the decree of the sovereign courts, the magistracy, the government, prevention, repression, official cruelty, wisdom, legal infallibility, the principle of authority, all the dogmas on which rest political and civil security, sovereignty, justice, public truth, all this was rubbish, a shapeless mass, chaos. He himself, Javert, the spy of order, incorruptibility in the service of the police, the bulldog providence of society, vanquished and hurled to earth, and erect at the summit of all that ruin, a man with a green cap on his head and a halo round his brow. This was the astounding confusion to which he had come. This was the fearful vision which he bore within his soul. Was this to be endured? No. A violent state, if ever such existed, there were only two ways of escaping from it. One way was to go resolutely to Jean Valjean and restore to his cell the convict from the galleys. The other... Javert quitted the parapet, and with head erect this time, betook himself with a firm tread toward the station-house indicated by a lantern at one of the corners of the Place du Châtelet. On arriving there, he saw through the window a sergeant of police, and he entered. Policemen recognized each other by the way in which they opened the door of a station-house. Javert mentioned his name, showed his card to the sergeant, and seated himself at the table of the post on which a candle was burning. On a table lay a pen, a leaden inkstand, and paper, provided in the event of possible reports and the orders of the night patrols. This table, still completed by its straw-seated chair, is an institution. It exists in all police stations. It is invariably ornamented with a boxwood saucer filled with sawdust and a wafer box of cardboard filled with red wafers, and it forms the lowest stage of official style. It is there that the literature of the state has its beginning. Javert took a pen and a sheet of paper and began to write. This is what he wrote. A few observations for the good of the service. In the first place, I beg Monsieur le Préfet to cast his eyes on this. Secondly, prisoners on arriving after examination take off their shoes and stand barefoot on the flagstones while they are being searched. Many of them cough on their return to prison. This entails hospital expenses. Thirdly, the mode of keeping track of a man with relays of police agents from distance to distance is good, but on important occasions it is requisite that at least two agents should never lose sight of each other, so that, in case one agent should, for any cause, grow weak in his service, the other may supervise him and take his place. Fourthly, it is inexplicable why the special regulation of the prison of the Madelonettes interdicts the prisoner from having a chair even by paying for it. Fifthly, in the Madeleinettes there are only 2 bars to the canteen, so that the canteen woman can touch the prisoners with her hand. Sixthly, the prisoners called barkers, who summon the other prisoners to the parlor, force the prisoner to pay them 2 sous to call his name distinctly. This is a theft. Seventhly, for a broken thread 10 sous are withheld in the weaving shop. This is an abuse of the contractor, since the cloth is none the worse for it. Eighthly, it is annoying for visitors to La Force to be obliged to traverse the boys' court in order to reach the parlor of Saint-Marie l'Egyptienne. Ninthly, it is a fact that any day gendarmes can be overheard relating in the courtyard of the prefecture the interrogations put by the magistrates to prisoners. For a gendarme who should be sworn to secrecy, to repeat what he has heard in the examination room is a grave disorder. Tenthly, Madame Henry is an honest woman. Her canteen is very neat, but it is bad to have a woman keep the wicket to the mousetrap of the secret cells. This is unworthy of the conciergerie of a great civilization. Javert wrote these lines in his calmest and most correct chirography, not omitting a single comma, and making the paper screech under his pen. Below the last line he signed, Javert, Inspector of the First Class, the post of the Place du Châtelet, June 7th, 1832, about 1 o'clock in the morning. Javert dried the fresh ink on the paper, folded it like a letter, sealed it, wrote on the back, "Note for the administration," left it on the table, and quitted the post. The glazed and grated door fell to behind him. Again he traversed the Place du Châtelet diagonally, regaining the quay and returning with automatic precision to the very point which he had abandoned a quarter of an hour previously, leaned on his elbows, and found himself again in the same attitude, on the same paving stone of the parapet. He did not appear to have stirred. The darkness was complete. It was the sepulchral moment which follows midnight. A ceiling of clouds concealed the stars. Not a single light burned in the houses of the city. No one was passing. All of the streets and quays which could be seen were deserted. Notre Dame and the towers of the courthouse seemed features of the night. A street lantern reddened the margin of the quay. The outlines of the bridges lay shapeless in the mist, one behind the other. Recent rains had swollen the river. The spot where Javert was leaning was, it will be remembered, situated precisely over the rapids of the Seine, perpendicularly above that formidable spiral of whirlpools which loose and knot themselves again like an endless screw. Javert bent his head and gazed. All was black. Nothing was to be distinguished. A sound of foam was audible, but the river could not be seen. At moments in that dizzy depth a gleam of light appeared and undulated vaguely. Water possessing the power of taking light, no one knows whence, and converting it into a snake. The light vanished, and all became indistinct once more. Immensity seemed thrown open there. What lay below was not water. It was a gulf. The wall of the quay, abrupt, confused, mingled with the vapors, instantly concealed from sight, produced the effect of an escarpment of the infinite. Nothing was to be seen, but the hostile chill of the water and the stale odor of the wet stones could be felt. A fierce breath rose from this abyss. The flood of the river divined rather than perceived the tragic whispering of the waves, the melancholy vastness of the arches of the bridge, the imaginable fall into that gloomy void, into all that shadow, was full of horror. Javert remained motionless for several minutes, gazing at this opening of shadow. He considered the invisible with a fixity that resembled attention. The water roared. All at once he took off his hat and placed it on the edge of the quay. A moment later a tall black figure, which a belated passer-by in the distance might have taken for a phantom, appeared erect upon the parapet of the quay, bent over toward the Seine, then drew itself up again and fell straight down into the shadows. A dull splash followed, and the shadow alone was in the secret of the convulsions of that obscure form which had disappeared beneath the water.
Some time after the events which we have just recorded, Sieur Boulatruelle experienced a lively emotion. Sieur Boulatruelle was that road mender of Montfermeil whom the reader has already seen in the gloomy parts of this book. Boulatruelle, as the reader may perchance recall, was a man who was occupied with divers and troublesome matters. He broke stones and damaged travelers on the highway. Road mender and thief as he was, he cherished one dream. He believed in the treasures buried in the forests of Montfermeil. He hoped some day to find the money in the earth at the foot of the tree. In the meanwhile he lived to search the pockets of passer-bys. Nevertheless, for an instant he was prudent. He had just escaped neatly. He had been, as the reader is aware, picked up in Jondrette's garret, in the company with the other ruffians. Utility of a vice, his drunkenness had been his salvation. The authorities had never been able to make out whether he had been there in the quality of a robber or a man who had been robbed. An order of nolle prosequi, founded on his well-authenticated state of intoxication on the evening of the ambush, had set him at liberty. He had taken to his heels. He had returned to his road from Gagny to Lagny to make, under administrative supervision, broken stone for the good of the state, with downcast mien in a pensive mood. His ardor for thieves somewhat cooled, but he was addicted none the less tenderly to the wine which had recently saved him. As for the lively emotion which he had experienced a short time after his return to his road-mender's turf-thatched cot, here it is. One morning Boulatruelle, on his way as is wont to his work, and possibly also to his ambush, a little before daybreak caught sight, through the branches of the trees, of a man, whose back alone he saw, but the shape of his shoulders, as it seemed to him at that distance, and in the early dusk, was not entirely unfamiliar to him. Boulatruelle, although intoxicated, had a correct and lucid memory, a defensive arm that is indispensable to anyone who is at all in conflict with legal order. "Where the deuce have I seen someone like that man yonder?" he said to himself, but he could make himself no answer, except that the man resembled someone of whom his memory preserved a confused trace. However, apart from the identity which he could not manage to catch, Boulatruelle put things together and made calculations. This man did not belong in the countryside. He had just arrived there, on foot evidently. No public conveyance passes through Montfermeil at that hour. He had walked all night. Whence came he? Not from a very great distance, for he had neither haversack nor bundle. From Paris, no doubt. Why was he in these woods? Why was he here at such an hour? What had he come there for? Boulatruelle thought of the treasure. By dint of ransacking his memory, he recalled a vague way that he had already, many years before, had a similar alarm in connection with a man, who produced on him the effect that he might well be this very individual. "By the deuce," said Boulatruelle, "I'll find him again. I'll discover the parish of that parishioner. This prowler of Maître Minette has a reason, and I know it. People can't have secrets in my forest if I don't have a finger in the pie." He took his pickaxe, which was very sharply pointed. "There now," he grumbled, "is something that will search the earth and a man." And, as one knots one thread to another thread, he took up the line of a march at his best pace in the direction which the man must follow, and set out across the thickets. When he had compassed 100 strides, the day, which was already beginning to break, came to his assistance. Footprints stamped in the sand, weeds trodden down here and there, heather crushed, young branches in the brushwood bent, and in the act of straightening themselves up again with the graceful deliberation of the arms of a pretty woman who stretches herself up when she wakes, pointed him out a sort of track. He followed it, then lost it. Time was flying. He plunged deeper into the woods and came to a sort of eminence. An early huntsman who was passing in the distance along the path whistled the air of gullery, suggested to him the idea of climbing a tree. Old as he was agile. There stood, close at hand, a beech tree of great size, worthy of Tityrus and of Boulatruelle. Boulatruelle ascended the beech as high as he was able. The idea was a good one. On scrutinizing the solitary waste on the side where the forest is thoroughly entangled and wild, Boulatruelle suddenly caught sight of his man. Hardly has he got his eye upon him when he lost sight of him. The man entered, or rather glided into, an open glade at a considerable distance, masked by large trees, but with which Boulatruelle was perfectly familiar, on account of having noticed, near a large pile of porous stones, an ailing chestnut tree, bandaged with a sheet of zinc nailed directly upon the bark. This glade was the one which was formerly called Blaru Bottom. The heap of stones, destined for no one knows what employment, which was visibly there 30 years ago, is doubtless still there. Nothing equals a heap of stones in longevity, unless it is a board fence. They are temporary expedients. What a reason for lasting! Boulatruelle, with rapidity of joy, dropped rather than descending from the tree. The lair was unearthed. The question now was to seize the beast. That famous treasure of his dreams was probably there. It is no small matter to reach that glade. By the beaten paths, which indulged in 1,000 teasing zigzags, it required a good quarter of an hour. In a bee-line, through the underbrush, which is peculiarly dense, very thorny, and very aggressive in that locality, a full half-hour was necessary. Boulatruelle committed the error of not comprehending this. He believed in the straight line, a respectable optical illusion which ruins many a man. The thicket, bristling as it was, struck him as a best road. "Let's take to the wolves' Rue de Rivoli," he said. Boulatruelle, accustomed to taking crooked courses, was on this occasion guilty of the fault of going straight. He flung himself resolutely into the tangle of undergrowth. He had to deal with holly bushes, nettles, hawthorns, eglantines, thistles, and very irascible brambles. He was much lacerated. At the bottom of the ravine he found water, which he was obligated to traverse. At last he reached the Blaru Bottom. After the lapse of 40 minutes, sweating, soaked, breathless, scratched, and furious. There was no one in the glade. Boulatruelle reached the heap of stones. It was in its place. It had not been carried off. As for the man, he had vanished into the forest. He had made his escape. Where? In what direction? Into what thicket? Impossible to guess. And, heartrending to say, there, behind the pile of stones, in front of the tree with the sheet of zinc, was freshly turned earth, a pickaxe, abandoned or forgotten, and a hole. The hole was empty. "Thief!" shrieked Boulatruelle, shaking his fist at the horizon.
For a long time Marius was neither dead nor alive. For many weeks he lay in a fever accompanied by delirium, and by tolerably grave cerebral symptoms, caused more by the shocks of the wounds on the head than by the wounds themselves. He repeated Cosette's name for whole nights in the melancholy loquacity of fever, and with the sombre obstinacy of agony. The extent of some of the lesions presented a serious danger, the suppuration of large wounds being always liable to become reabsorbed and consequently to kill the sick man, under certain atmospheric conditions. At every change of weather, at the slightest storm, the physician was uneasy. "Above all things," he repeated, "let the wounded man be subjected to no emotion." The dressing of the wounds was complicated and difficult, the fixation of apparatus and bandages by cerecloths not having been invented as yet at that epoch. Nicolette used up a sheet as big as the ceiling, as she put it, for lint. It was not without difficulty that the chlorated lotions and the nitrate of silver overcame the gangrene. As long as there was any danger, Monsieur Gillenormand, seated in despair at his grandson's pillow, was, like Marius, neither alive nor dead. Every day, sometimes twice a day, a very well-dressed gentleman with white hair, such was the description given by the porter, came to inquire about the wounded man, and left a large package of lint for the dressings. Finally, on the 7th of September, 4 months to a day after the sorrowful night when he had been brought back to his grandfather in a dying condition, the doctor declared that he would answer for Marius. Convalescence began. But Marius was forced to remain for 2 months more stretched out on a long chair, on account of the results called up by the fracture of his collarbone. There always is a last wound like that, which will not close, and which prolongs the dressings indefinitely, to the great annoyance of the sick person. However, this long illness and this long convalescence saved him from all pursuit. In France there is no wrath, not even of a public character, which 6 months will not extinguish. Revolts, in the present state of society, are so much the fault of everyone, that they are followed by a certain necessity of shutting the eyes. Let us add that the inexcusable Gisquet order, which enjoined doctors to lodge information against the wounded, having outraged public opinion, and not opinion alone, but the king first of all, the wounded were covered and protected by this indignation, and, with the exception of those who had been made prisoners in the very act of combat, the councils of war did not dare to trouble anyone. So Marius was left in peace. Monsieur Gillenormand first passed through all manner of anguish, and then through every form of ecstasy. It was found difficult to prevent his passing every night beside the wounded man. He had his big armchair carried to Marius's bedside. He required his daughter to take the finest linen in the house for compresses and bandages. Mademoiselle Gillenormand, like a sage and elderly person, contrived to spare the fine linen, while allowing the grandfather to think that he was obeyed. Monsieur Gillenormand would not permit anyone to explain to him that for the preparation of lint batiste is not nearly so good as coarse linen, nor new linen as old linen. He was present at all the dressings of the wound, from which Mademoiselle Gillenormand modestly absented herself. When the dead flesh was cut away with scissors, he said, "Aye, aye!" Nothing was more touching than to see him with his gentle senile palsy offer the wounded man a cup of his cooling draught. He overwhelmed the doctor with questions. He did not observe that he asked the same ones over and over again. On the day when the doctor announced to him that Marius was out of danger, the good man was in a delirium. He made his porter a present of 3 louis. That evening, on his return to his own chamber, he danced a gavotte, using his thumb and forefinger as castanets, and he sang the following song. Jeanne est née à Fougères, vraie nid d'une bergère, prunelle, j'adore son jupon, car quoi, fripon. Amour tu vis en elle, car c'est dans ça que tu mets ton narquois. Moi je la chante et j'aime, plus que Diane même, Jeanne et ce dur téton breton. Love thou dwellest in her, for 'tis in her eyes that thou placest thy quivers lie scamp. As for me, I sing her, and I love, more than Diana herself, Jeanne and her firm Breton breasts. Then he knelt upon a chair, and Basque, who was watching him through the half-open door, made sure that he was praying. Up to that time he had not believed in God. At each succeeding phase of improvement, which became more and more pronounced, the grandfather raved. He executed a multitude of mechanical actions full of joy. He ascended and descended the stairs, without knowing why. A pretty female neighbour was amazed one morning at receiving a big bouquet. It was Monsieur Gillenormand who had sent it to her. The husband made a jealous scene. Monsieur Gillenormand tried to draw Nicolette upon his knees. He called Marius Monsieur le Baron. He shouted, "Long live the Republic!" Every moment he kept asking the doctor, "Is he no longer in danger?" He gazed upon Marius with the eyes of a grandmother. He brooded over him while he ate. He no longer knew himself. He no longer rendered himself an account of himself. Marius was the master of the house. There was abdication in his joy. He was the grandson of his grandson. In the state of joy in which he then was, he was the most venerable of children. In his fear lest he might fatigue or annoy the convalescent, he stepped behind him to smile. He was content, joyous, delighted, charming, young. His white locks added a gentle majesty to the gay radiance of his visage. When grace is mingled with wrinkles, it is adorable. There is an indescribable aurora in beaming old age. As for Marius, as he allowed them to dress his wounds and care for him, he had but one fixed idea: Cosette. After the fever and delirium had left him, he did not again pronounce her name, and it might have been supposed that he no longer thought of her. He held his peace, precisely because his soul was there. He did not know what had become of Cosette. The whole affair of the Rue de la Chanvrerie was like a cloud in his memory. Shadows that were almost indistinct floated through his mind. Éponine, Gavroche, Mabeuf, the Thénardier, all his friends gloomily intermingled with the smoke of the barricade. The strange passage of Monsieur Fauchelevent through that adventure produced on him the effect of a puzzle in a tempest. He understood nothing connected with his own life. He did not know how, nor by whom he had been saved, and no one of those around him knew this. All that they had been able to tell him was that he had been brought home at night in a hackney coach to the Rue des Filles du Calvaire. Past, present, future were nothing more to him than the mist of a vague idea. But in that fog there was one immovable point, one clear and precise outline, something made of granite, a resolution, a will, to find Cosette once more. For him the idea of life was not distinct from the idea of Cosette. He had decreed in his heart that he would not accept the one without the other, and he was immovably resolved to exact of any person whatever who should desire to force him to live, from his grandfather, from fate, from hell, the restitution of his vanished Eden. He did not conceal from himself the fact that obstacles existed. Let us here emphasize one detail. He was not won over, and was but little softened by all the solicitude and tenderness of his grandfather. In the first place, he was not in the secret. Then, in his reveries of an invalid, which was still feverish, possibly he distrusted this tenderness as a strange and novel thing, which had for its object his conquest. He remained cold. The grandfather absolutely wasted his poor old smile. Marius said to himself that this was all right so long as he, Marius, did not speak, and let things take their course, but that when it became a question of Cosette, he would find another face, and that his grandfather's true attitude would be unmasked. Then there would be an unpleasant scene, a recrudescence of family questions, a confrontation of positions, every sort of sarcasm and all manner of objections at one and the same time. Fauchelevent, Coupelevent, fortune, poverty, a stone about his neck, the future. Violent resistance, conclusion, a refusal. Marius stiffened himself in advance. And then, in proportion as he regained life, the old ulcers of his memory opened once more. He reflected again on the past. Colonel Pontmercy placed himself once more between Monsieur Gillenormand and him, Marius. He told himself that he had no true kindness to expect from a person who had been so unjust and so hard to his father. And with health there returned to him a sort of harshness toward his grandfather. The old man was gently pained by this. Monsieur Gillenormand, without however allowing it to appear, observed that Marius, ever since the latter had been brought back to him and had regained consciousness, had not once called him father. It is true that he did not say monsieur to him, but he contrived not to say either the one or the other by means of a certain way of turning his phrases. Obviously a crisis was approaching. As almost always happens in such cases, Marius skirmished before giving battle by way of proving himself. This is called feeling the ground. One morning it came to pass that Monsieur Gillenormand spoke slightingly of the Convention, apropos of a newspaper which had fallen into his hands, and gave vent to a royalist harangue on Danton, Saint-Just, and Robespierre. The men of '93 were giants, said Marius with severity. The old man held his peace, and uttered not a sound during the remainder of that day. Marius, who had always present to his mind the inflexible grandfather of his early years, interpreted this silence as a profound concentration of wrath, augured from it a hot conflict, and augmented his preparations for the fray in the inmost recesses of his mind. He decided that, in case of a refusal, he would tear off his bandages, dislocate his collarbone, that he would lay bare all the wounds which he had left, and would reject all food. His wounds were his munitions of war. He would have Cosette or die. He awaited the propitious moment with the crafty patience of the sick. That moment arrived.
One day, Monsieur Guillemond, while his daughter was putting in order the vials and cups on the marble of the commode, bent over Marius, and said to him in his tenderest accent, "Look here, my little Marius, if I was in your place, I would eat meat now in preference to fish. A fried sole is excellent to begin a convalescence with, but a good cutlet is needed to put a sick man on his feet." Marius, who had almost entirely recovered his strength, collected the whole of it, drew himself up into a sitting posture, laid his two clenched fists on the seat of the bed, looked his grandfather in the face, assumed a terrible air, and said, "This leads me to say something to you." "What is it?" "That I wish to marry." "Agreed," said his grandfather, and he burst out laughing. "How agreed?" "Yes, agreed. You shall have your little girl." Marius, stunned and overwhelmed with a dazzling shock, trembled in every lip. Monsieur Guillemond went on, "Yes, you shall have her, that pretty little girl of yours. She comes every day in the shape of an old gentleman to inquire after you. Ever since you were wounded, she has passed her time in weeping and making lint. I have made inquiries. She lives in the Rue de l'Homme Armé, number 7. Ah, there we have it. Ah, so you want her? Well, you shall have her. You're caught. You had arranged your little plot. You had said to yourself, I'm going to signify this squarely to my grandfather, to that mummy of the Regency and of the Directory, to that ancient beau, to that Durante turned Durante. He has indulged his frivolities also, that he has, and he has had his love affairs, and his grisettes and his cosettes. He has made his rustle. He has had his wings. He has eaten of the bread of spring. He certainly must remember it. Ah, you take that cockchafer by the horns. That's good. I offer you a cutlet, and you answer me, by the way I want to marry. There's a transition for you. Ah, you reckoned on that bickering. You do not know that I'm an old coward. What do you say to that? You are vexed. You did not expect to find your grandfather still more foolish than yourself. You are wasting this discourse which you meant to bestow upon me, Mr. Lawyer, and that's vexatious. Well, so much the worse. Rage away. I'll do whatever you wish, and that cuts you short, imbecile. Listen, I've made my inquiries. I'm cunning too. She is charming. She is discreet. It is not true about the Lancer. She has made heaps of lint. She is a jewel. She adores you. If you had died, there would have been 3 of us. Her coffin would have accompanied mine. I've had an idea, ever since you have been better, of simply planting her at your bedside. But it is only in romances that young girls are brought to the bedsides of handsome young wounded men who interest them. It is not done. What would your aunt have said to it? You were nude 3/4 of the time, my good fellow. Ask Nicolette, who has not left you for a moment, if there was any possibility of having a woman here. And then what would the doctor have said? A pretty girl does not cure a man of fever. In short, it's all right. Let us say no more about it. All's done. All's said. It is all settled. Take her. Such is my ferocity. You see, I perceived that you did not love me. I said to myself, here now, I have my little Cosette right under my hand. I'm going to give her to him. He will be obliged to love me a little then, or he must tell me the reason why. Ah, so you thought that the old man was going to storm, to put on a big voice, to shout no, and to lift his cane at all that aurora. Not a bit of it. Cosette, so be it. Love, so be it. I ask nothing better. Pray, take the trouble of getting married, sir. Be happy, my well-beloved child. That said, the old man burst forth into sobs, and he seized Marius's head and pressed it with both arms against his breast, and both fell to weeping. This is one of the forms of supreme happiness. Father, cried Marius. Ah, so you love me, said the old man. An affable moment ensued. They were choking and could not speak. At length the old man stammered. Come, his mouth is unstoppable at last. He has said "father" to me." Marius disengaged his head from his grandfather's arms and said gently, "But, father, now that I am quite well, it seems to me that I might see her." "Agreed. Again, you shall see her tomorrow." "Father!" "What? Why not today?" "Well, today then. Let it be today. You have called me father 3 times, and it is worth it. I will attend to it. She shall be brought hither. Agreed, I tell you. It has already been put to verse. It is the ending of the elegy of the Jeune Malade by André Chénier, whose throat was cut by the giants of '93. Monsieur Gilleman fancied that he had detected a faint frown on the part of Marius, who in truth, as we admit, was no longer listening to him, and who was thinking far more of Crozet than of 1793. The grandfather, trembling at having so inopportunely introduced André Chénier, resumed precipitately. Cut his throat was not the word. The fact is that the great revolutionary geniuses, who were not malicious, that is incontestable, who were heroes, pardi, found that André Chénier embarrassed them somewhat, and they had him guillotined. That is to say, those great men on the 7th of Thermidor besought André Chénier, in the interests of public safety, to be so good as to go. Monsieur Gilleman, clutched by the throat by his own phrase, could not proceed. Being able neither to finish it nor to retract it, while his daughter arranged the pillow behind Marius, who was overwhelmed with so many emotions, the old man rushed headlong, with as much rapidity as his age permitted, from the bedchamber, shut the door behind him, and purple, choking, and foaming by the mouth, his eyes started from his head, he found himself nose to nose with honest Basque, who was blacking boots in the anteroom. He seized Basque by the collar, and shouted full in his face in fury, "By 100,000 Javots of the devil, those ruffians did assassinate him." "Who, sir?" "André Chénier." "Yes, sir," said Basque in alarm.
Cosette and Marius held each other once more. What that interview was like we decline to say. There are things which one must not attempt to depict. The son is one of them. The entire family, including Basque and Nicolette, were assembled in Marius's chamber at the moment when Cosette entered it. Precisely at that moment, the grandfather was on the point of blowing his nose. He stopped short, holding his nose in his handkerchief, and gazing over it at Cosette. She appeared on the threshold. It seemed to him that she was surrounded by a glory. "Adorable!" he exclaimed. Then he blew his nose noisily. Cosette was intoxicated, delighted, frightened, in heaven. She was as thoroughly alarmed as anyone can be by happiness. She stammered, all pale, yet flushed. She wanted to fling herself into Marius's arms, and dared not. Ashamed of loving in the presence of all these people. People are pitiless towards happy lovers. They remain when the latter most desire to be left alone. Lovers have no need of any people whatever. With Cosette, and behind her, there had entered a man with white hair, who was grave, yet smiling, though with a vague and heart-rending smile. It was Monsieur Fauchelevent. It was Jean Valjean. He was very well dressed, as the porter had said, entirely in black, in perfectly new garments, and with a white cravat. The porter was 1,000 leagues from recognizing in this correct bourgeois, in this probable notary, the fear-inspiring bearer of the corpse, who had sprung up at his door on the night of the 7th of June, tattered, muddy, hideous, haggard, his face masked in blood and mire, supporting in his arms the fainting Marius. Still, his porter's scent was aroused. When Monsieur Fauchelevent arrived with Cosette, the porter had not been able to refrain from communicating to his wife this aside. "I don't know why it is, but I can't help fancying that I've seen that face before." Monsieur Fauchelevent, in Marius's chamber, remained apart near the door. He had under his arm a package which bore considerable resemblance to an octavo volume enveloped in paper. The envelope in paper was of a greenish hue, and appeared to be mouldy. "Does the gentleman always have books like that under his arm?" Mademoiselle Gillenormand, who did not like books, demanded in a low tone of Nicolette. "Well," retorted Mademoiselle Gillenormand, who had overheard her in the same tone, "he's a learned man." "What then? Is that his fault?" Monsieur Boulaire, one of my acquaintances, never walked out without a book under his arm either. and he always had some old volume hugged to his heart like that. And with a bow, he said aloud, Monsieur Tranchelevent. Father Gillenormand did not do it intentionally, but intention to proper names was an aristocratic habit of his. Monsieur Tranchelevent, I have the honor of asking you, on behalf of my grandson, Baron Marius Pontmercy, for the hand of Mademoiselle. Monsieur Tranchelevent bowed. That's settled, said the grandfather, and turning to Marius and Cosette, with both arms extended in blessing, he cried, Permission to adore each other. They did not require him to repeat it twice. So much the worse. The chirping began. They talked low, Marius resting on his elbow on his reclining chair, Cosette standing beside him. Oh, heavens, murmured Cosette. I see you once again. It is thou. It is you. The idea of going and fighting like that. But why? It is horrible. I had been dead for 4 months. Oh, how wicked it was of you to go to that battle. What had I done to you? I pardon you, but you will never do it again. A little while ago, when they came to tell us to come to you, I still thought that I was about to die, but it was from joy. I was so sad I have not taken the time to dress myself. I must frighten people with my looks. What will your relatives say to see me in a crumpled collar? Do speak. You let me do all the talking. We are still in the Rue de la Homme Arme. It seems that your shoulder was terrible. They told me that you could put your fist in it. And then it seems that they cut your flesh with the scissors. That is frightful. I have cried till I have no eyes left. It is queer that a person can suffer like that. Your grandfather has a very kind air. Don't disturb yourself. Don't rise on your elbow. You will injure yourself. Oh, how happy I am. So our unhappiness is over. I am quite foolish. I had things to say to you, and I no longer know in the least what they were. Do you still love me? We live in the Rue de la Homme Arme. There is no garden. I made lint all the time. Stay, sir. Look, it is your fault. I have a callus on my finger. Angel, said Marius. Angel is the only word in the language that cannot be worn out. No other word could resist the merciless use which lovers make of it. Then, as they were spectators, they paused, and said not a word more, contenting themselves with softly touching each other's hands. Monsieur Gillenormand turned towards those who were in the room and cried, Talk loud, the rest of you. Make a noise, you people behind the scenes. Come a little uproar, the deuce, so that the children can chatter at their ease. And approaching Marius and Cosette, he said to them in a very low voice, Call each other thou, don't stand on ceremony. Aunt Gillenormand looked on in astonishment at this eruption of light in her elderly household. There was nothing aggressive about this amazement. It was not the least in the world like the scandalized and envious glance of an owl at 2 turtle-doves. It was the stupid eye of a poor innocent 70 and 50 years of age. It was a life which had been a failure gazing at that triumph, love. Mademoiselle Gillenormand, Seigneur, said her father to her, I told you that this is what would happen to you. He remained silent for a moment and then added, Look at the happiness of others. Then he turned to Cosette. How pretty she is! How pretty she is! She's a Greuze. So you are going to have that all to yourself, you scamp? Ah, my rogue, you are getting off nicely with me. You are happy. If I were not 15 years too old, we would fight with swords to see which of us should have her. Come now, I am in love with you, mademoiselle. It's perfectly simple. It is your right. You are in the right. Ah, what a sweet, charming little wedding this would make. Our parish is Saint-Denis-sous-Saint-Sacrament. But I will get a dispensation so that you can be married at St. Paul. The church is better. It was built by the Jesuits. It is more coquettish. It is opposite the fountain of Cardinal de Baraque. The masterpiece of Jesuit architecture is at Namur. It is called Saint-Loup. You must go there after you are married. It is worth the journey, mademoiselle. I am quite of your mind. I think girls ought to marry. That is what they are made for. There is a certain Sainte Catherine, whom I should always like to see uncoiffed. It's a fine thing to remain a spinster, but it is chilly. The Bible says, multiply. In order to save the people, Jeanne d'Arc is needed. But in order to make people, what is needed is Mother Goose. So marry, my beauties. I really do not see the use in remaining a spinster. I know that they have their chapel apart in the church, and that they fall back on the Society of the Virgin, but sapristi, a handsome husband, a fine fellow, and at the expiration of a year, a big blonde brat who nurses lustily, and who has fine rolls of fat on his thighs, and who musses up your breast in handfuls with his little rosy paws, laughing the while like the dawn. That's better than holding a candle at vespers, and chanting Doris Eberne. The grandfather executed a pirouette on his 80-year-old heels, and began to talk again like a spring that has broken loose once more. Ainsi, bornant les corps de très revasserie, alcip il est donc vrai, dans puto te mari. By the way, what is it, father? Have not you an intimate friend? Yes, Courfeyrac. What has become of him? He is dead. That is good. He seated himself near them, made Cosette sit down, and took their 4 hands in his aged and wrinkled hands. She is exquisite, this darling. She is a masterpiece, this Cosette. She is a very young girl, and a very great lady. She will only be a baroness, which is a come-down for her. She was born a marquise. What eyelashes she has! Get it well fixed in your noodles, my children, that you are in the true road. Love each other. Be foolish about it. Love is the folly of men and the wit of God. Adore each other. Only, he added suddenly, becoming gloom, what a misfortune! It has just occurred to me. More than half of what I possess is swallowed up in an annuity. So long as I live, it will not matter, but after my death, a score of years hence, ah, my poor children, you will not have a sou. Your beautiful white hands, Madame la Baronne, will do the devil the honor of pulling him by the tail. At this point, they heard a grave and tranquil voice say, Mademoiselle Euphrasie Fauchelevent possesses 600,000 francs. It was the voice of Jean Valjean. So far, he had not uttered a single word. No one seemed to be aware that he was there, and he had remained standing erect and motionless behind all these happy people. What has Mademoiselle Euphrasie to do with the question? Inquired the startled grandfather. I am she, replied Cosette. 600,000 francs, resumed Monsieur Gillenormand. Minus 14 or 15,000 francs, possibly, said Jean Valjean, and he laid on the table the package which Mademoiselle Gillenormand had mistaken for a book. Jean Valjean himself opened the package. It was a bundle of bank notes. They were turned over and counted. There were 500 notes for 1,000 francs each, and 168 of 500. In all, 584,000 francs. This is a fine book, said Monsieur Gillenormand. 584,000 francs, murmured the aunt. This arranges things well, does it not, Mademoiselle Gillenormand, Seigneur? Said the grandfather. That devil of a Marius has ferreted out the nest of a millionaire grisette in his tree of dreams. Just trust to the love affairs of young folks now, will you? Students find studentesses with 600,000 francs. Cherubino works better than Rothschild. 584,000 francs, repeated Mademoiselle Gillenormand in a low tone. 584. One might as well say 600,000. As for Marius and Cosette, they were gazing at each other while this was going on. They hardly heeded this detail. The reader has no doubt understood without necessitating a lengthy explanation that Jean Valjean, after the Chamentilleux affair, had been able, thanks to his first escape of a few days' duration, to come to Paris and to withdraw in season from the hands of Laffitte the sum earned by him under the name of Monsieur Madeleine at Moutray-sur-Mer, and that fearing that he might be recaptured, which eventually happened, he had buried and hidden that sum in the forest of Montfermeil, in the locality known as the Blaru Bottom. The sum, 630,000 francs, all in blank bills, was not very bulky, and was contained in a box, only in order to preserve the box from dampness. He had placed it in a coffer filled with chestnut shavings. In the same coffer he had placed his other treasures, the bishop's candlesticks, It will be remembered that he had carried off the candlesticks when he made his escape from Moutray-sur-Mer. The man seen one evening for the first time by Boulatruelle was Jean Valjean. Later on, every time that Jean Valjean needed money, he went to get it in the Blaru bottom, hence the absences which we have mentioned. He had a pickaxe somewhere in the heather, in a hiding place known to himself alone. When he beheld Marius, convalescent, feeling that the hour was at hand when that money might prove of service, he had gone to get it. It was he again, whom Boulatruelle had seen in the woods. But on this occasion, in the morning instead of the evening, Boulatruelle inherited his pickaxe. The actual sum was 584,500 francs. Jean Valjean withdrew the 500 francs for himself. We shall see hereafter, he thought. The difference between that sum and the 630,000 francs withdrew from Laffitte represented his expenditure in 10 years, from 1823 to 1833. The 5 years of his stay in the convent had cost only 5,000 francs. Jean Valjean set the 2 candlesticks on the chimney-piece, where they glittered to the great admiration of Toussaint. Moreover, Jean Valjean knew that he was delivered from Javert. The story had been told in his presence, and he had verified the fact in the Moniteur, how a police inspector named Javert had been found drowned under a boat belonging to some laundresses, between the Pont au Change and the Pont Neuf, and that a writing left by this man, otherwise irreproachable and highly esteemed by his superiors, pointed to a fit of mental aberration and a suicide. In fact, thought Jean Valjean, since he left me at liberty, once having got me in his power, he must have been already mad.
Everything was made ready for the wedding. The doctor, on being consulted, declared that it might take place in February. It was then December. A few ravishing weeks of perfect happiness passed. The grandfather was not the least happy of them all. He remained for a quarter of an hour at a time gazing at Cosette. "The wonderful, beautiful girl!" he exclaimed. "And she has so sweet and good an air. She is, without exception, the most charming girl that I have ever seen in my life. Later on, she'll have virtues with an odor of violets. How graceful! One cannot live otherwise than nobly with such a creature. Marius, my boy, you are a baron. You are rich. Don't go to pettifogging, I beg of you." Cosette and Marius had passed abruptly from the sepulchre to paradise. The transition had not been softened, and they would have been stunned had they not been dazzled by it. "Do you understand anything about it?" said Marius to Cosette. "No," replied Cosette, "but it seems to me that the good God is caring for us." Jean Valjean did everything, smoothed away every difficulty, arranged everything, made everything easy. He hastened towards Cosette's happiness with much ardor, and, apparently, with as much joy as Cosette herself. As he had been a mayor, he understood how to solve that delicate problem, with the secret of which he alone acquainted, Cosette's civil status. If he were to announce her origin bluntly, it might prevent the marriage. Who knows? He extricated Cosette from all difficulties. He concocted for her a family of dead people, a sure means of not encountering any objections. Cosette was the only scion of an extinct family. Cosette was not his own daughter, but the daughter of the other Fauchelevents. 2 brother Fauchelevents had been gardeners to the convent of Petit Picpus. Inquiry was made at the convent. The very best information and the most respectable references abounded. The good nuns, not very apt and but little inclined to fathom questions of paternity, and not attaching any importance to the matter, never understood exactly of which of the 2 Fauchelevents Cosette was the daughter. They said what was wanted, and they said it was zeal. An acte de notoriété was drawn up. Cosette became, in the eyes of the law, Mademoiselle Euphrasie Fauchelevent. She was declared an orphan, both father and mother being dead. Jean Valjean so arranged it that he was appointed, under the name of Fauchelevent, as Cosette's guardian, with Monsieur Gillenormand as supervising guardian over him. As for the 580,000 francs, they constituted a legacy bequeathed to Cosette by a dead person who desired to remain unknown. The original legacy had consisted of 594,000 francs, but 10,000 francs had been expended on the education of Mademoiselle Euphrasie, 5,000 francs of that amount having been paid to the Covenant. This legacy, deposited in the hands of a third party, was to be turned over to Cosette at her majority or at the date of her marriage. This, taken as a whole, was very acceptable, and as the reader will perceive, especially when the sum due was 500,000. There was some peculiarities here and there, it is true, but they were not noticed. One of the interested parties had his eyes blindfolded by love, the other by the 600,000 francs. Cosette learned that she was not the daughter of that old man whom she had so long called father. He was merely a kinsman. Another Fauchelevent was her real father. At any other time this would have broken her heart, but at the ineffable moment which she was then passing through, it cast but a slight shadow, a faint cloud. She was so full of joy that the cloud did not last long. She had Marius. The young man arrived, the old man was effaced. Such is life. And then Cosette had, for long years, been habituated to seeing enigmas around her. Everyone being who has had a mysterious childhood is always prepared for certain renunciations. Nevertheless, she continued to call Jean Valjean father. Cosette, happy as the angels, was enthusiastic over Father Gillenormand. It is true that he overwhelmed her with gallant compliments and presents. While Jean Valjean was building up for Cosette a normal situation in society and an unassailable status, Monsieur Gillenormand was superintending the basket of wedding gifts. Nothing so amused him as being magnificent. He had given to Cosette a robe of Binchepur which had been descended to him from his own grandmother. "These fashions come up again," he said. "Ancient things are the rage, and the young women of my old age dress like the old women of my childhood." He rifled his respectable chests of drawers in Coromandel lacquer with swelling fronts, which had not been opened for years. "Let us hear the confession of these dowagers," he said. "Let us see what they have in their paunches." He noisily violated the pot-bellied drawers of all of his wives, of all of his mistresses, and of all of his grandmothers. Pekins, damasks, lampas, painted murs, robes of chougre de Tours, India kerchiefs embroidered in gold that could be washed, dauphines without a right or wrong side in the piece, Genoa and Alençon point lace, parure in antique goldsmith's work, ivory bonbon boxes ornamented with microscopic bottles, gewgaws and ribbons. He lavished everything on Cosette. Cosette, amazed, desperately in love with Marius, and wild with gratitude towards Monsieur Gillenormand, dreamed of happiness without limit, clothed in satin and velvet. Her wedding basket seemed to her to be upheld by seraphim. Her soul flew out into the azure depths with wings of Mechlin lace. The intoxication of the lovers was only equalled, as we have already said, by the ecstasy of the grandfather. A short flourish of trumpets went in the Rue des Filles de Calvaire. Every morning a fresh offering of bric-a-brac from the grandfather to Cosette. All possible knick-knacks glittered around her. One day Marius, who was fond of talking gravely in the midst of his bliss, said, apropos of I know not what incident, "The men of the Revolution are so great that they have the prestige of the ages, like Cato and like Phocion, and each one of them seems to me an antique memory." "Moi, antique?" exclaimed the old gentleman. "Thanks, Marius. That is precisely the idea of which I was in search." And on the following day a magnificent dress of tea-rose-colored moire antique was added to Cosette's wedding presents. From these fripperies the grandfather extracted a bit of wisdom. Love is all very well, but there must be something else to go with it. The useless must be mingled with happiness. Happiness is only the necessary. Season that enormously with the superfluous for me. A place and her heart. Her heart and the Louvre. Her heart and the grand waterworks of Versailles. Give me my shepherdess and try to make her a duchess. fetch me Phyllis crowned with cornflowers, and add 100,000 francs income. Open for me a bucolic perspective as far as you can see, beneath a marble colonnade. I consent to the bucolic and also to the fairy spectacle of marble and gold. Dry happiness resembles dry bread. One eats, but one does not dine. I want the superfluous, the useless, the extravagant, excess, that which serves no purpose. I remember to have seen in the Cathedral of Strasbourg a clock as tall as 3-story house which marked the hours, which had the kindness to indicate the hour, but which had not the air of being made for that, and which, after struck midday or midnight, midday the hour of the sun, or midnight the hour of love, or any other hour which you like, gave you the moon and the stars, the earth and the sea, birds and fishes, Phoebus and Phoebe, and a host of things which emerged from a niche, and the 12 apostles, and the Emperor Charles V, and the Empanine, and Sabinus, and a throng of the gilded goodmen, who played on the trumpet to boot, without reckoning delicious chimes which it sprinkled through the air, on every occasion, without anyone's knowing why. Is a petty bald clock face which merely tells the hour equal to that? For my part, I am of the opinion of the big clock of Strasbourg, and I prefer it to the cuckoo clock from the Black Forest. Major Gillenormand talked nonsense in connection with the wedding, and all the fripperies of the 18th century passed pell-mell through his dithyrambs. "You are ignorant of the art of festivals. You do not know how to organize a day of enjoyment in this age," he exclaimed. "Your 19th century is weak. It lacks excess. It ignores the riches. It ignores the noble. In everything it is clean-shaven. Your third estate is insipid, colorless, odorless, and shapeless. The dreams of your bourgeois who set up, as they express it, a pretty boudoir freshly decorated, violet, ebony, and calico. Make way, make way! Sieur Curmudgeon is marrying Mademoiselle Clutchpenny. Sumptuous and splendor. A louis d'or has been stuck to a candle. There's the epic for you. My demand is I may flee from it beyond the Samaritans. Ah, in 1787 I predict that all was lost. From the day I beheld the Duc de Rohan, Prince de Leon, Duc de Chabot, Duc de Montbazon, Marquis de Sombis, Vicomte de Thouars, Peer of France, go to Longchamps in Tapu. That has borne its fruits. In this century men attend to business. They gamble on change. They win money. They are stingy. People take care of their surfaces and varnish them. Everyone is dressed as though just out of a bandbox. Washed, soaped, scraped, shaved, combed, waked, smoothed, rubbed, brushed, cleaned on the outside, irreproachable, polished as a pebble, discreet, neat, and at the same time, death of my life, in the depths of their consciences they have dung heaps and cesspools that are enough to make a cowherd who blows his nose in his fingers recoil. I grant to this age the device, dirty cleanliness. Don't be vexed, Marius. Give me permission to speak. I say no evil of the people, as you see. I am always harping on your people, but do look favorably on my dealing a bit of slap to the bourgeois. I belong to it. He who loves well lashes well. Thereupon I say plainly that nowadays people marry, but they no longer know how to marry. Ah, it is true. I regret the grace of the ancient manners. I regret everything about them, their elegance, their chivalry, their courteous and delicate ways, that joyous luxury which everyone possessed. Music forming part of the wedding, a symphony above stairs, a beating of drums below stairs, the dances, the joyous faces around the table, the fine-spun gallant compliments, the songs, the fireworks, the frank laughter, the devil's own row, the huge knots of ribbon. I regret the bride's garter. The bride's garter is cousin to the girdle of Venus. On what does the war of Troy turn? On Helen's garter? Parbleu! Why did they fight? Why did Diomed, the divine, break over the head Meriones, the great brazen helmet of 10 points? Why did Achilles and Hector hew each other up with vast blows of their lances? Because Helen allowed Paris to take her garter. With Cosette's garter, Homer would construct the Iliad. He would put in his poem a loquacious old fellow like me, and he would call him Nestor. My friends, in bygone days, in those amiable days of yore, people married wisely. They had a good contract, and then they had a good carouse. As soon as Cujas takes his depart, Camacho entered. But, in sooth, the stomach is an agreeable beast, which demands its due, and which wants to have its wedding also. People souped well, and had a table, a beautiful neighbor, without a glimpse, so that her throat was only moderately concealed. Oh, the large laughing mouths, and how gay we were in those days! Youth was a bouquet, every man terminated in a branch of lilacs or a tuft of roses, whether he was a shepherd or a warrior. And if, by chance, one was a captain of dragoons, one found means to call oneself Florian. People thought much of looking well. They embroidered and tinted themselves. A bourgeois had the air of a flower. A marquis had the air of a precious stone. People had no straps to their boots. They had no boots. They were spruce, shining, waved, lustrous, fluttering, dainty, coquettish, which did not at all prevent their wearing swords by their sides. The hummingbird has beak and claws. That was the day of gallant Indies. One of the sides of that century was delicate, the other was magnificent. And by the green cabbages, people amused themselves. Today, people are serious. The bourgeois is avaricious. The bourgeois is a prude. Your century is unfortunate. People would drive away the graces as being too low in the neck. Alas! Beauty is concealed as though it were ugliness. Since the Revolution, everything, including the ballet dances, has had its trousers. A mountebank dancer must be grave. Your rigadoons are doctrine. It is necessary to be majestic. People would be greatly annoyed if they did not carry their chins in their cravats. The ideal of an urchin of 20 when he marries is to resemble Monsieur Royal Coyote. And do you know what one arrives at with that majesty? At being petty? Learn this. Joy is not only joyous, it is great. But be in love gaily then. What the deuce! Marry when you marry, with fever and giddiness and tumult and the uproar of happiness. Be grave in church, well and good. But as soon as the mass is finished, sarpejou! You must make a dream whirl around the bride. A marriage should be royal and chimerical. It should promulgate its ceremony from the Cathedral of the Rhymes to the Pagoda of Chanteloup. I have had a horror of a paltry wedding. Venturelle! Be it in Olympus for that one day at least. Be one of the gods. Ah, people might be sylphs, game and laughter, agarispides. They are stupids. My friends, even recently married bridegrooms ought to be Prince Aldobrandini. Profit by that unique minute in life to soar away the empyrean with the swans and the eagles, even if you do have to fall back on the morrow into the bourgeoisie of the frogs. Don't economize on nuptials. Do not prune them of their splendors. Don't scrimp on the day when you beam. The wedding is not the housekeeping. Oh, if I were to carry out my fancy, it would be gallant. Violins would be heard under the trees. Here is my program. Sky blue and silver. I would mingle with the festival the rule of divinities. I would convoke the Dryads and the Nereids, the nuptials of Amphitrite, a rosy cloud, nymphs with well-dressed locks and entirely naked, an Akkadian offering quatrains to the goddess, a chariot drawn by marine monsters. Triton tote devant, et tiré du ses contes de son se ravissant qu'il a ravissé quiconque. In English, this means, Triton trotted on before, and drew from his conch shell sounds so ravishing that he delighted everyone. "There's a festive programme. There's a good one, or else I know nothing of such matters. Deuce take it." While the grandfather, in full lyrical effusion, was listening to himself, Cosette and Marius grew intoxicated as they gazed freely at each other. Aunt Gillenormand surveyed all this with her imperturbable placidity. Within the last 5 or 6 months she had experienced a certain amount of emotions. Marius returned, Marius brought back bleeding, Marius brought back from a barricade, Marius dead, then living, Marius reconciled, Marius betrothed, Marius wedding a poor girl, Marius wedding a millionairess. The 600 francs had been her last surprise. Then her indifference of a girl taking her first communion returned to her. She went regularly to service, told her beads, read her euchology, mumbled Aves in one corner of the house, while "I love you" was whispered in another. And she beheld Marius and Cosette in a vague way, like two shadows. The shadow was herself. There is a certain state of inert asceticism in which the soul, neutralized by Tupar, a stranger to which may be designed as the business of living, receives no impressions, either human or pleasant or painful, with the exception of earthquakes and catastrophes. This devotion, as Father Gillenormand said to his daughter, corresponds to a cold in the head. You smell nothing of life, neither any bad nor any good odor. Moreover, the 600,000 francs had settled the elderly spinster's indecision. Her father had acquired the habit of taking her so little into account that he had not consulted her in the matter of consent to Marius's marriage. He had acted impetuously, according to his wont, having a despot-turned-slave but a single thought, to satisfy Marius. As for the aunt, it had not even occurred to him that the aunt existed, and that she could have an opinion of her own. And sheep as she was, this had vexed her. Somewhat resentful in her inmost soul, but impassively externally, she had said to herself, "My father has settled the question of the marriage without reference to me. I shall settle the question of inheritance without consulting him." She was rich, in fact, and her father was not. She had reserved her decision on this point. Had the match been a poor one, she would have left him poor. "So much the worse for my nephew. He is wedding a beggar. Let him be a beggar himself." But Cosette's 500,000 pleased the aunt, and altered her inward situation so far as this pair of lovers were concerned. One owes some consideration to 600,000 francs, and it was evident that she could not do otherwise than leave her fortune to these young people, since they did not need it. It was arranged that the couple should live with the grandfather. Monsieur Gillenormand insisted on resigning to them his chamber, the finest in the house. "That will make me young again," he said. "It's an old plan of mine. I have always entertained the idea of having a wedding in my chamber." He furnished this chamber with a multitude of elegant trifles. He had the ceiling and walls hung with an extraordinary stuff, which he had by him in the piece, and which he believed to have emanated from Utrecht, with a buttercup-colored satin ground, covered with velvet auricula blossoms. It was with that stuff, said he, that the bed of the Duchesse d'Anville at La Roche-Guyon was draped. On the chimney-piece he set a little figurine in Saxe porcelain, carrying a muff against her nude stomach. Monsieur Julien's library became the lawyer's study, which Marius needed. A study, it will be remembered, being required by the council of the order.
The lovers saw each other every day. Cosette came with Monsieur Fauchelevent. "This is reversing things," said Mademoiselle Guillemot, "to have the bride come to the house to do the courting like this." But Marius's convalescence had caused the habit to become established, and the armchairs of the Rue des Filles du Calvaire, better adapted to interview than the straw chairs of the Rue des L'Homme Armé, had rooted it. Marius and Monsieur Fauchelevent saw each other but did not address each other. It seems as though this had been agreed upon. Every girl needs a chaperone. Cosette could not have come without Monsieur Fauchelevent. In Marius' eyes, Monsieur Fauchelevent was the condition attached to Cosette. He accepted it. By dint of discussing political matters, vaguely and without precision, from the point of view of the general amelioration of the fate of all men, they came to say a little more than yes and no. Once on the subject of education, which Marius wished to have free and obligatory, multiplied under all forms lavished on everyone, like the air and the sun, in a word, respirable for the entire population, they were in unison, and they almost conversed. Monsieur Fauchelevent talked well, and even with a certain loftiness of language, still he lacked something indescribable. Monsieur Fauchelevent possessed something less, and also something more, than a man of the world. Marius inwardly, and in the depths of his thought, surrounded with all sorts of mute questions this Monsieur Fauchelevent, who was to him simply benevolent and cold. There were moments when doubts as to his own recollections occurred to him. There was a void in his memory, a black spot, an abyss excavated by 4 months of agony. Many thoughts had been lost therein. He had come to the point of asking himself whether there were really a fact that he had seen Monsieur Fauchelevent, so serious and so calm a man, in the barricade. This was not, however, the only stupor in which the apparitions and the disappearances of the past had left his mind. It must not be supposed that he was delivered from all those obsessions of the memory which force us, even when happy, even when satisfied, to glance sadly behind us. The head which does not turn backwards towards horizons that have vanished contains neither love nor thought. At times, Marius clasped his face between his hands, and the vague and tumultuous past traversed the twilight which reigned in his brain. Again, he beheld Mabeuf fall. He heard Gavroche singing amidst the grape-shot. He felt beneath his lips the brow of cold Éponine. Enjolras, Courfeyrac, Jean Prouvaire, Combeferre, Bossuet, Grancher, all his friends rose erect before him, then dispersed into thin air. Were all those dear, sorrowful, valiant, charming, or tragic beings merely dreams? Had they actually existed? The revolt had enveloped everything in its smoke. These great fevers created great dreams. He questioned himself. He felt himself. All these vanished realities made him dizzy. Where were they all then? Was it really true that they were all dead? A fall into the shadows had carried all off except for him. It all seemed to him to have disappeared as though behind a curtain of a theatre. There are curtains like this which drop in life. God passes on to the following act. And he himself, was he actually the same man? He, the poor man, was rich. He, the abandoned, had a family. He, the despairing, was to marry Cosette. It seemed to him that he had traversed a tomb, and that he had entered into a black, and had emerged from it white, and in that tomb the others had remained. At certain moments, all these beings of the past, returned and present, formed a circle around him, and overshadowed him. Then he thought of Cosette, and recovered his serenity, but nothing less than this felicity could have sufficed to efface that catastrophe. Monsieur Fauchelevent almost occupied a place among these vanished beings. Marius hesitated to believe that the Fauchelevent of the barricade was the same as this Fauchelevent in flesh and blood, sitting so gravely beside Cosette. The first was probably one of those nightmares occasioned and brought back by the hours of his delirium. However, the natures of both men was rigid. No question from Marius to Fauchelevent was possible. Such an idea had not even occurred to him. We have already indicated this characteristic detail. Two men who have a secret in common, and who, by a sort of tacit agreement, exchange not a word on the subject, are less rare than is commonly supposed. Once only did Marius make an attempt. He introduced into the conversation the Rue de la Chanvrerie, and turning to Monsieur Fauchelevent, he said to him, "Of course you are acquainted with that street?" "What street?" "The Rue de la Chanvrerie." "I have no idea of the name of that street," replied Monsieur Fauchelevent, in the most natural manner in the world. The response which bore upon the name of that street, and not upon the street itself, appeared to Marius to be more conclusive than it really was. Decidedly, thought he, I have been dreaming. I have been subject to a hallucination. It was someone who resembled him. Monsieur Fauchelevent was not there.
Marius's enchantment, great as it was, could not efface from his mind other preoccupations. While the wedding was in preparation, and while awaiting the date fixed upon, he caused difficult and scrupulous retrospective researches to be made. He owed gratitude in various quarters. He owed it on his father's account. He owed it on his own. There was Thénardier. There was the unknown man who had brought him, Marius, back to Monsieur Gillenormand. Marius endeavored to find these two men, not intending to marry, to be happy, and to forget them, and fearing that, were their depths of gratitude not discharged, they would leave a shadow in his life which promised so brightly for the future. It was impossible for him to leave all these arrears of suffering behind him, and he wished, before entering joyously into the future, to obtain a quittance from the past. That Thénardier was a villain detracted nothing from the fact that he had saved Colonel Pontmercy. Thénardier was a ruffian in the eyes of all the world except Marius, and Marius, ignorant of the real scene in the battlefield of Waterloo, was not aware of the peculiar detail that his father, so far as Thénardier was concerned, was in the strange position of being indebted to the latter for his life without being indebted to him for any gratitude. None of the various agents whom Marius employed succeeded in discovering any trace of Thénardier. Obliteration appeared to be complete in that quarter. Madame Thénardier had died in prison pending the trial. Thénardier and his daughter Azelma, the only two remaining of that lamentable group, had plunged back into the gloom. The gulf of the social unknown had silently closed above those beings. On the surface there was not visible so much as that quiver, that trembling, those obscure concentric circles which announce that something has fallen in, and that the plummet may be dropped. Madame Thénardier being dead, Boulatruelle being eliminated from the case, Clos Casos having disappeared, the principal persons accused having escaped from prison, the trial connected with the ambush in the Gorbeau house had come to nothing. That affair had remained rather obscure. The bench of Assizes had been obliged to content themselves with two subordinates, Panchaud, alias Printenaire, alias Bourgonneau, and Demillard, alias Dumilars, who had been inconsistently condemned, after a hearing of both sides of the case, to 10 years in the galleys. Hard labor for life had been the sentence pronounced against the escaped and contumacious accomplices. Thénardier, the head and leader, had been, through contumacy, likewise condemned to death. This sentence was the only information remaining about Thénardier, casting upon that buried name its sinister light like a candle beside a bier. Moreover, by thrusting Thénardier back into the very remotest depths, through a fear of being recaptured, this sentence added to the density of the shadows which enveloped this man. As for the other person, as for the unknown man who had saved Marius, the researches were at first to some extent successful, and then came to an abrupt conclusion. They succeeded in finding the carriage which had brought Marius to the Rue des Filles de Calvaire in the evening of the 6th of June. The coachman declared that on the 6th of June, in obedience to the commands of a police agent, he had stood from 3 o'clock in the afternoon until nightfall in the Quai du Champs-Élysées above the outlet of the Grand Sewer, that toward 9 o'clock in the evening the grating of the sewer which abuts on the bank of the river had opened, that a man had emerged therefrom, bearing on his shoulders another man, who seemed to be dead, that the agent who was on the watch at that point had arrested the living man and had seized the dead man, that at the order of the police agent he, the coachman, had taken all those folks into his carriage, that they had first driven to the Rue des Filles de Calvaire, that they had there deposited the dead man, that the dead man was Monsieur Marius, and that he, the coachman, recognized him perfectly, although he was alive this time, that afterwards they had entered the vehicle again, that he had whipped up his horses a few paces from the gates of the archives, they had called him to halt, that there in the street they had paid him and left him, and that the police agent had led the other man away, that he knew nothing more, that the night had been very dark. Marius, as we have said, recalled nothing. He only remembered that he had been seized from behind by an energetic hand at the moment when he was falling backwards into the barricade. Then everything vanished so far as he was concerned. He had only regained consciousness at Monsieur Gillenormand's. He was lost in conjectures. He could not doubt his own identity. Still, how could it have come to pass that, having fallen in the Rue de Chauvière, he had been picked up by the police agent on the banks of the Seine near the Pont des Invalides? Someone had carried him from the Quartier des Halles to the Champs-Élysées. And how? Through the sewer. Unheard of devotion. Someone. Who? This was the man for whom Marius was searching. Of this man, who was his savior, nothing, not a trace, not the faintest indication. Marius, although forced to preserve great reserve in that direction, pushed his inquiries as far as the prefecture of police. There, no more than elsewhere, did the information obtained lead to any enlightenment. The prefecture knew less about the matter than did the hackney coachman. They had no knowledge of any arrest having been made on the 6th of June at the mouth of the Grand Sewer. No report of any agent had been received there upon this matter, which was regarded at the prefecture as a fable. The invention of this fable was attributed to the coachman. A coachman who wants a gratuity is capable of anything, even of imagination. The fact was assured, nevertheless, and Marius could not doubt it, unless he doubted his own identity, as we have just said. Everything about this singular enigma was inexplicable. What had become of that man, that mysterious man whom the coachman had seen emerge from the grating of the Grand Sewer, bearing upon his back the unconscious Marius, and whom the police agent on the watch had arrested in the very act of rescuing an insurgent? What had become of the agent himself? Why had this agent preserved silence? Had the man succeeded in making his escape? Had he bribed the agent? Why did this man give no sign of life to Marius, who owed everything to him? His disinterestedness was no less tremendous than his devotion. Why had not that man appeared again? Perhaps he was above compensation, but no one is above gratitude. Was he dead? Who was the man? What sort of a face had he? No one could tell him this. The coachman answered. The night was very dark. Basque and Nicolette, all in a flutter, had looked only at their young master all covered with blood. The porter, whose candle had lighted the tragic arrival of Marius, had been the only one to take note of the man in question, and this is the description that he gave. That man was terrible. Marius had the blood-stained clothing which he had worn when he had been brought back to his grandfather preserved, in the hope that it would prove of service in his researches. On examining the coat, it was found that one skirt had been torn in a singular way. A piece was missing. One evening, Marius was speaking in the presence of Cosette and Jean Valjean of the whole of that singular adventure, of the innumerable inquiries which he had made, and of the fruitlessness of his efforts. The cold countenance of Monsieur Fauchelevent angered him. He exclaimed with a vivacity which had something of wrath in it, "Yes, that man, whoever he may have been, was sublime. Do you know what he did, sir? He intervened like an archangel. He must have flung himself into the midst of the battle, have stolen me away, have opened the sewer, have dragged me into it, and have carried me through it. He must have traversed more than 1.5 leagues in those frightful subterranean galleries, bent over, weighed down, in the dark, in the cesspool, more than 1.5 leagues, sir, with a corpse upon his back. And with what object? With the sole object of saving the corpse, and that corpse I was. He said to himself, there may still be a glimpse of life there, perchance. I will risk my own existence for that miserable spark. And his existence he risked not only once, but 20 times. Every step there was danger. The proof of it is that on emerging from the sewer he was arrested. Do you know, sir, that that man did all this, and he had no recompense to expect? What was I, an insurgent? What was I? One of the conquered. Oh, if Cosette's 600,000 francs were mine— They are yours, interrupted Jean Valjean. Well, resumed Marius, I would give them all to find that man once more. Jean Valjean remained silent.
The night of the 16th to the 17th of February, 1833, was a blessed night. Above its shadows, heaven stood open. It was the wedding night of Marius and Cosette. The day had been adorable. It had not been the grand festival dreamed by the grandfather, a fairy spectacle, with a confusion of cherubim and cupids over the heads of the bridal pair, a marriage worthy to form the subject of a painting to be placed over a door. But it had been sweet and smiling. The manner of marriage in 1833 was not the same as it is today. France had not yet borrowed from England that supreme delicacy of carrying off one's wife, of fleeing, on coming out of a church, of hiding oneself with shame from one's happiness, and of combining the ways of the bankrupt with the delights of the Song of Songs. People had not yet grasped to the full the chastity, exquisiteness, and decency of jolting their paradise in a posting-chaise, of breaking up their mystery with click-clacks, of taking for a nuptial bed the bed of an inn, and of leaving behind them in a commonplace chamber at so much a night, the most sacred of the souvenirs of life, mingled pell-mell with the tete-a-tete of the conductor of the diligence and the maidservant of the inn. In this second half of the 19th century in which we are now living, the mayor and his scarf, the priest and his chasuble, the law and God no longer suffice. They must be eked out by the postilion de logement, a blue waistcoat turned up with red and with bell-buttons, a plaque like a vant-brace, knee-breeches of green leather, oaths to the Norman horses with their tails knotted up, false galloons, varnished hat, long powdered locks, an enormous whip and tall boots. France does not yet carry elegance to the length of doing like the English nobility, and raining down on the post-chaise of the bridal pair a hailstorm of slippers trodden down at heel, and of worn-out shoes in memory of Churchill, afterwards Marlborough or Malbrook, who was assailed on his wedding day by the wrath of an ant which brought him good luck. Old shoes and slippers do not, as yet, form a part of our nuptial celebrations, but patience, as good taste continues to spread, we shall come to that. In 1833, 100 years ago, marriage was not conducted at a full trot. Strange to say, at that epoch, people still imagined that a wedding was a private and a social festival, that a patriarchal banquet does not spoil a domestic solemnity, that gaiety, even in excess, provided it be honest and decent, does happiness no harm, and that, in short, it is a good and a venerable thing that the fusion of these two destinies, whence a family is destined to spring, should begin at home, and that the household should thenceforth have its nuptial chamber as its witness. And people were so immodest as to marry in their own homes. The marriage took place, therefore, in accordance with this now superannuated fashion, at M. Gillenormand's house. Natural and commonplace as this matter of marrying is, the banns to publish, the papers to be drawn up, the mayoralty, and the church produced some complication. They could not get ready before the 16th of February. Now, we note this detail for the pure satisfaction of being exact. It chanced that the 16th fell on Shrove Tuesday. Hesitations, scruples, particularly on the part of Aunt Gillenormand. Shrove Tuesday, exclaimed the grandfather, so much the better. There is a proverb, mariage un mardi gras n'aura point infini grave. Let us proceed. Here goes for the 16th. Do you want to delay, Marius? No, certainly not, replied the lover. Let us marry, then, cried the grandfather. Accordingly, the marriage took place on the 16th, notwithstanding the public merrymaking. It rained that day, but there is always in the sky a tiny scrap of blue at the service of happiness, which lovers see, even when the rest of creation is under an umbrella. On the preceding evening, Jean Valjean handed to Marius, in the presence of M. Gillenormand, the 584,000 francs. As the marriage was taking place under the regime of community of property, the papers had been simple. Henceforth, Toussaint was of no use to Jean Valjean. Cosette inherited her and promoted her to the rank of lady's maid. As for Jean Valjean, a beautiful chamber in the Gillenormand's house had been furnished expressly for him, and Cosette had said to him in such an irresistible manner, "Father, I entreat you," that she had almost persuaded him to promise that he would come and occupy it. A few days before that fixed on for marriage, an accident happened to Jean Valjean. He crushed the thumb of his right hand. This was not a serious matter. He had not allowed anyone to trouble himself about it, nor to dress it, nor even to see his hurt, not even Cosette. Nevertheless, this had forced him to swathe his hand in a linen bandage, and to carry his arm in a sling, and had prevented his signing. M. Gillenormand, in his capacity of Cosette's supervising guardian, had supplied his place. We will not conduct the reader either to the mayor's office or to the church. One does not follow a pair of lovers to that extent, and one is accustomed to turn one's back on the drama as soon as it puts a wedding nosegay in its buttonhole. We will confine ourselves to noting an incident which, though unnoticed by the wedding party, marked the transit from the Rue des Filets du Calvaire to the Church of St. Paul. At that epoch, the northern extremity of the Rue Saint-Louis was in process of repaving. It was barred off, beginning with the Rue des Parents Royaux. It was impossible for the wedding carriages to go directly to St. Paul. They were obliged to alter their course, and the simplest way was to turn through the boulevard. One of the invited guests observed that it was Shrove Tuesday, and that there would be a jam of vehicles. "Why?" asked M. Gillenormand. "Because of the maskers." "Capital," said the grandfather. "Let us go that way. These young folks are on the way to be married. They are about to enter the serious part of life. This will prepare them for seeing a bit of the masquerade." They went by way of the boulevard. The first wedding coach held Cosette and Aunt Gillenormand, M. Gillenormand, and Jean Valjean. Marius, still separated from his betrothed according to usage, did not come until the second. The nuptial train, on emerging from the Rue des Filets du Calvaire, became entangled in a long procession of vehicles which form an endless chain from the Madeleine to the Bastille, and from the Bastille to the Madeleine. Maskers abounded on the boulevard. In spite of the fact that it was raining at intervals, Merry Andrew, Pantaloon, and Clown persisted. In the good humor of that winter of 1833, Paris had disguised itself as Venice. Such Shrove Tuesdays are no longer to be seen nowadays. Everything which exists being a scattered carnival, there is no longer any carnival. The sidewalks were overflowing with pedestrians, and the windows with curious spectators. The terraces which crowned the peristyles of the theatres were bordered with spectators. Besides the maskers, they stared at that procession, peculiar to Shrove Tuesday as to Longchamp, of vehicles of every description, citadines, tapissières, carrioles, cabriolets, marching in order, rigorously riveted to each other by the police regulations, and locked into rails, as it were. Anyone in these vehicles is at once a spectator and a spectacle. Police sergeants maintained, on the sides of the boulevard, these two interminable parallel files, moving in contrary directions, and saw to it that nothing interfered with that double current, those two brooks of carriages, flowing the one downstream, the other upstream, the one toward the Chaussée d'Antin, the other toward the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. The carriages of the peers of France and the ambassadors, emblazoned with coats of arms, held the middle of the way, going and coming freely. Certain joyous and magnificent trains, notably that of Boeuf-Gras, had the same privilege. In this gaiety of Paris, England cracked her whip. Lord Seymour's post-chaise, harassed by a nickname from the populace, passed with great noise. In the double file, along which the municipal guards galloped like sheepdogs, honest family coaches, loaded down with great-aunts and grandmothers, displayed at their doors fresh groups of children in disguise, clowns of 7 years of age, columbines of 6, ravishing little creatures who felt that they formed an official part of the public mirth, who were imbued with the dignity of the harlequinade, and who possessed the gravity of functionaries. From time to time, a hitch arose somewhere in the procession of vehicles. One or other of the two lateral files halted until the knot was disentangled. One carriage delayed sufficed to paralyze the whole line. Then they set out again on the march. The wedding carriages were in the file proceeding toward the Bastille, and skirting the right side of the boulevard. At the top of the Pont-à-Choux there was a stoppage. Nearly at the same moment, the other file, which was proceeding toward the Madeleine, halted also. At that point of the file there was a carriage-load of maskers. These carriages, or to speak more correctly, these wagon-loads of maskers, are very familiar to Parisians. If they were missing on a Shrove Tuesday, or at the Mid-Lent, it would be taken in bad part, and people would say, "There's something behind that. Probably the ministry is about to undergo a change." A pile of Cassandras, Harlequins, and Columbines jolted along high above the passers-by, all possible grotesqueness, from the Turk to the savage, Hercules supporting Marquise, fishwives who would have made Rabelais stop up his ears, just as the Maenads made Aristophanes drop his eyes, tow wigs, pink tights, dandified hats, spectacles of a grimacer, three-cornered hats of Janot tormented with a butterfly, shouts directed at pedestrians, fists on hips, bold attitudes, bare shoulders, immodesty unchained, a chaos of shamelessness driven by a coachman crowned with flowers. This is what that institution was like. Greece stood in need of a chariot of Thespis. France stands in need of the hackney coach of Aide. Everything can be parodied, even parody. The Saturnalia, that grimace of antique beauty, ends through exaggeration after exaggeration in Shrove Tuesday, and the Bacchanal, formerly crowned with sprays of vine leaves and grapes, inundated with sunshine, displaying her marble breast in the divine semi-nudity, having at the present day lost her shape under the soaked rags of the north, has finally come to be called the Jack Pudding. The tradition of carriage-loads of maskers runs back to the most ancient days of the monarchy. The accounts of Louis XI allot to the bailiff of the palace 20 sous tourna for 3 coaches of masquerades in the crossroads. In our day, these noisy heaps of creatures are accustomed to have themselves driven in some ancient cuckoo carriage, whose imperial they load down, or they overwhelm a hired landau with its top thrown back, with their tumultuous groups. 20 of them ride in a carriage intended for 6. They cling to the seats, to the rumble, on the cheeks of the hood, on the shafts. They even bestride the carriage lamps. They stand, sit, lie, with their knees drawn up in a knot and their legs hanging. The women sit on the men's laps. Far away above the throng of heads, their wild pyramid is visible. These carriage loads form mountains of mirth in the midst of rout. Calais, Panard, and Piron flew from it, enriched with slang. This carriage, which has become colossal through its freight, has an air of conquest. Uproar reigns in front, tumult behind. People vociferate, shout, howl. There they break forth and writhe with enjoyment. Gaiety roars, sarcasm flames forth, joviality is flaunted like a red flag. 2 jades there drag farce blossomed forth in an apotheosis. It is the triumphal car of laughter. A laughter that is too cynical to be frank. In truth, this laughter is suspicious. This laughter has a mission. It is charged with proving the carnival to the Parisians. These fishwife vehicles, in which one feels one knows not what shadows, set the philosopher to thinking. There is government therein. There one lays one's finger on a mysterious affinity between public men and public women. It certainly is sad that turpitude, heaped up, should give a sum total of gaiety, that by piling ignominy upon opprobrium, the people should be enticed, that the system of spying and serving as caryatids to prostitution should amuse the rabble when it confronts them, that the crowd loves to behold that monstrous living pile of tinsel rags, half dung, half light, roll by on 4 wheels, howling and laughing, that they should clap their hands at this glory composed of all shames, that there would be no festival for the populace did not the police promenade in their midst these sorts of 20-headed hydras of joy. But what can be done about it? These beribboned and beflowered tumbrils of mire are insulted and pardoned by the laughter of the public. The laughter of all is the accomplice of universal degradation. Certain unhealthy festivals disaggregate the people and convert them into the populace. And populaces, like tyrants, require buffoons. The king has Roquelaure. The populace has the Merry Andrew. Paris is great, mad city on every occasion that it is a great sublime city. There the carnival forms part of politics. Paris, let us confess it, willingly allows infamy to furnish it with comedy. She only demands of her masters, when she has masters, One thing. Paint me the mud. Rome was of the same mind. She loved Nero. Nero was a titanic lighterman. Chance ordained, as we have just said, that one of these shapeless clusters of masked men and women, dragged about on a vast galoche, should halt on the left of the boulevard, while the wedding train halted on the right. The carriage-load of masks caught sight of the wedding carriage containing the bridal party opposite them on the other side of the boulevard. "Hello," said a masker. "Here's a wedding." "A sham wedding," retorted another. "We are the genuine article." And being too far off to accost the wedding party, and fearing also the rebuke of the police, the two maskers turned their eyes elsewhere. At the end of another minute, the carriage-load of maskers had their hands full. The multitude set to yelling, which is the crowd's caress to masquerades, and the two maskers, who had just spoken, had to face the throng with their comrades, and did not find the entire repertory of projectiles of the fish markets too extensive to retort to the enormous verbal attacks of the populace. A frightful exchange of metaphors took place between the maskers and the crowd. In the meanwhile, two other maskers in the same carriage, a Spaniard with an enormous nose, an elderly air and a huge black mustache, and a gaunt fishwife, who was quite a young girl, masked with a lute, had also noticed the wedding, and while their companions and the passers-by were exchanging insults, they had held a dialogue in a low voice. Their aside was covered by the tumult and was lost in it. The gusts of rain had drenched the front of the vehicle, which was wide open. The breezes of February are not warm. As the fishwife, clad in a low-necked gown, replied to the Spaniard, she shivered, laughed, and coughed. Here is their dialogue. "Say now." "What, Daddy?" "Do you see that old cove?" "What old cove?" "Yonder in the first wedding card on our side. The one with his arm hung up in a black cravat." "Yes." "Well, I'm sure that I know him." "Ah." "I'm willing that they should cut my throat, and I'm ready to swear that I never said either you, thou, or I in my life if I don't know that Parisian. Paris and Pantene today. Can you see the bride if you stoop down? No. And the bridegroom? There's no bridegroom in that trap. Bah! Unless it's the old fellow. Try to get a sight of the bride by stooping very low. I can't. Never mind, that old cove who has something the matter with his paw, I know, and that I'm positive. And what good does it do to know him? No one can tell. Sometimes it does. I don't care a hang for old fellows. That I don't. I know him. Know him if you want to. How the devil does he come to be one of the wedding party? We're in it too. Where does that wedding come from? How should I know? Listen. Well, what? There's one thing you ought to do. What's that? Get off of our trap and spin that wedding. What for? To find out where it goes and what it is. Hurry up and jump down. Trot, my girl. Your legs are young. I can't quit the vehicle. Why not? I'm hired. Ah, the devil. I owe my fishwife day to the prefecture. That's true. If I leave the cart, the first inspector who gets his eye on me will arrest me. You know that well enough. Yes, I do. I'm bought by the government for today. All the same, that old fellow bothers me. Do the old fellows bother you? But you're not a young girl. He's in the first carriage. Well, in the bride's trap. What then? So he is the father. What concern is that of mine? I tell you that he's the father, as if he were the only father. Listen. What? I can't go out otherwise than masked. Here, I'm concealed. No one knows that I'm here. But tomorrow there will be no more maskers. It's Ash Wednesday. I run the risk of being nabbed. I must sneak back to my hole, but you are free. Not particularly. More than I am, at any rate. Well, what of that? You must try to find out where that wedding party went to. Where it went? Yes. I know. Where's it going, then? To the Cadran Bleu. In the first place, it's not in that direction. Well, to La Rapée. Or elsewhere. It's free. Wedding parties are at liberty. That's not the point at all. I tell you, you must try to learn for me what that wedding is, who that old cove belongs to, and where that wedding pair lives. I like that. That would be queer. It's so easy to find out a wedding party that passed through the street on a Shrove Tuesday a week afterwards, a pin in a haymow. It ain't possible. That don't matter. You must try. You understand me, Azelma. The two files resumed their movement on both sides of the boulevard, in opposite directions, and the carriage of the maskers lost sight of the trap of the bride. To realize one's dream. To whom is this accorded? There must be elections for this in heaven. We are all candidates, unknown to ourselves. The angels vote. Cosette and Marius had been elected. Cosette, both at the mayor's office and at church, was dazzling and touching. Toussaint, assisted by Nicolette, had dressed her. Cosette wore a petticoat of white taffeta, her robe of bouche-guepreux, a veil of English point, a necklace of fine pearls, a wreath of orange flowers. All this was white, and from the midst of that whiteness she beamed forth. It was an exquisite candor, expanding and becoming transfigured in the light. One would have pronounced her a virgin on the point of turning into a goddess. Marius' handsome hair was lustrous and perfumed. Here and there, beneath the thick curls, pale lines, the scars of the barricade were visible. The grandfather, haughty, with head held high, amalgamating more than ever in his toilette and his manners all the elegances of the epoch of Barras, escorted Cosette. He took the place of Jean Valjean, who, on account of his arm being still in a sling, could not give his hand to the bride. Jean Valjean, dressed in black, followed them with a smile. "Monsieur Fauchelevent," said the grandfather to him, "this is a fine day. I vote for the end of afflictions and sorrows. Henceforth there must be no sadness anywhere. Pardieu, I decree joy. Evil has no right to exist. That there should be any unhappy men is in sooth a disgrace to the azure of the sky. Evil does not come from man who is good at bottom. All human miseries have for their capital and central government hell, otherwise known as the devil's Tuileries. Good, here I am uttering demagogical words. As far as I am concerned, I have no longer any political opinions. Let all me be rich, that is to say mirthful, and I confine myself to that." When, at the conclusion of all the ceremonies, after having pronounced before the mayor and before the priest all possible yeses, after having signed the registers at the municipality and at the sacristy, after having exchanged their rings, after having knelt side by side under the pall of white moire in the smoke of the censer, they arrived, hand in hand, admired and envied by all, Marius in black, she in white, preceded by the Suisse, with the epaulet of a colonel, tapping the pavement with his halberd, between two rows of astonished spectators at the portals of the church, both leaves of which were thrown wide open, ready to enter their carriage again, and all being finished. Cosette still could not believe that it was real. She looked at Marius. She looked at the crowd. She looked at the sky. It seemed as though she feared that she should wake up from her dream. Her amazed and uneasy air added something indescribably enchanting to her beauty. They entered the same carriage to return home. Marius beside Cosette, M. Gillenormand and Jean Valjean sat opposite them. Aunt Gillenormand had withdrawn 1 degree and was in the second vehicle. "My children," said the grandfather, "here you are, Monsieur le Baron and Madame la Baronne, with an income of 30,000 livres." And Cosette, nestling close to Marius, caressed his ear with an angelic whisper. "So it is true. My name is Marius. I am Madame Thou." These two creatures were resplendent. They had reached that irrevocable and irrecoverable moment, at the dazzling intersection of all youth and all joy. They realized the verses of Jean Prouvaire. They were 40 years old, taken together. It was marriage, sublimated. These two children were two lilies. They did not see each other. They did not contemplate each other. Cosette perceived Marius in the midst of a glory. Marius perceived Cosette on an altar. And on that altar, and in that glory, the two apotheoses mingling in the background, one knows not how, behind a cloud for Cosette, in a flash for Marius, there was the ideal thing, the real thing, the meeting of the kiss and the dream, the nuptial pillow. All the torments through which they had passed came back to them in intoxication. It seemed to them that their sorrows, their sleepless nights, their tears, their anguish, their terrors, their despair, converted into caresses and rays of light, rendered still more charming the charming hour which was approaching, and that their griefs were but so many handmaidens who were preparing the toilet of joy. How good it is to have suffered! Their unhappiness formed a halo round their happiness. The long agony of their love was terminating in an ascension. It was the same enchantment in two souls, tinged with voluptuousness in Marius and with modesty in Cosette. They said to each other in low tones, "We will go back to take a look at our little garden in the Rue Plumet." The folds of Cosette's gown lay across Marius. Such a day is an ineffable mixture of dream and of reality. One possesses, and one supposes, one still has time before one to divine. The emotion on that day, of being at midday and of dreaming of midnight, is indescribable. The delights of these two hearts overflowed upon the crowd and inspired the passers-by with cheerfulness. People halted in the Rue Saint-Antoine, in front of St. Paul, to gaze through the windows of the carriage at the orange flowers quivering on Cosette's head. Then they returned home, to the Rue des Filets du Calvaire. Marius, triumphant and radiant, mounted side by side with Cosette the staircase up which he had been borne in a dying condition. The poor, who had trooped to the door, and who shared their purses, blessed them. There were flowers everywhere. The house was no less fragrant than the church. After the incense, roses. They thought they heard voices caroling in the infinite. They had God in their hearts. Destiny appeared to them like a ceiling of stars. Above their heads they beheld the light of a rising sun. All at once the clock struck. Marius glanced at Cosette's charming bare arm, and at the rosy things which were vaguely visible through the lace of her bodice, and Cosette, intercepting Marius's glance, blushed to her very hair. Quite a number of old family friends of the Gillenormand family had been invited. They pressed about Cosette. Each one vied with the rest in saluting her as Madame la Baronne. The officer, Théodule Gillenormand, now a captain, had come from Chartres, where he was stationed in garrison, to be present at the wedding of his cousin Pontmercy. Cosette did not recognize him. He, on his side, habituated as he was to have women consider him handsome, retained no more recollection of Cosette than of any other woman. "How right I was not to believe in that story about the lancer," said Father Gillenormand to himself. Cosette had never been more tender with Jean Valjean. She was in unison with Father Gillenormand. While he erected joy into aphorisms and maxims, she exhaled goodness like a perfume. Happiness desires that all the world should be happy. She regained, for the purpose of addressing Jean Valjean, the inflections of voice belonging to the time when she was a little girl. She caressed him with her smile. A banquet had been spread in the dining-room. Illumination as brilliant as the daylight is the necessary seasoning of a great joy. Mist and obscurity are not accepted by the happy. They do not consent to be black. The night, yes. The shadows, no. If there is no sun, one must be made. The dining-room was full of gay things. In the center, above the white and glittering table, was a Venetian lustre with flat plates, with all sorts of colored birds, blue, violet, red, and green, perched amid the candles. Around the chandelier, girandoles, on the wall, sconces with triple and quintuple branches, mirrors, silverware, glassware, plate, porcelain, faience, pottery, gold and silversmith's work, all was sparkling and gay. The empty spaces between the candelabra were filled in with bouquets, so that where there was not a light, there was a flower. In the antechamber, 3 violins and a flute softly played quartets by Haydn. Jean Valjean had seated himself on a chair in the drawing-room, behind the door, the leaf of which folded back upon him in such a manner as to nearly conceal him. A few moments before they sat down to table, Cosette came, as though inspired by a sudden whim, and made him a deep curtsy. Spreading out her bridal toilet with both hands, and with a tenderly roguish glance, she asked him, "Father, are you satisfied?" "Yes," says Jean Valjean, "I am content." "Well, then laugh." Jean Valjean began to laugh. A few moments later, Basque announced that dinner was served. The guests, preceded by M. Gillenormand with Cosette on his arm, entered the dining-room and arranged themselves in the proper order around the table. 2 large armchairs figured on the right and left of the bride, the first for M. Gillenormand, the other for Jean Valjean. M. Gillenormand took his seat. The other armchair remained empty. They looked about for M. Fauchelevent. He was no longer there. M. Gillenormand questioned Basque. "Do you know where M. Fauchelevent is?" "Sir," replied Basque, "I do, precisely. M. Fauchelevent told me to say to you, sir, that he was suffering, his injured hand was paining him somewhat, and that he could not dine with Monsieur le Baron and Madame la Baronne, that he begged to be excused, that he would come tomorrow. He has just taken his departure." That empty armchair chilled the effusion of the wedding feast for a moment. But if M. Fauchelevent was absent, M. Gillenormand was present, and the grandfather beamed for 2. He affirmed that M. Fauchelevent had done well to retire early if he were suffering, but that it was only a slight ailment. This declaration sufficed. Moreover, what is an obscure corner in such a submersion of joy? Cosette and Marius were passing through one of those egotistical and blessed moments when no other faculty is left to a person than that of receiving happiness. And then an idea occurred to M. Gillenormand. "Pardieu, this armchair is empty. Come hither, Marius. Your aunt will permit it, although she has a right to you. This armchair is for you. That is legal and delightful. Fortunatus beside Fortunata." Applause from the whole table. Marius took Jean Valjean's place beside Cosette, and things fell out so that Cosette, who had at first been saddened by Jean Valjean's absence, ended by being satisfied with it. From the moment when Marius took his place, and was the substitute, Cosette would not have regretted God himself. She set her sweet little foot, shod in white satin, on Marius's foot. The armchair being occupied, M. Fauchelevent was obliterated and nothing was lacking. And 5 minutes afterward, the whole table from one end to the other was laughing with all the animation of forgetfulness. At dessert, M. Gillenormand, rising to his feet, with a glass of champagne in his hand, only half full so that the palsy of his 80 years might not cause an overflow, proposed the health of the married pair. "You shall not escape 2 sermons," he exclaimed. "This morning you had one from the curé. This evening you shall have one from your grandfather. Listen to me. I will give you a bit of advice. Adore each other. I do not make a pack of gyrations. I go straight to the mark. Be happy. In all creation, only the turtle doves are wise. Philosophers say, moderate your joys. I say, give rein to your joys. Be as much smitten with each other as fiends. Be in a rage about it. The philosophers talk stuff and nonsense. I should like to stuff their philosophy down their gullets again. Can there be too many perfumes, too many open rosebuds, too many nightingales singing, too many green leaves, too much aurora in life? Can people love each other too much? Can people please each other too much? Take care, Estelle, thou art too pretty. Have a care, Nemorin, thou art too handsome. Fine stupidity, in sooth. Can people enchant each other too much, cajole each other too much, charm each other too much? Can one be too much alive, too happy? Moderate your joys, ah, indeed, down with the philosophers. Wisdom consists in jubilation. Make merry, let us make merry. Are we happy because we are good, or are we good because we are happy? Is the Sancy diamond called the Sancy because it belonged to Harley de Sancy, or because it weighs 600 carats? I know nothing about it. Life is full of such problems. The important point is to possess the Sancy and happiness. Let us be happy without quibbling and quirking. Let us obey the sun blindly. What is the sun? It is love. He who says love says woman. Ah, behold omnipotence, women. Ask that demagogue of a Marius if he is not the slave of that little tyrant of a Cosette, and of his own free will, too, the coward. Woman, there's no Robespierre who keeps his place, but women reigns. I am no longer royalist, except toward that royalty. What is Adam? The kingdom of Eve. No 89 for Eve. There has been the royal scepter surmounted by a fleur-de-lis. There has been the imperial scepter surmounted by a globe. There has been the scepter of Charlemagne, which was of iron. There has been the scepter of Louis the Great, which was of gold. The Revolution twisted them between its thumb and forefinger. Halfpenny straws. It is done with, it is broken, it lies on the earth. There is no longer any scepter. But make me a revolution against that little embroidered handkerchief which smells of patchouli. I should like to see you do it. Try. Why is it so solid? Because it is a gewgaw. Ah, you are the 19th century? Well, what then? And we have been as foolish as you. Do not imagine that you have effected much change in the universe because your trip-gallant is called the cholera marbus, and because your puree is called the cachuca. In fact, the women must always be loved. I defy you to escape from that. These friends are our angels. Yes, love, women. The kiss forms a circle from which I defy you to escape, and for my own part, I should be only too happy to re-enter it. Which of you has seen the planet Venus, the coquette of the abyss, the Sillimena of the ocean, rise in the infinite, calming all here below? The ocean is a rough Alcestis. Well, grumble as he will, when Venus appears he is forced to smile. That brute beast submits. We are all made so. Wrath, tempest, claps of thunder, foam to the very ceiling. A woman enters on the scene, a planet rises, flat on your face. Marius was fighting 6 months ago, today he is married. That is well. Yes, Marius, yes, Cosette, you are in the right. Exist boldly for each other. Make us burst with rage that we cannot do the same. Idealize each other. Catch in your beaks all the tiny blades of felicity that exist on the earth, and arrange yourselves a nest for life. Pardi, to love, to be loved, what a fine miracle when one is young. Don't imagine that you invented that. I too have had my dream. I too have meditated. I too have sighed. I too have had a moonlight soul. Love is a child, 6,000 years old. Love has the right to a long white beard. Methusalem is a street Arab beside Cupid. For 60 centuries, men and women have got out of their scrape by loving. The devil, who is cunning, took to hating man. Man, who is still more cunning, took to loving women. In this way, he does more good than the devil does him harm. This craft was discovered in the days of the terrestrial paradise. The invention is old, my friends, but it is perfectly new. Profit by it. Be Daphnis and Chloe, while waiting to become Philemon and Baucis. Manage so that, when you are with each other, nothing shall be lacking to you, and that Cosette may be the sun for Marius, and that Marius may be the universe to Cosette. Cosette, let your fine weather be the smile of your husband. Marius, let your rain be your wife's tears, and let it never rain in your household. You have filched the winning number in the lottery. You have gained the great prize. Guard it well. Keep it under lock and key. Do not squander it. Adore each other and snap your fingers at all the rest. Believe what I say to you. It is good sense, and good sense cannot lie. Be a religion to each other. Each man has his own fashion of adoring God. Saperlotte. The best way to adore God is to love one's wife. I love thee. That's my catechism. He who loves is orthodox. The oath of Henri IV places sanctity somewhere between feasting and drunkenness. Ventre sans gris. I don't belong to the religion of that oath. Woman is forgotten in it. This astonishes me on the part of Henri IV. My friends, long live women. I am old, they say. It's astonishing how much I feel in the mood to be young. I should like to go and listen to the bagpipes in the woods. Children who contrive to be beautiful and contented, that intoxicates me. I would like greatly to get married, if anyone would have me. It is impossible to imagine that God could have made us for anything but this. To idolize, to coo, to preen ourselves, to be dove-like, to be dainty, to bill and coo our loves from morn to night, to gaze at one's image in one's little wife, to be proud, to be triumphant, to plume oneself. That is the aim of life. There, let not that displease you, which we used to think in our day when we were young folks. Ah, vertu bamboche! What charming women there were in those days, and what pretty little faces and lovely lasses. I committed my ravages among them. Then love each other. If people did not love each other, I really do not see what use there would be in having any springtime. and for my own part, I should pray the good God to shut up all the beautiful things that he shows us, and to take away from us and put back in his box the flowers, the birds, the pretty maidens. My children, receive an old man's blessing. The evening was gay, lively, and agreeable. The grandfather's sovereign good humor gave the keynote to the whole feast, and each person regulated his conduct on that almost centenarian cordiality. They danced a little, they laughed a great deal. It was an amiable wedding. Goodman days of yore might have been invited to it. However, he was present in the person of Father Gillenormand. There was a tumult, then silence. The married pair disappeared. A little after midnight, the Gillenormand house became a temple. Here we pause. On the threshold of wedding nights stands a smiling angel with his finger on his lips. The soul enters into contemplation before that sanctuary where the celebration of love takes place. There should be flashes of light athwart such houses. The joys which they contain ought to make its escape through the stones of the walls in brilliancy and vaguely illuminate the gloom. It is impossible that this sacred and fatal festival should not give off a celestial radiance to the infinite. Love is the sublime crucible wherein the fusion of the man and the woman takes place, the being one, the being triple, the being final. The human trinity proceeds from it. This birth of two souls into one ought to be an emotion for the gloom. The lover is the priest. The ravaged virgin is terrified. Something of that joy ascends to God. Where true marriage is, that is to say, where there is love, the ideal enters in. A nuptial bed makes a nook of dawn amid the shadows. If it were given to the eye of the flesh to scan the formidable and charming visions of the upper life, it is probable that we should behold the forms of night, the winged unknowns, the blue passers of the invisible. Bend down, a throng of somber heads, around the luminous house, satisfied, showering benedictions, pointing out to each other the virgin wife gently alarmed, sweetly terrified, and bearing the reflection of human bliss upon their divine countenances. If at that supreme hour the wedded pair, dazzled with voluptuousness and believing themselves alone, were to listen, they would hear in their chamber a confused rustling of wings. Perfect happiness implies a mutual understanding with the angels. That dark little chamber has all heaven for its ceiling. When two mouths, rendered sacred by love, approach to create, it is impossible that there should not be, above that ineffable kiss, a quivering throughout the immense mystery of stars. These felicities are the true ones. There is no joy outside of these joys. Love is the only ecstasy. All the rest weeps. To love or to have loved, this suffices. Demand nothing more. There is no other pearl to be found in the shadowy folds of life. To love is a fulfillment.
Immediately after having laughed, at Cosette's graceful command when no one was paying any heed to him, Jean Valjean had risen and had gained the antechamber unperceived. This was the very room which, 8 months before, he had entered black with mud, with blood and powder, bringing back the grandson to the grandfather. The old wainscoting was garlanded with foliage and flowers. The musicians were seated on the sofa on which they had laid Marius down. Basque, in a black coat, knee-breeches, white stockings, and white gloves, was arranging roses round all of the dishes that were to be served. Jean Valjean pointed to his arm in its sling, charged Basque to explain his absence, and went away. The long windows of the dining-room opened on the street. Jean Valjean stood for several minutes, erect and motionless in the darkness, beneath those radiant windows. He listened. The confused sounds of the banquet reached his ear. He heard the loud, commanding tones of the grandfather, the violins, the clatter of the plates, the bursts of laughter, and through all that merry uproar he distinguished Cosette's sweet and joyous voice. He quitted the Rue des Filles du Calvaire and returned to the Rue de l'Homme-Arme. In order to return thither, he took the Rue Saint-Louis, the Rue Culture Sainte-Catherine, and the Blanc-Manteau. It was a little longer, but it was the road through which, for the last 3 months, he had become accustomed to pass every day on his way from the Rue de l'Homme-Arme to the Rue des Filles du Calvaire, in order to avoid the obstructions and the mud in the Rue Vieille du Temple. This road, through which Cosette had passed, excluded for him all possibility of any other itinerary. Jean Valjean entered his lodgings. He lighted his candle and mounted the stairs. The apartment was empty. Even Toussaint was no longer there. Jean Valjean's step made more noise than usual in the chambers. All the cupboards stood open. He penetrated to Cosette's bedroom. There were no sheets on the bed. The pillow, covered with ticking, and without a case or lace, was laid on the blankets folded up on the foot of the mattress, whose covering was visible, under which no one was ever to sleep again. All the little feminine objects which Cosette was attached to had been carried away. Nothing remained except the heavy furniture and the four walls. Toussaint's bed was despoiled in a like manner. One bed only was made up, and seemed to be waiting someone, and this was Jean Valjean's bed. Jean Valjean looked at the walls, closed some of the cupboard doors, and went and came from one room to another. Then he sought his own chamber once more, and set his candle on a table. He had disengaged his arm from the sling, and he used his right hand as though it did not hurt him. He approached his bed, and his eyes rested, was it by chance, was it intentionally, on the inseparable of which Cosette had been jealous, on the little portmanteau which never left him. On his arrival in the Rue de l'Homme on the 4th of June, he had deposited it on a round table near the head of his bed. He went to this table with a sort of vivacity, took a key from his pocket, and opened the valise. From it he slowly drew forth the garments in which, 10 years before, Cosette had quitted Montfermeil. First the little gown, then the black fichu, then the stout, coarse child's shoes, which Cosette might almost have worn still, so tiny were her feet, and the fustian bodice, which was very thick, then the knitted petticoat, next the apron with the pockets, then the woollen stockings. These stockings, which still preserved the graceful form of a tiny leg, were no longer than Jean Valjean's hand. All this was black of hue. It was he who had brought those garments to Montfermeil for her. As he removed them from the valise, he laid them on the bed. He fell to thinking. He called up memories. It was in winter, in a very cold month of December. She was shivering, half naked, in rags. Her poor little feet were all red in their wooden shoes. He, Jean Valjean, had made her abandon those rags to clothe herself in these mourning habiliments. The mother must have felt pleased in her grave to see her daughter wearing mourning for her, and above all, to see that she was properly clothed, and that she was warm. He thought of that forest of Montfermeil. They had traversed it together, Cosette and he. He thought of what the weather had been, of the leafless trees, of the wood destitute of birds, of the sunless sky. It mattered not, it was charming. He arranged the tiny garments on the bed, the fichu next to the petticoat, the stockings beside the shoes, and he looked at them, one after the other. She was no taller than that. She had a big doll in her arms. She had put a louis d'or in the pocket of that apron. She had laughed. They walked hand in hand. She had no one in the world but him. Then his venerable white head fell forward on the bed. That stoical old heart broke. His face was engulfed, so to speak, in Cosette's garments, and if anyone had passed up the stairs at that moment, he would have heard frightful sobs. End of Book 6, Chapter 3. Read by Anka. Chapter 4 of Book 6 of Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 6, The Sleepless Night. Chapter 4, The Immortal Liver. The old and formidable struggle, of which we have already witnessed so many phases, began once more. Jacob struggled with the angel but one night. Alas, how many times have we beheld Jean Valjean seized bodily by his conscience, in the darkness and struggling desperately against it. Unheard-of conflict. At certain moments the foot slips, at other moments the ground crumbles away underfoot. How many times had that conscience, mad for the good, clasped and overthrown him? How many times had the truth set her knee inexorably upon his breast? How many times, hurled to earth by the light, had he begged for mercy? How many times had that implacable spark lighted within him, and upon him by the bishop, dazzled him by force when he had wished to be blind? How many times had he risen to his feet in the combat, held fast to the rock, leaning against sophism, dragged in the dust, now getting the upper hand of his conscience, again overthrown by it. How many times after an equivoque, after the specious and treacherous reasoning of egotism, had he heard his irritated conscience cry in his ear, "A trip, you wretch!" How many times had his refractory thoughts rattled convulsively in his throat, under the evidence of duty? Resistance to God, funereal sweats, what secret wounds which he alone felt bleed, what excoriations in his lamentable existence! How many times had he risen, bleeding, bruised, broken, enlightened, despair in his heart, serenity in his soul, and, vanquished, he had felt himself the conqueror, and after having dislocated, broken, and rent his conscience with red-hot pincers, it had said to him as it stood over him, formidable, luminous, and tranquil, "Now go in peace." But on emerging from so melancholy a conflict, what a lugubrious peace, alas! Nevertheless, that night Jean Valjean felt that he was passing through his final combat. A heart-rending question presented itself. Predestinations are not all direct. They do not open out in a straight avenue before the predestined man. They have blind courts, impassable alleys, obscure turns, disturbing crossroads offering the choice of many ways. Jean Valjean had halted at that moment at the most perilous of these crossroads. He had come to the supreme crossing of good and evil. He had that gloomy intersection beneath his eyes. On this occasion once more, as had happened to him already in other sad vicissitudes, two roads opened out before him, the one tempting, the other alarming. Which was he to take? He was counselled to the one which alarmed him by that mysterious index finger which we all perceive whenever we fix our eyes on the darkness. Once more Jean Valjean had the choice between the terrible port and the smiling ambush. Is it then true? The soul may recover, but not fate. Frightful thing, an incurable destiny. This is the problem which presented itself to him. In what manner was Jean Valjean to behave in relation to the happiness of Cosette and Marius? It was he who had willed that happiness. It was he who had brought it about. He had himself buried it in his entrails, and at that moment when he reflected on it, he was able to enjoy the sort of satisfaction which an armourer would experience on recognizing his factory mark on a knife, on withdrawing it, all smoking, from his own breast. Cosette had Marius, Marius possessed Cosette. They had everything, even riches, and this was his doing. But what was he, Jean Valjean, to do with this happiness, now that it existed, now that it was there? Should he force himself on this happiness? Should he treat it as belonging to him? No doubt Cosette did belong to another, but should he, Jean Valjean, retain of Cosette all that he could retain? Should he remain the sort of father, half seen but respected, which he had hitherto been? Should he, without saying a word, bring his past to that future? Should he present himself there, as though he had a right? And should he seat himself, veiled, at that luminous fireside? Should he take those innocent hands into his tragic hands with a smile? Should he place upon the peaceful fender of the Gillenormand drawing-room those feet of his, which dragged behind them the disgraceful shadow of the law? Should he enter into participation in the fair fortunes of Cosette and Marius? Should he render the obscurity on his brow and the cloud upon theirs still more dense? Should he place his catastrophe as a third associate in their felicity? Should he continue to hold his peace? In a word, should he be the sinister mute of destiny beside these two happy beings? We must become habituated to fatality and to encounters with it, in order to have the daring to raise our eyes when certain questions appear to us in all their horrible nakedness. Good or evil stands behind this severe interrogation point. What are you going to do? Demands the Sphinx. This habit of trial Jean Valjean possessed. He gazed intently at the Sphinx. He examined the pitiless problem under all its aspects. Cosette, that charming existence, was the raft of his shipwreck. What was he to do? To cling fast to it, or to let go his hold? If he clung to it, he should emerge from disaster. He should ascend again into the sunlight. He should let the bitter water drip from his garments and his hair. He was saved, he should live. And if he let go his hold, then the abyss. Thus he took sad counsel with his thoughts, or to speak more correctly, he fought, he kicked furiously internally, now against his will, now against his conviction. Happily for Jean Valjean that he had been able to weep. That relieved him possibly. But the beginning was savage. A tempest more furious than the one which had formerly driven him to Arras broke loose with him. The past surged up before him, facing the present. He compared them and sobbed. The silence of tears once opened, the despairing man writhed. He felt that he had been stopped short. Alas! In this fight to the death between our egotism and our duty, when we thus retreat step by step before our immutable ideal, bewildered, furious, exasperated at having to yield, disputing the ground, hoping for a possible flight, seeking an escape, what an abrupt and sinister resistance does the foot of the wall offer in our rear? To feel the sacred shadow which forms an obstacle. The invisible inexorable, what an obsession! Then one is never done with conscience. Make your choice, Brutus, make your choice, Cato. It is fathomless, since it is God. One flings into that well the labour of one's whole life. One flings in one's fortune. One flings in one's riches. One flings in one's success. One flings in one's liberty or fatherland. One flings in one's well-being. One flings in one's repose. One flings in one's joy. More, more, more. Empty the vase, tip the urn. One must finish by flinging in one's heart. Somewhere in the fog of the ancient hells there is a tongue like that. Is not one pardonable if one at last refuses? Can the inexhaustible have any right? Are not chains which are endless above human strength? Who would blame Sisyphus and Jean Valjean for saying, "It is enough"? The obedience of matter is limited by friction. Is there no limit to the obedience of the soul? If perpetual motion is impossible, can perpetual self-sacrifice be exacted? The first step is nothing, it is the last which is difficult. What was the Champmathieu affair in comparison with Cosette's marriage, and of that which it entailed? What is a re-entrance into the galleys compared to entrance into the void? O first step that must be descended, how sombre art thou! O second step, how black art thou! How could he refrain from turning aside his head this time? Martyrdom is sublimination, corrosive sublimination. It is a torture which consecrates. One can consent to it for the first hour. One seats oneself on the throne of glowing iron. One places on one's head the crown of hot iron. One accepts the globe of red-hot iron. One takes the sceptre of red-hot iron. But the mantle of flame still remains to be donned, and comes there not a moment when the miserable flesh revolts, and when one abdicates from suffering. At length Jean Valjean entered into the peace of exhaustion. He weighed, he reflected, he considered the alternatives, the mysterious balance of light and darkness. Should he impose his galleys on those two dazzling children, or should he consummate his irremediable engulfment by himself? On one side lay the sacrifice of Cosette, on the other that of himself. At what solution should he arrive? What decision did he come to? What resolution did he take? What was his own inward definitive response to the unbribable interrogatory of fatality? What door did he decide to open? Which side of his life did he resolve upon closing and condemning? Among all the unfathomable precipices which surrounded him, which was his choice? What extremity did he accept? To which of the gulfs did he nod his head? His dizzy reverie lasted all night long. He remained there until daylight, in the same attitude, bent double over that bed, prostrate beneath the enormity of fate, crushed, perchance, alas, with clenched fists, with arms outspread at right angles, like a man crucified who has been unnailed and flung face down on the earth. There he remained for 12 hours, the 12 hours of a long winter's night, ice cold, without once raising his head, and without uttering a word. He was as motionless as a corpse, while his thoughts wallowed on the earth and soared, now like the hydra, now like the eagle. Any one to behold him thus motionless would have pronounced him dead. All at once he shuddered convulsively, and his mouth, glued to Cosette's garments, kissed them. then it could be seen that he was alive. Who could see, since Jean Valjean was alone and there was no one there? The one who is in the shadows.
The days that follow weddings are solitary. People respect the meditations of the happy pair, and also their tardy slumbers to some degree. The tumult of visits and congratulations only begins later on. On the morning of the 17th of February, it was a little past midday, when Basque, with napkin and feather duster under his arm, busy in setting his antechamber to rights, heard a light tap at the door. There had been no ring, which was discreet on such a day. Basque opened the door, and beheld Monsieur Fauchelevent. He introduced him into the drawing-room, still encumbered and topsy-turvy, and which bore the air of a field of battle after the joys of the preceding evening. "Dame, sir," remarked Basque, "we all woke up late." "Is your master up?" asked Jean Valjean. "How is Monsieur's arm?" replied Basque. "Better." "Is your master up?" "Which one, the old one or the new one?" "Monsieur Pontmercy." "Monsieur le Baron," said Basque, drawing himself up. "A man is a baron most of all to his servants. He counts for something with them. They are what a philosopher would call bespattered with the title, and that flatters them. Marius, be it said in passing, a militant republican as he had proved, was now a baron in spite of himself. A small revolution had taken place in the family in connection with this title. It was now Monsieur Gillenormand who clung to it, and Marius who detached himself from it. But Colonel Pontmercy had written, "My son will bear my title." Marius obeyed, and then Cosette, in whom the woman was beginning to dawn, was delighted to be a baroness. "Monsieur le Baron," repeated Basque, "I will go and see. I will tell him that Monsieur Fauchelevent is here." "No, do not tell him that it is I. Tell him that someone wishes to speak to him in private, and mention no name." "Ah!" ejaculated Basque. "I wish to surprise him." "Ah!" ejaculated Basque once more, admitting his second "ah" as an explanation of the first, and he left the room. Jean Valjean remained alone. The drawing-room, as we have said, was in great disorder. It seemed as though, by lending an air, one might still hear the vague noise of the wedding. On the polished floor lay all sorts of flowers, which had fallen from garlands and headdresses. The wax candles, burned to stumps, added stalactites of wax to the crystal drops of the chandeliers. Not a single piece of furniture was in its place. In the corners, 3 or 4 armchairs drawn close together in a circle had the appearance of continuing a conversation. The whole effect was cheerful. A certain grace still lingers round a dead feast. It has been a happy thing. On the chairs in disarray, among those fading flowers, beneath those extinct lights, people have thought of joy. The sun had receded to the chandelier and made its way gaily into the drawing-room. Several minutes elapsed. Jean Valjean stood motionless on the spot where Basque had left him. He was very pale. His eyes were hollow, and so sunken in his head by sleeplessness that they nearly disappeared in their orbits. His black coat bore the weary folds of a garment that has been up all night. The elbows were whitened with the down which the friction of cloth against linen leaves behind it. Jean Valjean stared at the window outlined on the polished floor at his feet by the sun. There came a sound at the door, and he raised his eyes. Marius entered, his head well up, his mouth smiling, an indescribable light on his countenance, his brow expanded, his eyes triumphant. He had not slept either. "It is you, father!" he exclaimed, in catching sight of Jean Valjean. "That idiot of a Basque had such a mysterious air, but you have come too early. It is only 12:30. Cosette is asleep." That word father, said to Monsieur Fauchelevent by Marius, signified supreme felicity. There had always existed, as the reader knows, a lofty wall, a coldness, and a constraint between them, ice which must be broken or melted. Marius had reached that point of intoxication when the wall was lowered, when the ice dissolved, and when Monsieur Fauchelevent was to him, as to Cosette, a father. He continued, his words poured forth as in the peculiarity of divine paroxysms of joy. "How glad I am to see you! If you only knew how we missed you yesterday! Good morning, father. How is your hand? Better, is it not?" And satisfied with the favorable reply which he had made to himself, he pursued, "We have both been talking about you. Cosette loves you so dearly. You must not forget that you have a chamber here. We want nothing more to do with the Rue de l'Homme Armé. We will have no more of it at all. How could you go to live in a street like that, which is sickly, which is disagreeable, which is ugly, which has a barrier at one end where one is cold and into which one cannot enter? You are to come and install yourself here, and this very day, or you will have to deal with Cosette. She means to lead us all by the nose, I warn you. You have your own chamber here. It is close to ours. It opens in the garden. The trouble with the clock has been attended to. The bed is made. It is all ready. You have only to take possession of it. Near your bed Cosette has placed a huge old easy-chair covered with ultrot velvet, and she has said to it, 'Stretch out your arms to him.' A nightingale comes to the clump of acacias opposite your windows every spring. In 2 months more you will have it. You will have its nest on your left and ours on your right. By night it will sing, and by day Cosette will prattle. Your chamber faces due south. Cosette will arrange your books for you, your voyages of Captain Cook and the other Vancouvers, and all your affairs. I believe that there is a little valise to which you are attached. I have fixed upon a corner of honor for that. You have conquered my grandfather. You suit him. We will live together. Do you play whist? You will overwhelm my grandfather with delight if you play whist. It is you who shall take Cosette to walk on the days when I am at the courts, and you shall give her your arm, you know, as you used to in the Luxembourg. We are absolutely resolved to be happy, and you shall be included in it, in our happiness. Do you hear, father? Come, will you breakfast with us today?" "Sir," said Jean Valjean, "I have something to say to you. I am an ex-convict. The limit of shrill sounds perceptible can be overleaped, as well in the case of the mind as in that of the ear. These words, 'I am an ex-convict,' proceeding from the mouth of Monsieur Fauchelevent and entering the ear of Marius, overshot the possible. It seemed to him that something had just been said to him, but he did not know what. He stood with his mouth wide open. Then he perceived that the man who was addressing him was frightful. Wholly absorbed in his own dazzled state, he had not, up to that moment, observed the other man's terrible pallor. Jean Valjean untied the black cravat which supported his right arm, unrolled the linen from around his hand, bared his thumb, and showed it to Marius. "There is nothing the matter with my hand," said he. Marius looked at the thumb. "There has not been anything the matter with it," went on Jean Valjean. "There was, in fact, no trace of an injury." Jean Valjean continued, "It was fitting that I should be absent from your marriage. I absented myself as much as was in my power, so I invented this injury in order that I might not commit a forgery, that I might not introduce a flaw into the marriage documents, in order that I might escape from signing." Marius stammered, "What is the meaning of this?" "The meaning of it is," replied Jean Valjean, "that I have been in the galleys." "You are driving me mad!" exclaimed Marius in terror. "Monsieur Pontmercy," said Jean Valjean, I was 19 years in the galleys for theft. Then I was condemned to life for theft, for a second offense. At the present moment I have broken my ban. In vain did Marius recoil before the reality, refuse the fact, resist the evidence. He was forced to give way. He began to understand, and, as always happens in such cases, he understood too much. An inward shudder of hideous enlightenment flashed through him. An idea which made him quiver traversed his mind. He caught a glimpse of a wretched destiny for himself in the future. Say all, he cried. You are Cosette's father. And he retreated a couple of paces with a movement of indescribable horror. Jean Valjean elevated his head with so much majesty of attitude that he seemed to grow even to the ceiling. It is necessary that you should believe me here, sir, although our oath to others may not be received in law. Here he paused, then, with a sort of sovereign and spectral authority, he added, articulating slowly and emphasizing the syllables, You will believe me. I, the father of Cosette, before God, no. Monsieur le Baron Pontmercy, I am a peasant of Faverolles. I earned my living by pruning trees. My name is not Fauchelevent, but Jean Valjean. I am not related to Cosette, reassure yourself. Marius stammered. Who will prove that to me? I, since I tell you so. Marius looked at the man. He was melancholy yet tranquil. No lie could proceed from such a calm. That which is icy is sincere. The truth could be felt in that chill of the tomb. I believe you, Marius said. Jean Valjean bent his head as though taking note of this, and continued. What am I to Cosette, a passer-by? 10 years ago I did not know that she was in existence. I love her, it is true. One loves a child whom one has seen when very young, being old oneself. When one is old, one feels oneself a grandfather toward all little children. You may, it seems to me, suppose that I have something which resembles a heart. She was an orphan, without either father or mother. She needed me. That is why I began to love her. Children are so weak that the first comer, even a man like me, can become their protector. I have fulfilled this duty toward Cosette. I do not think that so slight a thing can be called a good action, but if it be a good action, well, say that I have done it. Register this attenuating circumstance. Today, Cosette passes out of my life. Our two roads part. Henceforth I can do nothing for her. She is Madame Pontmercy. Her providence has changed, and Cosette gains by the change. All is well. As for the 600,000 francs, you do not mention them to me, but I forestall your thought. They are in deposit. How did that deposit come into my hands? What does that matter? I restore the deposit. Nothing more can be demanded of me. I complete the restitution by announcing my true name. That concerns me. I have a reason for desiring that you should know who I am. And Jean Valjean looked Marius full in the face. All that Marius experienced was tumultuous and incoherent. Certain gusts of destiny produce these billows in our souls. We have all undergone moments of trouble in which everything within us is dispersed. We say the first things that occur to us, which are not always precisely those which should be said. There are sudden revelations which one cannot bear, and which intoxicate like baleful wine. Marius was stupefied by the novel situation which presented itself to him, to the point of addressing that man almost like a person who was angry with him for this avowal. "But why," he exclaimed, "do you tell me all this? Who forces you to do so? You could have kept your secret to yourself. You are neither denounced, nor tracked, nor pursued. You have a reason for wantonly making such a revelation. Conclude. There is something more. In what connection do you make this confession? What is your motive?" "My motive?" replied Jean Valjean in a voice so low and dull that one would have said that he was talking to himself rather than Marius. From what motive, in fact, has this convict just said, "I am a convict"? Well, yes, the motive is strange. It is out of honesty. Stay, the unfortunate point is that I have a thread in my heart which keeps me fast. It is when one is old that that sort of thread is particularly solid. All life falls in ruin around one. One resists. Had I been able to tear out that thread, to break it, to undo the knot, or to cut it, to go far away, I should have been safe. I had only to go away. There are diligences in the Rue Boulogne. You are happy. I am going. I have tried to break that thread. I have jerked at it. It would not break. I tore my heart with it. Then I said, I cannot live anywhere else than here. I must stay. Well, yes, you are right. I am a fool. Why not simply remain here? You offer me a chamber in this house. Madame Pontmercy is sincerely attached to me. She said to the armchair, "Stretch out your arms to him." Your grandfather demands nothing better than to have me. I suit him. We shall live together and take our meals in common. I shall give Cosette my arm. Madame Pontmercy, excuse me, it is a habit. We shall have but one roof, one table, one fire, the same chimney corner in winter, the same promenade in summer. That is joy. That is happiness. That is everything. We shall live as one family, one family. At the word, Jean Valjean became wild. He folded his arms, glared at the floor beneath his feet, as though he would have evacuated an abyss therein, and his voice suddenly rose in thundering tones. As one family! No, I belong to no family. I do not belong to yours. I do not belong to any family of men. In houses where people are among themselves, I am superfluous. There are families, but there is nothing of the sort for me. I am an unlucky wretch. I am left outside. Did I have a father and mother? I almost doubt it. On the day when I gave that child in marriage, all came to an end. I have seen her happy, and that she is with a man whom she loves, and that there exists here a kind old man, a household of 2 angels, and all joys in that house, and that is well. I said to myself, enter thou not. I could have lied, it is true, have deceived you all, and remained Monsieur Fauchelevent. So long as it was for her, I could lie. But now it would be for myself, and I must not. It was sufficient for me to hold my peace, it is true, and all would go on. You ask me what has forced me to speak? A very odd thing, my conscience. To hold my peace was very easy, however. I passed the night in trying to persuade myself to do it. You questioned me, and what I have just said to you is so extraordinary that you have the right to do it. Well, yes. I have passed the night in alleging reasons to myself, and I gave myself very good reasons. I have done what I could. But there are 2 things in which I have not succeeded. In breaking the thread that holds me fixed, riveted and sealed here by the heart, or in silencing someone who speaks softly to me when I am alone. That is why I have come hither to tell you everything this morning. Everything, or nearly everything. It is useless to tell you that which concerns only myself. I keep that to myself. You know the essential points. So I have taken my mystery and have brought it to you, and I have disemboweled my secret before your eyes. It was not a resolution that was easy to make. I struggled all night long. Ah, you think that I did not tell myself that this was no Champmathieu affair? That by concealing my name I was doing no one any injury? That the name of Fauchelevent had been given to me by Fauchelevent himself, out of gratitude for a service rendered to him, and that I might assuredly keep it, and that I should be happy in that chamber which you offer me, that I should not be in anyone's way, that I should be in my own little corner, and that while you would have Cosette, I should have the idea that I was in the same house with her. Each one of us would have had this share of happiness. If I continued to be Monsieur Fauchelevent, that would arrange everything. Yes, with the exception of my soul. There was joy everywhere upon my surface, but the bottom of my soul remained black. It is not enough to be happy. One must be content. Thus I should have remained Monsieur Fauchelevent. Thus I should have concealed my true visage. Thus, in the presence of your expansion, I should have had an enigma. Thus, in the midst of your full noonday, I should have had shadows. Thus, without crying "Where?" I should have simply introduced the galleys to your fireside. I should have taken my seat at your table with the thought that if you knew who I was, you would drive me from it. I should have allowed myself to be served by domestics who, had they known, would have said, "How horrible!" I should have touched you with my elbow, which you have a right to dislike. I should have filched your clasps of the hand. There would have existed in your house a division of respect between venerable Whitelocks and tainted Whitelocks at your most intimate hours, when all hearts thought themselves open to the very bottom, to all the rest. When we four were together, your grandfather, you two, and myself, a stranger would have been present. I should have been side by side with you in your existence, having for my only care not to disarrange the cover of my dreadful pit. Thus I, a dead man, should have thrust myself upon you who are living beings. I should have condemned her to myself forever. You and Cosette, I would have had all three of our heads in the green cap. Does it not make you shudder? I am only the most crushed of men. I should have been the most monstrous of men, and I should have committed that crime every day, and I should have had that face of night upon my visage every day, and I should have communicated to you in my taint every day, to you, my dearly beloved, my children, to you, my innocent creatures. Is it nothing to hold one's peace? Is it a simple matter to keep silence? No, it is not simple. There is a silence which lies, and my lie, and my fraud, and my indignity, and my cowardice, and my treason, and my crime, I should have drained drop by drop. I should have spit it out, then swallowed it again. I should have finished it at midnight, and have begun again at midday, and my good morning would have lied, and my good night would have lied, and I should have slept on it. I should have eaten it with my bread, and I should have looked at Cosette in the face, and I should have responded to the smile of an angel by the smile of the damned soul, and I should have been an abominable villain. Why should I do it? In order to be happy. In order to be happy. Have I the right to be happy? I stand outside of life, sir. Jean Valjean paused. Marius listened. Such chains of ideas and of anguishes cannot be interrupted. Jean Valjean lowered his voice once more, but it was no longer a dull voice. It was a sinister voice. You ask why I speak. I am neither denounced, nor pursued, nor tracked, you say. Yes, I am denounced. Yes, I am tracked. By whom? By myself. It is I who bar the passage to myself, and I drag myself, and I push myself, and I arrest myself, and I execute myself, and when one holds oneself, one is firmly held. And seizing a handful of his own coat by the nape of the neck and extending toward Marius, "Do you see that fist?" he continued. "Do you think that it holds that collar in such a wise as not to release it? Well, conscience is another grasp. If one desires to be happy, sir, one must never understand duty, for as soon as one has comprehended it, it is implacable. One would say that it punished you for comprehending it, but no, it rewards you, for it places you in a hell where you feel God beside you. One has no sooner lacerated his own entrails than he is at peace with himself. And with a poignant accent he added, Monsieur Pontmercy, this is not common sense. I am an honest man. It is by degrading myself in your eyes that I elevate myself in my own. This has happened to me once before. But it was less painful then. It was a mere nothing. Yes, an honest man. I should not be so if I, through my fault, you had continued to esteem me. Now that you despise me, I am so. I have that fatality hanging over me, that not being able to ever have anything but stolen consideration, that consideration humiliates me and crushes me inwardly, and in order that I may respect myself, it is necessary that I should be despised. Then I straighten up again. I am a galley slave who obeys his conscience. I know well that that is most improbable, but what would you have me to do about it? It is a fact. I have entered into engagements with myself. I keep them. There are encounters which bind us. There are chances which involve us in duties. You see, Monsieur Pontmercy, various things have happened to me in the course of my life. Again Jean Valjean paused, swallowing his saliva with an effort, as though his words had a bitter aftertaste, and then he went on. When one has such a horror hanging over one has not the right to make others share it without their knowledge. One has not the right to make them slip over one's own precipice without their perceiving it. One has not the right to let one's red blouse drag upon them. One has no right to slyly encumber with one's misery the happiness of others. It is hideous to approach those who are healthy and to touch them in the dark with one's ulcer. In spite of the fact that Fauchelevent lent me his name, I have no right to use it. He could give it to me, but I could not take it. A name is an I. You see, sir, that I have thought somewhat. I have read a little, although I am a peasant, and you see that I express myself properly. I understand things. I have procured myself an education. Well, yes, to abstract a name and to place oneself under it is dishonest. Letters of the alphabet can be filched like a purse or a watch. To be a false signature in flesh and blood, to be a living false key, to enter the house of honest people by picking their lock, never more to look straight forward or forever eye askance, to be infamous with the eye. No, 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 no! It is better to suffer, to bleed, to weep, to tear one's skin from the flesh with one's nails, to pass nights writhing in anguish, to devour oneself body and soul. That is why I have just told you all this, wantonly, as you say. He drew a painful breath and hurled his final word. In days gone by, I stole a loaf of bread in order to live. Today, in order to live, I will not steal a name. To live, interrupted Marius. You do not need that name in order to live. Ah, I understand the matter, said Jean Valjean, raising and lowering his head several times in succession. A silence ensued. Both held their peace, each plunged in a gulf of thoughts. Marius was sitting near a table and resting the corner of his mouth on one of his fingers, which was folded back. Jean Valjean was pacing to and fro. He paused before a mirror and remained motionless. Then, as though replying to some inward course of reasoning, he said, as he gazed at the mirror which he did not see, "While at present I am relieved." He took up his march again, and walked to the other end of the drawing-room. At the moment when he turned round, he perceived that Marius was watching his walk. Then he said with an inexpressible intonation, "I dragged my leg a little. Now you understand why." Then he turned fully round toward Marius. "And now, sir, imagine this. I have said nothing. I have remained Monsieur Fauchelevent. I have taken my place in your house. I am one of you. I am in my chamber. I come to breakfast in the morning in slippers. In the evening all three of us go to the play. I accompany Madame Pontmercy to the Tuileries and to the Place Royale. We are together. You think me your equal. One fine day you are there and I am there. We are conversing. We are laughing. All at once you hear a voice shouting this name, 'Jean Valjean!' And behold, that terrible hand, the police, darts from the darkness and abruptly tears off my mask." Again he paused. Marius had sprung to his feet with a shudder. Jean Valjean resumed, "What do you say to that?" Marius's silence answered for him. Jean Valjean continued, "You see that I am right in not holding my peace. Be happy. Be in heaven. Be the angel of an angel. Exist in the sun. Be content therewith, and do not trouble yourself about the means which a poor damned wretch takes to open his breast and force his duty to come forth. You have before you, sir, a wretched man." Marius slowly crossed the room, and when he was quite close to Jean Valjean, he offered the latter his hand. But Marius was obliged to step up and take that hand which was not offered. Jean Valjean let him have his own way, and it seemed to Marius that he pressed a hand of marble. "My grandfather has friends," said Marius. "I will procure your pardon." "It is useless," replied Jean Valjean. "I am believed to be dead, and that suffices. The dead are not subjected to surveillance. They are supposed to rot in peace. Death is the same thing as pardon." And disengaging the hand which Marius held, he added, with a sort of inexorable dignity, "Moreover, the friend to whom I have recourse is the doing of my duty, and I need but one pardon, that of my conscience." At that moment a door at the other end of the drawing-room opened gently halfway, and in the opening Cosette's head appeared. They saw only her sweet face. Her hair was in charming disorder. Her eyelids were still swollen with sleep. She made the movement of a bird which thrusts its head out of its nest, glanced first at her husband, then at Jean Valjean, and cried to them with a smile, so that they seemed to behold a smile at the heart of a rose, "I will wager that you are talking politics. How stupid that is, instead of being with me." Jean Valjean shuddered. "Cosette!" stammered Marius, and he paused. One would have said that they were two criminals. Cosette, who was radiant, continued to gaze at both of them. There was something in her eyes like gleams of paradise. "I have caught you in the very act," said Cosette. "Just now I heard my father, Fauchelevent, through the door saying, 'Conscience, doing my duty.' That is politics, indeed it is. I will not have it. People should not talk politics the very next day. It is not right." "You are mistaken, Cosette," said Marius. "We are talking business. We are discussing the best investment of your 600,000 francs. "That is not it at all," interrupted Cosette. "I am coming. Does anybody want me here?" And passing resolutely through the door, she entered the drawing-room. She was dressed in a voluminous white dressing gown with 1,000 folds and large sleeves which, starting from the neck, fell to her feet. In the golden heavens of some ancient Gothic pictures, there are these charming sacks fit to clothe the angels. She contemplated herself from head to foot in a long mirror, and then exclaimed, in an outburst of ineffable ecstasy, "There was once a king and a queen. Oh, how happy I am!" That said, she made a curtsy to Marius and to Jean Valjean. "There," said she, "I am going to install myself near you in an easy-chair. We breakfast in half an hour, and you shall say anything you like. I know well that men must talk, and I will be very good." Marius took her by the arm and said lovingly to her, "We are talking business." "By the way," said Cosette, "I have opened my window. A flock of perots have arrived in the garden. Birds, not maskers. Today is Ash Wednesday, but not for the birds." "I tell you that we are talking business. Go, my little Cosette, leave us alone for a moment. We are talking figures. That will bore you." "You have a charming cravat on this morning, Marius. You are very dandified, Monseigneur." "No, it will not bore me." "I assure you that it will bore you." "No, since it is you, I shall not understand you, but I shall listen to you. When one hears the voices of those whom one loves, one does not need to understand the words that they utter. That we should be here together, that is all that I desire. I shall remain with you. Bah! "You are my beloved Cosette. Impossible." "Impossible. Yes." "Very good," said Cosette. "I was going to tell you some news. I could have told you that your grandfather is still asleep, that your aunt is at Mass, that the chimney in my father Fauchelevent's room smokes, that Nicolette has sent for the chimney sweep, that Toussaint and Nicolette have already quarreled, that Nicolette makes sport of Toussaint's stammer. Well, you shall know nothing. Ah, it is impossible. You shall see, gentlemen, that I in my turn can say, it is impossible. Then who will be caught? I beseech you, my little Marius, let me stay here with you too. I swear to you that it is indispensable that we should be alone. Well, am I anybody? Jean Valjean had not uttered a single word. Cosette turned to him. In the first place, father, I want you to come and embrace me. What do you mean by not saying anything instead of taking my part? Who gave me such a father as that? You must perceive that my family life is very unhappy. My husband beats me. Come, embrace me instantly. Jean Valjean approached. Cosette turned toward Marius. As for you, I shall make a face at you. Then she presented her brow to Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean advanced a step toward her. Cosette recoiled. Father, you are pale. Does your arm hurt you? Did you sleep badly? No. Are you sad? No. Embrace me if you are well, if you sleep well, if you are content. I will not scold you. And again she offered him her brow. Jean Valjean dropped a kiss upon that brow whereon rested a celestial gleam. Smile! Jean Valjean obeyed. It was the smile of a spectre. Now defend me against my husband. Cosette! Ejaculated Marius. Get angry, father. Say that I must stay. You can certainly talk before me. So, you think me very silly? What you say is astonishing. Business, placing money in a bank, a great matter, truly. Men make mysteries out of nothing. I am very pretty this morning. Look at me, Marius. And with an adorable shrug of the shoulders and an indescribably exquisite pout, she glanced at Marius. I love you, said Marius. I adore you, said Cosette, and they fell irresistibly into each other's arms. Now, said Cosette, adjusting a fold of her dressing gown with a triumphant little grimace, I shall stay. No, not that, said Marius in a supplicating tone. We have to finish something. Still no? Marius assumed a grave tone. I assure you, Cosette, that is impossible. Ah, you put on your man's voice, sir. That is well, I go. You, father, have not upheld me. Monsieur my father, monsieur my husband, you are tyrants. I shall go and tell grandpa. If you think that I am going to return and talk platitudes to you, you are mistaken. I am proud. I shall wait for you now. You shall see that it is you who are going to be bored without me. I am going. It is well." And she left the room. 2 seconds later the door opened once more. Her fresh and rosy head was again thrust between the 2 leaves, and she cried to them, "I am very angry indeed." The door closed again, and the shadows descended once more. It was as though a ray of sunlight should have suddenly traversed the night without itself being conscious of it. Marius made sure that the door was securely closed. "Poor Cosette," he murmured, "when she finds out." At that word Jean Valjean trembled in every limb. He fixed on Marius a bewildered eye. "Cosette! Oh, yes, it is true you are going to tell Cosette about this. That is right. Stay, I had not thought of that. One has the strength for one thing, but not the other. Sir, I conjure you, I entreat you now, sir, give me your most sacred word of honor that you will not tell her. Is it not enough that you should know it? I have been able to say it myself without being forced to it. I could have told it to the universe, to the whole world. It was all one to me, but she does not know what it is. It would terrify her. What, a convict? We should be obliged to explain matters to her, to say to her, 'He is a man who has been in the galleys.' She saw the chain gang pass by me one day. Oh, my God!" He dropped into an armchair and hid his face in his hands. His grief was not audible, but from the quivering of his shoulders it was evident that he was weeping. Silent tears, terrible tears. There is something of suffocation in the sob. He was seized with a sort of convulsion. He threw himself against the back of the chair as though to gain breath, letting his arms fall and allowing Marius to see his face inundated with tears. And Marius heard him murmur so low that his voice seemed to issue from fathomless depths, "Oh, would that I could die!" "Be at your ease," said Marius. "I will keep your secret for myself alone." And, less touched perhaps than he ought to have been, but forced, for the last hour, to familiarize himself with something as unexpected as it was dreadful, gradually beholding the convict superimposed before his very eyes upon Mr. Fauchelevent, overcome, little by little, by that lugubrious reality, and led by the natural inclination of the situation to recognize the space which had just been placed between that man and himself, Marius added, "It is impossible that I should not speak a word to you with regard to the deposit which you have so faithfully and honestly remitted. That is an act of probity. It is just that some recompense should be bestowed on you. Fix the sum yourself. It shall be counted out to you. Do not fear to set it very high." "Thank you, sir," replied Jean Valjean gently. He remained in thought for a moment, mechanically passing the tip of his forefinger across his thumbnail. Then he lifted up his voice. "All is nearly over, but one last thing remains for me." "What is it?" Jean Valjean struggled with what seemed a last hesitation, and without a voice, without breath, he stammered rather than said, "Now that you know, do you think, sir, you who are the master, that I ought not to see Cosette any more?" "I think that would be better," replied Marius coldly. "I shall never see her more," murmured Jean Valjean, and he directed his steps toward the door. He laid his hand on the knob. The latch yielded. The door opened. Jean Valjean pushed it open far enough to pass through, stood motionless for a second, then closed the door again and turned to Marius. He was no longer pale, he was livid. There were no longer any tears in his eyes, but only a sort of tragic flame. His voice had regained a strange composure. "Stay, sir," he said. "If you will allow it, I will come to see her. I assure you that I desire it greatly. If I had not cared to see Cosette, I should not have made to you the confession that I have made. I should have gone away. But as I desired to remain in the place where Cosette is and to continue to see her, I had to tell you about it honestly. You follow my reasoning, do you not? It is a matter easily understood. You see, I have had her with me for more than 9 years. We lived first in that hut on the boulevard, then in the convent, then near the Luxembourg. That was where you saw her for the first time. You remember her blue plush hat? Then we went to the Quartier des Invalides, where there was a railing on the garden, the Rue Plumet. I lived in a little back courtyard, whence I could hear her piano. That was my life. We never left each other. That lasted for 9 years and some months. I was like her own father, and she was my child. I do not know whether you understand, Monsieur Pontmercy, but to go away now, never to see her again, never to speak to her again, to no longer have anything, would be hard. If you do not disapprove of it, I will come to see Cosette from time to time. I will not come often. I will not remain long. You shall give orders that I am to be received in the little waiting room on the ground floor. I could enter perfectly well by the back door, but that might create surprise perhaps, and it would be better, I think, for me to enter by the usual door. Truly, sir, I should like to see a little more of Cosette, as rarely as you please. Put yourself in my place. I have nothing left but that. And then we must be cautious. If I no longer come at all, it would produce a bad effect. It would be considered singular. What I can do, by the way, is to come in the afternoon when night is beginning to fall. You shall come every evening, said Marius, and Cosette will be waiting for you. You are kind, sir, said Jean Valjean. Marius saluted Jean Valjean. Happiness escorted despair to the door, and these two men parted.
Marius was quite upset. The sort of estrangement which he had always felt toward the man beside whom he had seen Cosette was now explained to him. There was something enigmatic about that person, of which his instinct had warned him. This enigma was the most hideous of disgraces, the galleys. This Monsieur Fauchelevent was the convict Jean Valjean. To abruptly find such a secret in the midst of one's happiness resembles the discovery of a scorpion in a nest of turtle-doves. Was the happiness of Marius and Cosette therefore condemned to such a neighborhood? Was this an accomplished fact? Did the acceptance of that man form a part of the marriage now consummated? Was there nothing to be done? Had Marius wedded the convict as well? In vain may one be crowned with light and joy. In vain may one taste the grand purple hour of life. Happy love. Such shocks would force even the archangel in his ecstasy, even the demigod in his glory, to shudder. As is always the case in change of view of this nature, Marius asked himself whether he had nothing with which to reproach himself. Had he been wanting in divination? Had he been wanting in prudence? Had he involuntarily dulled his wits? A little, perhaps. Had he entered upon this love affair which had ended in his marriage to Cosette without taking sufficient precautions to throw light upon the surroundings? He admitted, it is thus, by a series of successive admissions of ourselves in regard to ourselves, that life amends us, little by little. He admitted the chimerical and visionary side of his nature, a sort of internal cloud, peculiar to many organizations, and which in paroxysms of passion and sorrow dilates as the temperature of the soul changes, and invades the entire man, to such a degree as to render him nothing more than a conscience bathed in a mist. We have more than once indicated this characteristic element of Marius's individuality. He recalled that in the intoxication of his love in the Rue Plumet, during those 6 or 7 ecstatic weeks, he had not even spoken to Cosette of that drama in the Gorbeau hovel, where the victim had taken up such a singular line of silence during the struggle and the ensuing flight. How had it happened that he had not mentioned this to Cosette? Yet it was so near and so terrible. How had it come to pass that he had not even named the Thénardier, and particularly on the day when he encountered Éponine? He now found it almost difficult to explain his silence of that time. Nevertheless, he could account for it. He recalled his benumbed state, his intoxication with Cosette, love absorbing everything, that catching away of each other into the ideal, and perhaps also, like the imperceptible quantity of reason mingled with this violent and charming state of the soul, a vague, dull instinct impelling him to conceal and abolish in his memory that redoubtable adventure, contact with which he dreaded, in which he did not wish to play any part, his agency in which he had kept secret, and in which he could be neither narrator nor witness without being an accuser. Moreover, these few weeks had been a flash of lightning. There had been no time for anything except love. In short, having weighed everything, turned everything over in his mind, examined everything, whatever might have been the consequences if he had told Cosette about the Gorbeau ambush. Even if he had discovered that Jean Valjean was a convict, would that have changed him, Marius? Would that have changed her, Cosette? Would he have drawn back? Would he have adored her any the less? Would he have refrained from marrying her? No. Then there was nothing to regret, nothing with which he need reproach himself. All was well. There is a deity for those drunken men who are called lovers. Marius, blind, had followed the path in which he would have chosen had he been in full possession of his sight. Love had bandaged his eyes in order to lead him whither? To paradise. But this paradise was henceforth complicated with an infernal accompaniment. Marius's ancient estrangement towards this man, towards this Fauchelevent, who had turned into Jean Valjean, was at present mingled with horror. In this horror, let us state, there was some pity, and even a certain surprise. This thief guilty of a second offense, had restored that deposit. And what a deposit! 600,000 francs! He alone was in the secret of that deposit. He might have kept it all. He had restored it all. Moreover, he had himself revealed his situation. Nothing forced him to this. If anyone learned who he was, it was through himself. In this avowal there was something more than acceptance of humiliation. There was acceptance of peril. For a condemned man, a mask is not a mask, it is a shelter. A false name is security, and he had rejected that false name. He, the galley slave, might have hidden himself forever in an honest family. He had withstood this temptation. And with what motive? Through a conscientious scruple. He himself explained this with the irresistible accents of truth. In short, whatever this Jean Valjean might be, he was undoubtedly a conscience which was awakening. There existed some mysterious rehabilitation which had begun, and to all appearances scruples had for a long time already controlled this man. Such fits of justice and goodness are not characteristic of vulgar natures. An awakening of conscience is grandeur of soul. Jean Valjean was sincere. This sincerity, visible, palpable, irrefragable, evident from the very grief that had caused him, rendered inquiries useless, and conferred authority on all that the man had said. Here for Marius there was a strange reversal of situations. What breathed from Monsieur Fauchelevent? Distrust. What did Jean Valjean inspire? Confidence. In the mysterious balance of this Jean Valjean, which the pensive Marius struck, he admitted the active principle, he admitted the passive principle, and he tried to reach a balance. But all this went on as in a storm. Marius, while endeavoring to form a clear idea of this man, and while pursuing Jean Valjean, so to speak, in the depths of his thought, lost him and found him again in a fatal mist. This deposit honestly restored, the probity of the confession, these were good. This produced a lightening of the cloud. Then the cloud became black once more. Troubled as were Marius's memories, a shadow of them returned to him. After all, what was that adventure in the Jondrette attic? Why had that man taken to flight on the arrival of the police, instead of entering a complaint? Here Marius found the answer. Because that man was a fugitive from justice who had broken his ban. Another question. Why had that man come to the barricade? For Marius now once more distinctly beheld that recollection which had reappeared in his emotions, like sympathetic ink at the application of heat. This man had been in the barricade. He had not fought there. What had he come there for? In the presence of this question a spectre sprang up and replied, Javert. Marius recalled perfectly now that funereal sight of Jean Valjean dragging the pinioned Javert out of the barricade, and he still heard behind the corner of the little Rue Mondétour that frightful pistol shot. Obviously there was hatred between that police spy and the galley slave. The one was in the other's way. Jean Valjean had gone to the barricade for the purpose of revenging himself. He had arrived late. He probably knew that Javert was a prisoner there. The Corsican vendetta had penetrated certain lower strata and had become the law there. It is so simple that it does not astonish souls which are but half turned towards good, and those hearts are so constituted that a criminal, who is in the path of repentance, may be scrupulous in the matter of theft and unscrupulous in the matter of vengeance. Jean Valjean had killed Javert. At least that seemed to be evident. This was the final question, to be sure, but to this there was no reply. This question Marius felt like pincers. How had it come to pass that Jean Valjean's existence had elbowed that of Cosette for so long a period? What melancholy sport of Providence was that which had placed that child in contact with that man? Are there then chains for two which are forged on high? And does God take pleasure in coupling the angel with a demon? So a crime and an innocence can be roommates in the mysterious galleys of wretchedness. In that defiling of condemned persons which is called human destiny, can two brows pass side by side, the one ingenuous, the other formidable? The one all bathed in the divine whiteness of dawn, the other forever blemished by the flash of eternal lightning? Who could have arranged that inexplicable pairing off? In what manner, in consequence of what prodigy, had any community of life been established between the celestial little creature and that old criminal? Who could have bound the lamb to the wolf, and what was still more incomprehensible, have attached the wolf to the lamb? For the wolf loved the lamb, for the fierce creature adored the feeble one. For during the space of 9 years the angel had had the monster as her point of support. Cosette's childhood and girlhood, her advent in the daylight, her virginal growth towards life and light, had been sheltered by that hideous devotion. Here questions exfoliated, so to speak, into innumerable enigmas. Abysses yawned at the bottom of abysses. And Marius could no longer bend over Jean Valjean without becoming dizzy. What was this man precipice? The old symbols of Genesis are eternal. In human society such it now exists, and until a broader day shall effect a change in it, there will always be two men, the one superior, the other subterranean. The one which is according to good is Abel, the other which is according to evil is Cain. What was this tender Cain? What was this ruffian religiously absorbed in the adoration of a virgin, watching over her, rearing her, guarding her, dignifying her, and enveloping her, impure as he was himself, with purity? What was that cesspool which had venerated that innocence, to such a point as not to leave upon it a single spot? What was this Jean Valjean educating Cosette? What was this figure of the shadows, which had for its only object the preservation of the rising of a star from every shadow and from every cloud? That was Jean Valjean's secret. That was also God's secret. In the presence of this double secret, Marius recoiled. The one, in some sort, reassured him as to the other. God was as visible in this affair as was Jean Valjean. God has his instruments. He makes use of the tools which he wills. He is not responsible to men. Do we know how God sets about the work? Jean Valjean had labored over Cosette. He had, to some extent, made that soul. That was incontestable. Well, what then? The workman was horrible, but the work was admirable. God produces his miracles as seems good to him. He had constructed that charming Cosette, and he had employed Jean Valjean. It had pleased him to choose this strange collaborator for himself. What account have we to demand of him? Is this the first time that the dung-heap has aided the spring to create the rose? Marius made himself these replies, and declared to himself that they were good. He had not dared to press Jean Valjean on all the points which we have just indicated, but he did not confess to himself that he did not dare to do it. He adored Cosette. He possessed Cosette. Cosette was splendidly pure. That was sufficient for him. What enlightenment did he need? Cosette was a light. Does light require enlightenment? He had everything. What more could he desire? All. Is not that enough? Jean Valjean's personal affairs did not concern him. And bending over the fatal shadow of that man, he clung fast, convulsively, to the solemn declaration of that unhappy wretch. I am nothing to Cosette. 10 years ago I did not know that she was in existence. Jean Valjean was a passer-by. He had said so himself. Well, he had passed. Whatever he was, his part was finished. Henceforth there remained Marius to fulfill the part of Providence to Cosette. Cosette had sought this azure in a person like herself, in her lover, her husband, her celestial mate. Cosette, as she took her flight, winged and transfigured, left behind her on the earth her hideous and empty chrysalis, Jean Valjean. In whatever circle of ideas Marius revolved, he always returned to a certain horror for Jean Valjean. A sacred horror, perhaps, for as we have just pointed out, he felt a quid divinum in that man. But do what he could, and seek what extenuation he would, he was certainly forced to fall back on this. The man was a convict. That is to say, a being who has not even a place in the social ladder, since he is lower than the very lowest rung. After the very last of men comes the convict. The convict is no longer, so to speak, in the semblance of the living. The law has deprived him of the entire quantity of humanity of which it can deprive a man. Marius, on penal questions, still held to the inexorable system, though he was a Democrat, and he entertained all the ideas of the law and the subjects of those whom the law strikes. He had not yet accomplished all progress, we admit. He had not yet come to distinguish between that which is written by man and that which is written by God, between law and right. He had not examined and weighed the right which man takes to dispose of the irrevocable and the irreparable. He was not shocked by the word vindicate. He found it quite simple that certain breaches of the written law should be followed by eternal suffering, and he accepted as the process of civilization social damnation. He still stood at this point, though safe to advance infallibly later on, since his nature was good, and at bottom wholly formed of latent progress. In this stage of his ideas, Jean Valjean appeared to him hideous and repulsive. He was a man reproved. He was the convict. That word was for him like the sound of the trump in the day of judgment. And after having reflected upon Jean Valjean for a long time, his final gesture had been to turn away his head, vade retro. Marius, if we must recognize and even insist upon the fate, while interrogating Jean Valjean to such a point that Jean Valjean has said, "You are confessing me," had not nevertheless put to him 2 or 3 decisive questions. It was not that they had not presented themselves to his mind, but that he had been afraid of them. The Jondrette attic, the barricade, Javert. Who knows where these revelations would have stopped? Jean Valjean did not seem like a man who would draw back, and who knows whether Marius, after having urged him on, would not have himself desired to hold him back. Has it not happened to all of us in certain supreme conjunctures to stop our ears in order that we may not hear the reply after we've asked a question? It is especially when one loves that one gives way to these exhibitions of cowardice. It is not wise to question sinister situations to the last point, particularly when the indissoluble side of our life is fatally intermingled with them. What a terrible light might have proceeded from the despairing explanations of Jean Valjean, and who knows whether that hideous glare would not have darted forth as far as Cosette? Who knows whether a sort of infernal glow would not have lingered behind it on the brow of that angel? The spattering of a lightning flash is of the thunder also. Fatality has points of juncture where innocence itself is stamped with crime by the gloomy law of the reflections which give color. The purest figures may forever preserve the reflection of a horrible association. Rightly or wrongly, Marius had been afraid. He already knew too much. He sought to dull his senses rather than to gain further light. In dismay, he bore off Cosette in his arms and shut his eyes to Jean Valjean. That man was the night, the living and horrible night. How should he dare to seek the bottom of it? It is a terrible thing to interrogate the shadow. Who knows what its reply will be? The dawn may be blackened forever by it. In this state of mind, the thought that the man would henceforth come into any contact whatever with Cosette was a heart-rending perplexity to Marius. He now almost reproached himself for not having put these formidable questions, before which he had recoiled, and from which an implacable and definitive decision might have sprung. He felt that he was too good, too gentle, too weak, if we must say the word. This weakness had led him to an imprudent concession. He had allowed himself to be touched. He had been in the wrong. He ought to have simply and purely rejected Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean played the part of fire, and that is what he should have done, and have freed his house from that man. He was vexed with himself. He was angry with that whirlwind of emotions which had deafened, blinded, and carried him away. He was displeased with himself. What was he to do now? Jean Valjean's visits were profoundly repugnant to him. What was the use in having that man in his house? What did the man want? Here he became dismayed. He did not wish to dig down. He did not wish to penetrate deeply. He did not wish to sound himself. He had promised. He had allowed himself to be drawn into a promise. Jean Valjean held his promise. One must keep one's word, even to a convict. Above all, to a convict. Still, his first duty was to Cosette. In short, he was carried away by the repugnance which dominated him. Marius turned over all this confusion of ideas in his mind, passing from one to the other, and moved by all of them. Hence arose a profound trouble. It was not easy for him to hide this trouble from Cosette, but love is a talent, and Marius succeeded in doing it. However, without any apparent object, he questioned Cosette, who was as candid as a dove is white, and who suspected nothing. He talked of her childhood and her youth, and he became more and more convinced that that convict had been everything good, paternal, and respectable that a man can be towards Cosette. All that Marius had caught a glimpse of and had surmised was real. That sinister nettle had loved and protected that lily.
On the following day, at nightfall, Jean Valjean knocked at the carriage gate of the Gillenormand house. It was Basque who received him. Basque was in the courtyard at the appointed hour, as though he had received his orders. It sometimes happens that one says to a servant, "You will watch for Mr. So-and-so when he arrives." Basque addressed Jean Valjean without waiting for the latter to approach him. "Monsieur le Baron has charged me to inquire whether monsieur desires to go upstairs or to remain below." "I will remain below," replied Jean Valjean. Basque, who was perfectly respectful, opened the door of the waiting-room and said, "I will go and inform madame." The room which Jean Valjean entered was a damp, vaulted room on the ground floor, which served as a cellar on occasion, which opened on the street, was paved with red squares, and was badly lighted by a grated window. This chamber was not one of those which were harassed by the feather-duster, the Pope's head-brush, and the broom. The dust rested tranquilly there. Persecution of the spiders was not organized there. A fine web, which spread far and wide and was very black and ornamented with dead flies, formed a wheel on one of the window panes. The room, which was small and low-ceiled, was furnished with a heap of empty bottles piled up in one corner. The wall, which was daubed with an ochre-yellow wash, was scaling off in large flakes. At one end there was a chimney-piece painted in black with a narrow shelf. A fire was burning there, which indicated that Jean Valjean's reply, "I will remain below," had been foreseen. 2 armchairs were placed at the 2 corners of the fireplace. Between the chairs an old bedside rug, which displayed more foundation thread than wool, had been spread by way of a carpet. The chamber was lighted by the fire on the hearth and the twilight falling through the window. Jean Valjean was fatigued. For days he had neither eaten nor slept. He threw himself into one of the armchairs. Basque returned, set a lighted candle on the chimney-piece, and retired. Jean Valjean, his head drooping and his chin resting on his breast, perceived neither Basque nor the candle. All at once he drew himself up with a start. Cosette was standing beside him. He had not seen her enter, but he had felt that she was there. He turned round. He gazed at her. She was adorably lovely, but what he was contemplating with that profound gaze was not her beauty, but her soul. "Well," exclaimed Cosette, "Father, I knew that you were peculiar, but I never should have expected this. What an idea! Marius told me that you wished me to receive you here." "Yes, it is my wish." "I expected that reply. Good. I warn you that I am going to make a scene for you. Let us begin at the beginning. Embrace me, father." And she offered him her cheek. Jean Valjean remained motionless. "You do not stir. I take note of it. Attitude of guilt. But never mind, I pardon you. Jesus Christ said, 'Offer the other cheek.' Here it is." And she presented her other cheek. Jean Valjean did not move. It seemed as though his feet were nailed to the pavement. "This is becoming serious," said Cosette. "What have I done to you? I declare that I am perplexed. You owe me reparation. You will dine with us." "I have dined." "That is not true. I will get Monsieur Gillenormand to scold you. Grandfathers are made to reprimand fathers. Come, go upstairs with me to the drawing-room immediately." "Impossible." Here Cosette lost ground a little. She ceased to command and passed to questioning. "But why? And you chose the ugliest chamber in the house in which to see me. It's horrible here." "Thou knowest." Jean Valjean caught himself up. "You know, madame, that I am peculiar. I have my freaks." Cosette struck her tiny hands together. "Madame, you know, more novelties. What is the meaning of this?" Jean Valjean directed upon her that heart-rending smile to which he occasionally had recourse. "You wished to be madame. You are so." "Not for you, father." "Do not call me father." "What?" "Call me Monsieur Jean. Jean, if you like." "You are no longer my father. I am no longer Cosette. Monsieur Jean, what does this mean? Why, these are revolutions, aren't they? What has taken place? Come, look me in the face, and you won't live with us? And you won't have my chamber? What have I done to you? Has anything happened?" "Nothing." "Well, then, everything is as usual." "Why do you change your name?" "You have changed yours, surely." He smiled again with the same smile as before, and added, "Since you are Madame Pontmercy, I certainly can be Monsieur Jean." "I don't understand anything about it. All this is idiotic. I shall ask permission of my husband for you to be Monsieur Jean. I hope that he will not consent to it. You cause me a great deal of pain. One does have freaks, but one does not cause one's little Cosette grief. That is wrong. You have no right to be wicked, you who are so good." He made no reply. She seized his hands with vivacity, and raising them to her face with an irresistible movement, she pressed them against her neck beneath her chin, which is a gesture of profound tenderness. "Oh," she said to him, "be good." And she went on. "This is what I call being good, being nice and coming and living here. There are birds here as there are in the Rue Plumet, living with us, quitting that hole of a Rue des Hommes Armes, not giving us riddles to guess, being like all the rest of the world, dining with us, breakfasting with us, being my father." He loosed her hands. "You no longer need a father. You have a husband." Cosette became angry. I no longer need a father. One really does not know what to say to things like that, which are not common sense. If Toussaint were here, resumed Jean Valjean, like a person who is driven to seek authorities and who clutches at every branch, she would be the first to agree that it is true that I have always had ways of my own. There is nothing new in this. I always have loved my black corner. But it is cold here. One cannot see distinctly. It is abominable. It is abominable, that it is, to wish to be Monsieur Jean. I will not have you say you to me. Just now, as I was coming hither, replied Jean Valjean, I saw a piece of furniture in the Rue Saint-Louis. It was at a cabinet-maker's. If I were a pretty woman, I would treat myself to that bit of furniture, a very neat toilet in the reigning style, what you call rosewood, I think. It is inlaid. The mirror is quite large. There are drawers. It is pretty. How the villainous bear, replied Cosette, and with supreme grace, setting her teeth and drawing back her lips, she blew at Jean Valjean. She was a Grace copying a cat. I am furious, she resumed. Ever since yesterday you have made me rage, all of you. I am greatly vexed. I don't understand. You do not defend me against Maurice. Maurice will not uphold me against you. I am all alone. I arrange a chamber prettily. If I could have put the good God there, I would have done it. My chamber is left on my hands. My lodger sends me into bankruptcy. I order a nice little dinner of Nicolette. We will have nothing to do with your dinner, madame. And my father, Fauchelevent, wants me to call him Monsieur Jean, and to receive him in a frightful old ugly cellar where the walls have beards, and where the crystal consists of empty bottles, and the curtains are of spiders' webs. You are singular. I admit that is your style, but people who get married are granted a truce. You ought not to have begun being singular again instantly. So you are going to be peacefully contented in your abominable Rue de la Marne. I was very desperate indeed there, that I was. What have you against me? You cause me a great deal of grief. Fie! And becoming suddenly serious, she gazed intently at Jean Valjean and added, Are you angry with me because I am happy? Ingenuous, sometimes unconsciously, penetrates deep. This question, which was simple for Cosette, was profound for Jean Valjean. Cosette had meant to scratch, and she lacerated. Jean Valjean turned pale. He remained for a moment without replying. Then, with an inexpressible intonation, and speaking to himself, he murmured, Her happiness was the object of my life. Now God may sign me dismissal. Cosette, thou art happy. My day is over. Ah, you have said that to me? Exclaimed Cosette, and she sprang to his neck. Jean Valjean, in bewilderment, strained her wildly to his breast. It almost seemed to him as though he were taking her back. Thanks, father, said Cosette. This enthusiastic impulse was on the point of becoming poignant for Jean Valjean. He gently removed Cosette's arms and took his hat. Well, said Cosette, I leave you, madame. They are waiting for you. And from the threshold he added, I have said thou to you, tell your husband that this shall not happen again. Pardon me. Jean Valjean quitted the room, leaving Cosette stupefied at his enigmatical farewell. Chapter 2. Another step backwards. On the following day, at the same hour, Jean Valjean came. Cosette asked him no questions, was no longer astonished, no longer exclaimed that she was cold, no longer spoke of the drawing-room. She avoided saying either father or Monsieur Jean. She allowed herself to be addressed as you. She allowed herself to be called madame. Only her joy had undergone a certain diminution. She would have been sad if sadness had been possible to her. It is probable that she had had with Marius one of those conversations in which the beloved man says what he pleases, explains nothing, and satisfies the beloved woman. The curiosity of lovers does not extend very far beyond their own love. The lower room had made a little toilet. Basque had suppressed the bottles, and Nicolette the spiders. All the days which followed brought Jean Valjean at the same hour. He came every day because he had not the strength to take Marius's words otherwise than literally. Marius arranged matters so as to be absent at the hours when Jean Valjean came. The house grew accustomed to the novel ways of Mr. Fauchelevent. Toussaint helped in this direction. Monsieur has always been like that, she repeated. The grandfather issued this decree. He's an original. And all was said. Moreover, at the age of 96, no bond is any longer possible. All is merely juxtaposition. A newcomer is in the way. There is no longer any room. All habits are acquired. Monsieur Fauchelevent, Monsieur Trachelevent, Father Gillenormand asked nothing better than to be relieved from that gentleman. He added, "Nothing is more common than those originals. They do all sorts of queer things. They have no reason. The Marquis de Canopolis was still worse. He bought a palace that he might lodge in the garret. These are fantastic appearances that people affect." No one caught a glimpse of the sinister foundation, and moreover, who could have guessed such a thing? There are marshes of this description in India, where the water seems extraordinary, inexplicable, rippling though there is no wind, and agitated where it should be calm. One gazes at the surface of these causeless ebullitions. One does not perceive the hydra which crawls on the bottom. Many men have a secret monster in this same manner, a dragon which gnaws them, a despair which inhabits their night. Such a man resembles other men. He goes and comes. No one knows that he bears with him a frightful parasitic pain with 1,000 teeth, which lives within the unhappy man, and of which he is dying. No one knows that this man is a gulf. He is stagnant but deep. From time to time, a trouble of which the onlooker understands nothing appears on his surface. A mysterious wrinkle is formed, then vanishes, then reappears, as air bubbles rise and burst. It is the breathing of the unknown beast. Certain strange habits, arriving at the hour when other people are taking their leave, keeping in the background when other people are displaying themselves, preserving on all occasions what may be designated as the wall-colored mantle, seeking the solitary walk, preferring the deserted street, avoiding any share in conversation, avoiding crowds and festivals, seeming at one's ease and living poorly, having one's key in one's pocket and one's candle at the porter's lodge, however rich one may be, entering by the side door, ascending the private staircase. All these insignificant singularities, fugitive folks on the surface, often proceed from a formidable foundation. Many weeks passed in this manner. A new life gradually took possession of Cosette. The relations which marriage creates, visits, the care of the house, pleasures, great matters. Cosette's pleasures were not costly. They consisted in one thing, being with Marius. The great occupation of her life was to go out with him, to remain with him. It was for them a joy that was always fresh to go out arm in arm in the face of the sun in the open street without hiding themselves before the whole world, both of them completely alone. Cosette had one vexation. Toussaint could not get on with Nicolette, the soldering of 2 elderly maids being impossible, and she went away. The grandfather was well. Marius argued a case here and there, and Gillenormand peacefully led that life aside which sufficed for her. Beside the new household, Jean Valjean came every day. The address as thou disappeared. The you, the madame, the Monsieur Jean rendered him another person to Cosette. The care which he had himself taken to detach her from him was succeeding. She became more and more gay and less tender, yet she still loved him sincerely, and he felt it. One day she said to him suddenly, "You used to be my father. You are no longer my father. You were my uncle. You are no longer my uncle. You were Monsieur Fauchelevent. You are Jean. Who are you then? I don't like all this. If I did not know how good you are, I should be afraid of you." He still lived in the Rue de l'Homme Armand, because he could not make up his mind to remove to a distance from the quarter where Cosette dwelt. At first he only remained a few minutes with Cosette and then went away. Little by little, he acquired the habit of making his visits less brief. One would have said that he was taking advantage of the authorization of the days which were lengthening. He arrived earlier and departed later. One day Cosette chanced to say father to him. A flash of joy illuminated Jean Valjean's melancholy old countenance. He caught her up. "C'est Jean!" "Ah, truly," she replied with a burst of laughter. "Monsieur Jean." "That is right," said he, and he turned aside so that she might not see him wipe his eyes. They recall the garden of the Rue Plumet. This was the last time. After that last flash of light, complete extinction ensued. No more familiarity, no more good morning with a kiss, never more that word so profoundly sweet, "My father!" He was, at his own request and through his own complicity, driven out of all his happinesses, one after the other, and he had this sorrow, that after having lost Cosette wholly in one day, he was afterwards obliged to lose her again in detail. The eye eventually becomes accustomed to the light of a cellar. In short, it sufficed for him to have an apparition of Cosette every day. His whole life was concentrated in that 1 hour. He seated himself close to her, he gazed at her in silence, or he talked to her of years gone by, of her childhood, of the convent, of her little friends of those bygone days. One afternoon, it was on one of those early days in April, already warm and fresh, the moment of the sun's great gaiety. The gardens which surrounded the windows of Marius and Cosette felt the emotion of waking. The hawthorn was on the point of budding. A jeweled garniture of gillyflowers spread over the ancient walls. Snapdragons yawned through the crevices of the stones. Amid the grass there was a charming beginning of daisies and buttercups. The white butterflies of the year were making their first appearance. The wind, that minstrel of the eternal wedding, was trying in the trees the first notes of that grand auroral symphony which the old poets called the springtide. Marius said to Cosette, "We said that we would go back to take a look at our garden in the Rue Plumet. Let us go thither. We must not be ungrateful." And away they flitted like two swallows toward the spring. This garden of the Rue Plumet produced on them the effect of the dawn. They already had behind them in life something which was like the springtime of their love. The house in the Rue Plumet, being held on a lease, still belonged to Cosette. They went to that garden and that house. There they found themselves again. There they forgot themselves. That evening, at the usual hour, Jean Valjean came to the Rue des Filles du Calvaire. "Madame went out with monsieur and has not yet returned," Basque said to him. He seated himself in silence and waited an hour. Cosette did not return. He departed with drooping head. Cosette was so intoxicated with her walk to their garden, and so joyous at having lived a whole day in her past, that she talked of nothing else on the morrow. She did not notice that she had not seen Jean Valjean. "In what way did you go hither?" Jean Valjean asked her. "On foot." "And how did you return?" "In a hackney carriage." For some time Jean Valjean had noticed the economical life led by the young people. He was troubled by it. Marius's economy was severe, and that word had its absolute meaning for Jean Valjean. He hazarded a query. "Why do you not have a carriage of your own? A pretty coupe would only cost you 500 francs a month. You are rich." "I don't know," replied Cosette. "It is like Toussaint," resumed Jean Valjean. "She is gone. You have not replaced her. Why?" "Nicolette suffices." "But you ought to have a maid." "Have I not, Marius?" "You ought to have a house of your own servants, a carriage, a box at the theatre. There is nothing too fine for you. Why not profit by your riches? Wealth adds to happiness." Cosette made no reply. Jean Valjean's visits were not abridged, far from it. When it is the heart which is slipping, one does not halt on the downward slope. When Jean Valjean wished to prolong his visit and to induce forgetfulness of the hour, he sang the praises of Marius. He pronounced him handsome, noble, courageous, witty, eloquent, good. Cosette outdid him. Jean Valjean began again. They were never weary. Marius, that word, so inexhaustible, those 6 letters contained volumes. In this manner Jean Valjean contrived to remain a long time. It was so sweet to see Cosette, to forget by her side. It alleviated his wounds. It frequently happened that Basque came twice to announce, Monsieur Gillenormand sends me to remind Madame la Baronne that dinner is served. On those days Jean Valjean was very thoughtful on his return home. Was there, then, any truth in that comparison of the chrysolith which has presented itself to the mind of Marius? Was Jean Valjean really a chrysalis who would persist and who would come to visit his butterfly? One day he remained still longer than usual. On the following day he observed that there was no fire on the hearth. Hello, he thought, no fire, and he furnished the explanation for himself. It is perfectly simple. It is April. The cold weather has ceased. Heavens, how cold it is here! Exclaimed Cosette when she entered. Why, no, said Jean Valjean. Was it you who told Basque not to make a fire, then? Yes, since we are now in the month of May. But we have a fire until June. One is needed all the year in this cellar. I thought that a fire was unnecessary. That is exactly like one of your ideas, retorted Cosette. On the following day there was a fire, but the 2 armchairs were arranged at the other end of the room near the door. What is the meaning of this? Thought Jean Valjean. He went for the armchairs and restored them to their ordinary place near the hearth. This fire lighted once more encouraged him, however. He prolonged the conversation even beyond its customary limits. As he rose to take his leave, Cosette said to him, My husband said a queer thing to me yesterday. What was it? He said to me, Cosette, we have an income of 30,000 livres, 27 that you own, and 3 that my grandfather gives me. I replied, That makes 30. He went on, Would you have the courage to live on the 3,000? I answered, Yes, on nothing, provided it was with you. And then I asked, Why do you say that to me? He replied, I wanted to know. Jean Valjean found not a word to answer. Cosette probably expected some explanation from him. He listened in gloomy silence. He went back to the Rue de l'Homme Armé. He was so deeply absorbed that he mistook the door, and instead of entering his own house, he entered the adjoining dwelling. It was only after having ascended nearly 2 stories that he perceived his error and went down again. His mind was swarming with conjectures. It was evident that Marius had his doubts as to the origin of the 600,000 francs, that he feared some source that was not pure. Who knows? That he had even perhaps discovered that the money came from him, Jean Valjean, that he hesitated before this suspicious fortune and was disinclined to take it as his own, preferring that both he and Cosette should remain poor rather than that they should be rich with wealth that was not clean. Moreover, Jean Valjean began vaguely to surmise that he was being shown the door. On the following day he underwent something like a shock on entering the ground-floor room. The armchairs had disappeared. There was not a single chair of any sort. Ah, what's this? Exclaimed Cosette as she entered. No chairs? Where are the armchairs? They are no longer here, replied Jean Valjean. This is too much. Jean Valjean stammered. It was I who told Basque to remove them. And your reason? I have only a few minutes to stay today. A brief stay is no reason for remaining standing. I think that Basque needed the chairs for the drawing-room. Why? You have company this evening, no doubt. We expect no one. Jean Valjean had not another word to say. Cosette shrugged her shoulders. To have the chairs carried off! The other day you had the fire put out. How odd you are! Adieu, murmured Jean Valjean. He did not say adieu, Cosette, but he had not the strength to say adieu, madame. He went away utterly overwhelmed. This time he had understood. On the following day he did not come. Cosette only observed the fact in the evening. Why, said she, Monsieur Jean has not been here today. And she felt a slight twinge at her heart, but she hardly perceived it, being immediately diverted by a kiss from Marius. On the following day he did not come. Cosette paid no heed to this, passed her evening, and slept well that night, as usual, and thought of it only when she woke. She was so happy. She speedily dispatched Nicolette to Monsieur Jean's house to inquire whether he were ill and why he had not come on the previous evening. Nicolette brought back the reply of Monsieur Jean that he was not ill, he was busy. He would come soon as he was able. Moreover, he was on the point of taking a little journey. Madame must remember that it was his custom to take trips from time to time. They were not to worry about him. They were not to think of him. Nicolette, on entering Monsieur Jean's, had repeated to him her mistress's very words, that Madame had sent her to inquire why Monsieur Jean bade not come on the preceding evening. "It is 2 days since I have been there," said Jean Valjean gently. But the remark passed unnoticed by Nicolette, who did not report it to Cosette. During the last months of spring and the first months of summer in 1833, the rare passer-by in the Marius, the petty shopkeepers, the loungers on thresholds, noticed an old man neatly clad in black who emerged every day at the same hour, toward nightfall, from the Rue de l'Homme on the side of the Rue Sainte-Croix du Bétonnière, passed in front of the Blancs Manteaux, gained the Rue Culture Sainte Catherine, and on arriving at the Rue de l'Echarpe, turned to the left and entered the Rue Saint-Louis. There he walked at a slow pace, with his head strained forward, seeing nothing, hearing nothing, his eye immovably fixed on a point which seemed to be a star to him, which never varied, and which was no other than the corner of the Rue des Filles du Calvaire. The nearer he approached the corner of the street, the more his eye lighted up. A sort of joy illuminated his pupils like an inward aurora. He had a fascinated and much affected air. His lips indulged in obscure movements, as though he were talking to someone whom he did not see. He smiled vaguely and advanced as slowly as possible. One would have said that, while desirous of reaching his destination, he feared the moment when he should be close at hand. When only a few houses remained between him and that street which appeared to attract him, his pace slackened to such a degree that, at times, one might have thought that he was no longer advancing at all. The vacillation of his head and the fixity of his eyeball suggested the thought of the magnetic needle seeking the pole. Whatever time he spent on arriving, he was obliged to arrive at last. He reached the Rue des Filles du Calvaire. Then he halted. He trembled. He thrust his head with a sort of melancholy timidity round the corner of the last house, and gazed into the street. And there was in that tragic look something which resembled the dazzling light of the impossible, and the reflection from a paradise that was closed to him. Then a tear, which had slowly gathered in the corner of his lids, and had become large enough to fall, trickled down his cheek, and sometimes stopped at his mouth. The old man tasted its bitter flavor. Thus he remained for several minutes, as though made of stone. Then he returned by the same road, and with the same step, and in proportion as he retreated, his glance died out. Little by little, this old man ceased to go as far as the corner of the Rue Filles du Calvaire. He halted halfway in the Rue Saint-Louis, sometimes a little further off, sometimes a little nearer. One day he stopped at the corner of the Rue Culture Sainte Catherine, and looked at the Rue des Filles du Calvaire from a distance. Then he shook his head slowly from left to right, as though refusing himself something, and retraced his steps. Soon he no longer came as far as the Rue Saint-Louis. He got as far as the Rue Pavée, shook his head, and turned back. Then he went no further than the Rue des Trois Pavillons. Then he did not overstep the Blancs Manteaux. One would have said that he was a pendulum which was no longer wound up, and whose oscillations were growing shorter before ceasing altogether. Every day he emerged from his house at the same hour. He undertook the same trip, but he no longer completed it, and perhaps without himself being aware of the fact, he constantly shortened it. His whole countenance expressed this single idea: what is the use? His eye was dim, no more radiance. His tears were also exhausted. They no longer collected in the corner of his eyelid. That thoughtful eye was dry. The old man's head was still craned forward, his chin moved at times. The folds in his gaunt neck were painful to behold. Sometimes, when the weather was bad, he had an umbrella under his arm, but he never opened it. The good women of the quarter said, "He is an innocent." The children followed him and laughed. It is a terrible thing to be happy. How content one is! How all-sufficient one finds it! How, being in possession of the false object of life, happiness, one forgets the true object, duty. Let us say, however, that the reader would do wrong were he to blame Marius. Marius, as we have explained it, before his marriage, had put no questions to Monsieur Fauchelevent, and since that time he had feared to put any to Jean Valjean. He had regretted the promise into which he had allowed himself to be drawn. He had often said to himself that he had done wrong in making that concession to despair. He had confined himself to gradually estranging Jean Valjean from his house and to effacing him as much as possible from Cosette's mind. He had, in a manner, always placed himself between Cosette and Jean Valjean. Be sure that, in this way, she would not perceive nor think of the latter. It was more than effacement. It was an eclipse. Marius did what he considered necessary and just. He thought that he had serious reasons which the reader had already seen, and others which will be seen later on, for getting rid of Jean Valjean without harshness, but without weakness. Chance having ordained that he should encounter, in a case which he had argued, a former employee of the Laffitte establishment, he had acquired mysterious information without seeking it, which he had not been able, it is true, to probe out of respect for the secret which he had promised to guard, and out of consideration for Jean Valjean's perilous position. He believed at that moment that he had a grave duty to perform the restitution of the 600,000 francs to someone he sought with all possible discretion. In the meanwhile, he abstained from touching that money. As for Cosette, she had not been initiated into any of these secrets, but it would be harsh to condemn her also. There existed between Marius and her an all-powerful magnetism which caused her to do instinctively and almost mechanically what Marius wished. She was conscious of Marius's will in the direction of Monsieur Jean. She conformed to it. Her husband had not been obliged to say anything to her. She yielded to the vague but clear pressure of his tacit intentions, and obeyed blindly. Her obedience in this instance consisted in not remembering what Marius forgot. She was not obliged to make any effort to accomplish this, without her knowing why herself, and without his having any cause to accuse her of it. Her soul had become so wholly her husband's, that which was shrouded in gloom in Marius's mind became overcast in hers. Let us not go too far, however, in what concerns Jean Valjean. This forgetfulness and obliteration were merely superficial. She was rather heedless than forgetful. At bottom, she was sincerely attached to the man whom she had so long called her father, but she loved her husband still more dearly. This was what had somewhat disturbed the balance of her heart, which leaned to one side only. It sometimes happened that Cosette spoke of Jean Valjean and expressed her surprise. Then Marius calmed her. "He is absent, I think. Did not he say that he was setting out on a journey?" "That is true," thought Cosette. "He had a habit of disappearing in this fashion, but not for so long." 2 or 3 times she dispatched Nicolette to inquire in the Rue de l'Homme-Armand whether Monsieur Jean had returned from his journey. Jean Valjean caused the answer no to be given. Cosette, asking nothing more, since she had but one need on earth, Marius. Let us also say that, on their side, Cosette and Marius had also been absent. They had been to Vernon. Marius had taken Cosette to his father's grave. Marius gradually won Cosette away from Jean Valjean. Cosette allowed it. Moreover, that which is called, far too harshly in certain cases, the ingratitude of children, is not always a thing so deserving of reproach as it is supposed. It is the ingratitude of nature. Nature, as we have elsewhere said, looks before her. Nature divides living beings into those who are arriving and those who are departing. Those who are departing are turned toward the shadows, those who are arriving toward the light. Hence a gulf which is fatal on the part of the old and involuntary on the part of the young. This breach, at first insensible, increases slowly, like all separations of branches. The boughs, without becoming detached from the trunk, grow away from it. It is no fault of theirs. Youth goes where there is joy, festivals, vivid lights, love. Old age goes toward the end. They do not lose sight of each other, but there is no longer a close connection. Young people feel the cooling off of life. Old people, that of the tomb. Let us not blame these poor children. One day Jean Valjean descended his staircase, took 3 steps in the street, seated himself on a post, on that same stone post where Gavroche had found him meditating on the night between the 5th and 6th of June. He remained there a few moments, then went upstairs again. This was the last oscillation of the pendulum. On the following day he did not leave his apartment. On the day after that he did not leave his bed. His portress, who prepared his scanty repasts, a few cabbages or potatoes with bacon, glanced at the brown earthenware plate and exclaimed, "But you ate nothing yesterday, poor dear man." "Certainly I did," replied Jean Valjean. "The plate is quite full. Look at the water jug, it is empty." "That proves that you have drunk. It does not prove that you have eaten." "Well," said Jean Valjean, "what if I felt hungry only for water?" "That is called thirst, and when one does not eat at the same time, it is called fever." "I will eat tomorrow." "Or at Trinity Day. Why not today? Is this the thing to say, I will eat tomorrow? The idea of leaving my platter without even touching it! My ladyfinger potatoes were so good." Jean Valjean took the old woman's hand. "I promise you that I will eat them," he said in his benevolent voice. "I am not pleased with you," replied the portress. Jean Valjean saw no other human creature than this good woman. There are streets in Paris through which no one ever passes and houses to which no one ever comes. He was in one of those streets and one of those houses. While he still went out, he had purchased of a coppersmith for a few sous a little copper crucifix which he had hung up on a nail opposite his bed. That gibbet is always good to look at. A week passed, and Jean Valjean had not taken a step in his room. He still remained in bed. The portress said to her husband, "The good man upstairs yonder does not get up. He no longer eats. He will not last long. That man has his sorrows, that he has. You won't get it out of my head that his daughter has made a bad marriage." The porter replied with the tone of marital sovereignty, "If he's rich, let him have a doctor. If he's not rich, let him go without. If he has no doctor, he will die." "And if he has one?" "He will die," said the porter. The portress set to scraping away the grass from what she called her pavement with an old knife, and as she tore out the blade, she grumbled, "It's a shame, such a neat old man. He's as white as a chicken." She caught sight of the doctor of the quarter as he passed the end of the street. She took it upon herself to request him to come upstairs. "It's on the 2nd floor," said she. "You have only to enter. As the good man no longer stirs from his bed, the door is always unlocked." The doctor saw Jean Valjean and spoke with him. When he came down again, the portress interrogated him. "Well, doctor? Your sick man is very ill indeed. What is the matter with him?" "Everything and nothing. He is a man who, to all appearances, has lost some person who is dear to him. People die of that." "What did he say to you?" "He told me that he was in good health." "Shall you come again, doctor?" "Yes," replied the doctor, "but someone else besides must come." Chapter 3. A pen is heavy to the man who lifted the Fauchelevent's cart. One evening Jean Valjean found difficulty in raising himself on his elbow. He felt of his wrist and could not find his pulse. His breath was short and halted at times. He recognized the fact that he was weaker than he had ever been before. Then, no doubt, under the pressure of some supreme preoccupation, he made an effort, drew himself up into a sitting posture, and dressed himself. He put on his old working man's clothes. As he no longer went out, he had returned to them and preferred them. He was obliged to pause many times while dressing himself. Merely putting his arms through his waistcoat made the perspiration trickle from his forehead. Since he had been alone, he had placed his bed in the antechamber in order to inhabit that deserted apartment as little as possible. He opened the valise and drew from it Cosette's outfit. He spread it out on his bed. The bishop's candlesticks were in their place on the chimney-piece. He took from a drawer 2 wax candles and put them in the candlesticks. Then, although it was still broad daylight, it was summer, he lighted them. In the same way candles are to be seen lighted in broad daylight in chambers where there is a corpse. Every step that he took in going from one piece of furniture to another exhausted him, and he was obliged to sit down. It was not ordinary fatigue which expends the strength only to renew it. It was the remnant of all movement possible to him. It was life drained which flows away drop by drop in overwhelming efforts and which will never be renewed. The chair into which he allowed himself to fall was placed in front of that mirror, so fatal for him, so providential for Marius, in which he had read Cosette's reversed writing on the blotting book. He caught sight of himself in this mirror and did not recognize himself. He was 80 years old. Before Marius's marriage, he would have hardly been taken for 50. That year had counted for 30. What he bore on his brow was no longer the wrinkles of age, it was the mysterious mark of death. The hallowing of that pitiless nail could be felt there. His cheeks were pendulous. The skin of his face had the color which would lead one to think that it already had earth upon it. The corners of his mouth drooped as in the mask which the ancients sculptured on tombs. He gazed into space with an air of reproach. One would have said that he was one of those grand, tragic beings who have cause to complain of someone. He was in that condition, the last phase of dejection, in which sorrow no longer flows, it is coagulated, so to speak. There is something on the soul like a clot of despair. Night had come. He laboriously dragged a table and the old armchair to the fireside and placed upon the table a pen, some ink, and some paper. That done, he had a fainting fit. When he recovered consciousness, he was thirsty. As he could not lift the jug, he tipped it over painfully toward his mouth and swallowed a drop. As neither the pen nor the ink had been used for a long time, the point of the pen had curled up, the ink had dried away. He was forced to rise and put a few drops of water in the ink, which he did not accomplish without pausing and sitting down 2 or 3 times, and he was compelled to write with the back of the pen. He wiped his brow from time to time. Then he turned toward the bed, and, still seated, for he could not stand, he gazed at the little black gown and all those beloved objects. These contemplations lasted for hours, which seemed minutes. All at once he shivered. He felt that a child was taking possession of him. He rested his elbows on the table, which was illuminated by the bishop's candles, and took up the pen. His hand trembled. He wrote slowly the few following lines. Cosette, I bless thee. I am going to explain to thee. Thy husband was right in giving me to understand that I ought to go away, but there is a little error in what he believed, though he was in the right. He is excellent. Love him well even after I am dead. Monsieur Pontmercy, love my darling child well. Cosette. This paper will be found. This is what I wish to say to thee. Thou wilt see the figures, if I have the strength to recall them. Listen well. This money is really thine. Here is the whole matter. While jet comes from Norway, black jet comes from England, black glass jewelry comes from Germany. Jet is the lightest, the most precious, the most costly. Imitations can be made in France as well as in Germany. What is needed is a little anvil 2 inches square and a lamp burning spirits of wine to soften the wax. The wax was formerly made with resin and lampblack and cost 4 livres the pound. I invented a way of making it with gum shellac and turpentine. It did not cost more than 30 sous and is much better. Buckles are made with a violet glass which is stuck fast by means of this wax to a little framework of black iron. The glass must be violet for iron jewelry, and black for gold jewelry. Spain buys a great deal of it. It is the country of jet. Here he paused. The pen fell from his fingers. He was seized by one of those sobs which at times welled up from the very depths of his being. The poor man clasped his head in both hands and meditated. "Oh," he exclaimed within himself, lamentable cries heard by God alone. "All is over. I shall never see her more. She is a smile which passed over me. I am about to plunge into the night without even seeing her again. Oh, 1 minute, 1 instant to hear her voice, to touch her dress, to gaze upon her the angel, and then to die. It is nothing to die. What is frightful is to die without seeing her. She would smile on me. She would say a word to me. Would that do any harm to any one? No, all is over and forever. Here I am all alone. My God, I shall never see her again." At that moment there came a knock at the door. That same day, or so to speak more accurately, that same evening, as Marius left the table and was on the point of withdrawing to his study, having a case to look over, Basque handed him a letter, saying, "The person who wrote the letter is in the antechamber." Cosette had taken the grandfather's arm and was strolling in the garden. A letter, like a man, may have an unprepossessing exterior, coarse paper, coarsely folded, the very sight of certain missives of displeasing. The letter which Basque had brought was of this sort. Marius took it. It smelled of tobacco. Nothing evokes a memory like an odor. Marius recognized that tobacco. He looked at the superscription, "To Monsieur le Baron Pontmercy, at his hotel." The recognition of the tobacco caused him to recognize the writing as well. It may be said that amazement has its lightning flashes. Marius was, as it were, illuminated by one of those flashes. The sense of smell, that mysterious aid to memory, had just revived a whole world within him. It was certainly the paper, the fashion of folding, the dull hint of ink. It was certainly the well-known handwriting, especially was it the same tobacco. The Jondrette garret rose before his mind. Thus, strange freak of chance, one of the 2 scents which he had so diligently sought, the one in connection with which he had lately again exerted so many efforts, and which he supposed to be forever lost, had come and presented itself to him of its own accord. He eagerly broke the seal and read, "Monsieur le Baron, if the Supreme Being had given me the talents, I might have been Baron Thénard, member of the Institute, Academy of Sciences, but I am not. I only bear the same as him, happy if this memory recommends me to the excellence of your kindnesses. The benefit with which you will honor me will be reciprocal. I am in possession of a secret concerning an individual. This individual concerns you. I hold the secret at your disposal, desiring to have the honor to be useful to you. I will furnish you with the simple means of driving from your honorable family that individual who has no right there, Madame la Baronne being of lofty birth. The sanctuary of virtue cannot cohabit longer with crime without abdicating. I await in the antechamber the orders of Monsieur le Baron, with respect." The letter was signed Thénard. This signature was not false, it was merely a trifle abridged. Moreover, the rigmarole and the orthography completed the revelation. The certificate of origin was complete. Marius's emotion was profound. After a start of surprise, he underwent a feeling of happiness. If he could now but find the other man of whom he was in search, the man who had saved him, Marius, there would be nothing left for him to desire. He opened the drawer of his secretary, took out several banknotes, put them in his pocket, closed the secretary again, and rang the bell. Basque opened the door. "Show the man in," said Marius. Basque announced, "Monsieur Thénard." A man entered. A fresh surprise for Marius, the man who entered was an utter stranger to him. This man, who was old, moreover, had a thick nose, his chin swathed in a cravat, green spectacles with a double screen of green taffeta over his eyes, and his hair was plastered and flattened down on his brow on a level with his eyebrows like the wigs of English coachmen in high life. His hair was grey. He was dressed in black from head to foot, in garments that were very threadbare but clean. A bunch of seals depending from his fob suggested the idea of a watch. He held in his hand an old hat. He walked in a bent attitude, and the curve in his spine augmented the profundity of his bow. The first thing that struck the observer was that this personage's coat, which was too ample although carefully buttoned, had not been made for him. Here a short digression becomes necessary. There was in Paris at that epoch, in a low-lived old lodging in the Rue Beatrice, near the Arsenal, an ingenious Jew whose profession was to change villains into honest men. Not for too long, which might have proved embarrassing for the villain. The change was on sight for a day or two at the rate of 30 sous a day, by means of a costume which resembled the honesty of the world in general as nearly as possible. This costumer was called the Changer. The pickpockets of Paris had given him this name and knew him by no other. He had a tolerably complete wardrobe. The rags with which he tricked out people were almost probable. He had specialties and categories. On each nail of his shop hung a social status, threadbare and worn, here the suit of a magistrate, there the outfit of a curé, beyond the outfit of a banker, in one corner the costume of a retired military man, elsewhere the habiliments of a man of letters, and further on the dress of a statesman. This creature was the costumer of the immense drama which knavery plays in Paris. His lair was the green room whence Thess emerged and into which Rougerie retreated. A tattered knave arrived at this dressing-room, deposited his 30 sous, and selected, according to the part which he wished to play, the costume which suited him, and, on descending the stairs once more, the knave was a somebody. On the following day the clothes were faithfully returned, and the changer, who trusted the thieves with everything, was never robbed. There was one inconvenience about these clothes: they did not fit, not having been made for those who wore them. They were too tight for one, too loose for another, and did not adjust themselves to anyone. Every pickpocket who exceeded or fell short of the human average was ill at his ease in the changer's costumes. It was necessary that one should not be either too fat or too lean. The changer had foreseen only ordinary men. He had taken the measure of the species from the first rascal who came to hand, who was neither stout nor thin, neither tall nor short, hence adaptations which were sometimes difficult and from which the changer's clients extricated themselves as best they might. So much the worse for the exceptions. The suit of the statesman, for instance, black from head to foot and consequently proper, would have been too large for Pitt and too small for Castile Cisalia. The costume of a statesman was designated as follows in the changer's catalogue. We copy: a coat of black cloth, trousers of black wool, a silk waistcoat, boots, and linen. On the margin there stood ex-ambassador and a note, which we also copy. In a separate box, a neatly frizzled perruque, green glasses, seals, and 2 small quills, an inch long, wrapped in cotton. All this belonged to the statesman, the ex-ambassador. This whole costume was, if we may so express ourselves, debilitated. The seams were white, a vague buttonhole yawned at one of the elbows. Moreover, one of the coat buttons was missing on the breast, but this was only detail, as the hand of the statesman should always be thrust into his coat and laid upon his heart. Its function was to conceal the absent button. If Marius had been familiar with the occult institutions of Paris, he would instantly have recognized, upon the back of the visitor whom Basque had just shown in, the statesman's suit borrowed from the pick-me-down-that shop of the changer. Marius's disappointment on beholding another man than the one whom he expected to see turned to the newcomer's disadvantage. He surveyed him from head to foot, while that personage made exaggerated bows, and demanded in a curt tone, "What do you want?" The man replied in an amiable grin, of which the caressing smile of a crocodile will furnish some idea. "It seems to me impossible that I should not have already had the honor of seeing Monsieur le Baron in society. I think I actually did meet Monsieur personally several years ago at the house of Madame de Princesse Bagrachon, and in the drawing-rooms of his lordship, the Vicomte d'Aubray, peer of France." It is always a good bit of tactics in knavery to pretend to recognize someone whom one does not know. Marius paid attention to the manner of this man's speech. He spied on his accent and gesture, but his disappointment increased. The pronunciation was nasal and absolutely unlike the dry, shrill tone which he had expected. He was utterly routed. "I know neither Madame Bagrachon nor Monsieur Debray," said he. "I have never set foot in the house of either of them in my life." The reply was ungracious. The parsonage, determined to be gracious at any cost, insisted. "Then it must have been at Chateaubriand that I have seen Monsieur. I know Chateaubriand very well. He is very affable. He sometimes says to me, 'Thénard, my friend, won't you drink a glass of wine with me?'" Marius's brow grew more and more severe. "I have never had the honor of being received by Monsieur de Chateaubriand. Let us cut it short. What do you want?" The man bowed lower at that harsh voice. "Monsieur le Baron, deign to listen to me. There is in America, in a district near Panama, a village called La Joya. That village is composed of a single house, a large, square house of 3 stories, built of bricks dried in the sun. Each side of the square 500 feet in length, each story retreating 12 feet back of the story below, in such a manner as to leave in front a terrace which makes the circus of the edifice. In the center, an inner court where the provisions and munitions are kept. No windows, loopholes, no doors, ladders to mount from the ground to the first terrace, and from the first to the second, and from the second to the third. Ladders to descend to the inner court, no doors to the chambers, trapdoors, no staircases to the chambers, ladders. In the evening the traps are closed. The ladders are withdrawn, carbines and blunderbusses trained from the loopholes. No means of entering. A house by day, a citadel by night, 800 inhabitants. That is the village. Why so many precautions? Because the country is dangerous. It is full of cannibals. Then why do people go there? Because the country is marvelous. Gold is found there. "What are you driving at?" interrupted Marius, who had passed from disappointment to impatience. "At this, Monsieur le Baron, I am an old and weary diplomat. Ancient civilization has thrown me on my own devices. I want to try savages." "Well?" "Monsieur le Baron, egotism is the law of the world. The proletarian peasant woman who toils by the day turns round when the diligence passes by. The peasant proprietress who toils in her field does not turn around. The dog of the poor man barks at the rich man. The dog of the rich man barks at the poor man. Each one for himself. Self-interest. That's the object of men. Gold, that's the lodestone. What then? Finish." "I should like to go and establish myself at La Joya. There are 3 of us. I have my spouse and my young lady, a very beautiful girl. The journey is long and costly. I need a little money." "What concern is that of mine?" demanded Marius. The stranger stretched his neck out of his cravat, a gesture characteristic of the vulture, and replied with an augmented smile, "Has not Monsieur le Baron perused my letter?" There was some truth in this. The fact is that the contents of the epistle had slipped Marius's mind. He had seen the writing rather than read the letter. He could hardly recall it. But a moment ago a fresh start had been given him. He had noted that detail, my spouse and my young lady. He fixed a penetrating glance at the stranger. An examining judge could not have done the look better. He almost lay in wait for him. He confined himself to replying, "State the case precisely." The stranger inserted his 2 hands in both his fobs, drew himself up without straightening his dorsal column, but scrutinizing Marius in his turn with the green gaze of his spectacles. "So be it, Monsieur le Baron. I will be precise. I have a secret to sell to you." "A secret?" "A secret. Which concerns me?" "Somewhat." "What is the secret?" Marius scrutinized the man more and more as he listened to him. "I commence gratis," said the stranger. "You will see that I am interesting." "Speak." "Monsieur le Baron, you have in your house a thief and an assassin." Marius shuddered. "In my house?" "No," said he. The imperturbable stranger brushed his hat with his elbow and went on. "An assassin and a thief. Remark, Monsieur le Baron, that I do not here speak of ancient deeds, deeds of the past which have lapsed, which can be effaced by limitation before the law and by repentance before God. I speak of recent deeds, of actual facts as still unknown to justice at this hour. I continue. This man has insinuated himself into your confidence and almost into your family under a false name. I am about to tell you his real name, and to tell it to you for nothing." "I am listening." "His name is Jean Valjean." "I know it." "I am going to tell you equally for nothing who he is." "Say on." "He is an ex-convict." "I know it." "You know it since I have had the honor of telling you." "No, I knew it before." Marius's cold tone, that double reply of "I know it," his laconicism, which was not favorable to dialogue, stirred up some smoldering wrath in the stranger. He launched a furious glance on the sly at Marius, which was instantly extinguished. Rapid as it was, this glance was of the kind which a man recognizes when he has once beheld it. It did not escape Marius. Certain flashes can only proceed from certain souls. The eye, that vent-hole of the thought, glows with it. Spectacles hid nothing. Try putting a pane of glass over hell. The stranger resumed with a smile. "I will not permit myself to contradict Monsieur le Baron. In any case, you ought to perceive that I am well informed. Now, what I have to tell you is known to myself alone. This concerns the fortune of Madame le Baron. It is an extraordinary secret. It is for sale. I make you the first offer of it, cheap, 20,000 francs. "I know that secret as well as the others," said Marius. The personage felt the necessity of lowering his price a trifle. "Monsieur le Baron, say 10,000 francs and I will speak." "I repeat to you that there is nothing which you can tell me. I know what you wish to say to me." A fresh flash gleamed in the man's eye. He exclaimed, "But I must dine today nevertheless. It is an extraordinary secret. I tell you, Monsieur le Baron, I will speak. I speak. Give me 20 francs. Marius gazed intently at him. "I know your extraordinary secret, just as I knew Jean Valjean's name, just as I know your name." "My name?" "Yes." "That is not difficult, Monsieur le Baron. I had the honor to write to you and to tell it to you. Thénard." "Dear." "Hey?" "Thénardier." "Who's that?" In danger, the porcupine bristles up, the beetle feigns death, the old guard forms in a square. This man burst into laughter. Then he flicked a grin of dust from the sleeve of his coat with a fillip. Marius continued, "You are also Jondrette the workman, Fabantou the comedian, Genflot the poet, Don Alvarez the Spaniard, and Mistress Vilazard." "Mistress, what?" "And you kept a pot-house of Montfermeil." "A pot-house? Never!" "And I tell you that your name is Thénardier." "I deny it, and that you are a rascal. Here!" And Marius drew a banknote from his pocket and flung it in his face. "Thanks. Pardon me. 500 francs, Monsieur le Baron." And the man, overcome, bowed, seized the note, and examined it. 500 francs, he began again, taken aback, and he stammered in a low voice, "An honest rustler." Then brusquely, "Well, so be it," he exclaimed. "Let us put ourselves at our ease." and, with the agility of a monkey, flinging back his hair, tearing off his spectacles, and withdrawing from his nose by sleight of hand the 2 quills of which mention was recently made, and which the reader has also met with on another page of this book, he took off his face as the man takes off his hat. His eye lighted up, his uneven brow, with hollows in some places and bumps in others, hideously wrinkled at the top, was laid bare. His nose had become as sharp as a beak. The fierce and sagacious profile of the man of prey reappeared. "Monsieur le Baron is ineffable," he said in a clear voice, whence all nasal twang had disappeared. "I am Thénardier." And he straightened up his crooked back. Thénardier, for it was really he, was strangely surprised. He would have been troubled had he been capable of such a thing. He had come to bring astonishment, and it was he who had received it. This humiliation had been worth 500 francs to him, and taking it all in all, he accepted it, but he was none the less bewildered. He beheld this Baron Pontmercy for the first time, and in spite of his disguise, this Baron Pontmercy recognized him, and recognized him thoroughly. And not only was this Baron perfectly informed as to Thénardier, but he seemed well posted as to Jean Valjean. Who was this almost beardless young man who was so glacial and so generous, who knew people's names, who knew all their names, and who opened his purse to them, who bullied rascals like a judge and who paid them like a dupe? Thénardier, the reader will remember, although he had been Marius's neighbor, had never seen him, which is not unusual in Paris. He had formerly, in a vague way, heard his daughters talk of a very poor young man named Marius who lived in the house. He had written to him, without knowing him, the letter with which the reader is acquainted. No connection between that Marius and Monsieur le Baron Pontmercy was possible in his mind. As for the name Pontmercy, it will be recalled that, on the battlefield of Waterloo, he had only heard the last 2 syllables, for which he always entertained the legitimate scorn which one owes to what is merely an expression of thanks. However, through his daughter Azelma, who had started on the scent of the married pair on the 16th of February, and through his own personal researches, he had succeeded in learning many things, and from the depths of his own gloom he had contrived to grasp more than one mysterious clue. He had discovered, by dint of industry, or at least by dint of induction, he had guessed who the man was whom he had encountered on a certain day in the Grand Sewer. From the man he had easily reached the name. He knew that Madame le Baron Pontmercy was Cosette, but he meant to be discreet in that quarter. Who was Cosette? He did not know exactly himself. He did, indeed, catch an inkling of illegitimacy. The history of Fantine had always seemed to him equivocal. But what was the use of talking about that? In order to cause himself to be paid for his silence? He had, or thought he had, better wares than that for sale, and according to all appearances, if he were to come and make to the Baron Pontmercy his revelation, and without proof, "Your wife is a bastard," the only result would be to attract the boot of the husband toward the loins of the revealer. From Thénardier's point of view, the conversation with Marius had not yet begun. He ought to have drawn back, to have modified his strategy, to have abandoned his position, to have changed his front, but nothing essential had been compromised as yet, and he had 500 francs in his pocket. Moreover, he had something decisive to say, and even against this very well-informed and well-armed Baron Pontmercy he felt himself strong. For men of Thénardier's nature, every dialogue is a combat. In the one in which he was about to engage, what was his situation? He did not know to whom he was speaking, but he did know of what he was speaking. He made this rapid review of his inner forces, and after having said, "I am Thénardier," he waited. Marius had become thoughtful. So he had hold of Thénardier at last. That man whom he had so greatly desired to find was before him. He could honor Colonel Pontmercy's recommendation. He felt humiliated that the hero should have owed anything to this villain, and that the letter of change drawn from the depths of the tomb by his father upon him, Marius, had been protested up to that day. It also seemed to him, in the complex state of his mind toward Thénardier, that there was occasion to avenge the colonel for the misfortune of having been saved by such a rascal. In any case, he was content. He was about to deliver the colonel's shade from this unworthy creditor at last, and it seemed to him that he was on the point of rescuing his father's memory from the debtor's prison. By the side of this duty there was another, to elucidate, if possible, the source of Cosette's fortune. The opportunity appeared to present itself. Perhaps Thénardier knew something. It might prove useful to see the bottom of this man. He commenced with this. Thénardier had caused the honest rustler to disappear in his fob, and was gazing at Marius with a gentleness that was almost tender. Marius broke the silence. Thénardier, I have told you your name. Now, would you like to have me tell you your secret, the one that you came here to reveal to me? I have information of my own also. You shall see that I know more about it than you do. Jean Valjean, as you have said, is an assassin and a thief. A thief because he robbed a wealthy manufacturer whose ruin he brought about. An assassin because he assassinated police agent Javert. I don't understand, sir, ejaculated Thénardier. I will make myself intelligible. In a certain arrondissement of the Pas de Calais there was, in 1822, a man who had fallen out with justice, and who, under the name of Monsieur Madeleine, had regained his status and rehabilitated himself. This man had become a just man in the full force of the term. In a trade, the manufacture of black glass goods, he had made the fortune of an entire city. As far as his personal fortune was concerned, he made that also, but as a secondary matter and in some sort by accident. He was the foster father of the poor. He founded hospitals, opened schools, visited the sick, dowered young girls, supported widows, and adopted orphans. He was like the guardian angel of the country. He refused the cross. He was appointed mayor. A liberated convict knew the secret of a penalty incurred by this man in former days. He denounced him and had him arrested, and profited by the arrest to come to Paris and cause the banker Lafitte, I have the fact from the cashier himself, by means of a false signature, to hand over to him the sum of over 500,000 which belonged to Monsieur Madeleine. This convict who robbed Monsieur Madeleine was Jean Valjean. As for the other fact, you have nothing to tell me about it either. Jean Valjean killed the agent Javert. He shot him with a pistol. I, the person who is speaking to you, was present. Thénardier cast upon Marius the sovereign glance of a conquered man who lays his hand once more upon the victory, and who has just regained in one instant all the ground which he has lost. But the smile returned instantly. The inferior's triumph in the presence of his superior must be wheedling. Thénardier contented himself with saying to Marius, Monsieur le Baron, we are on the wrong track. And he emphasized this phrase by making his bunch of seals execute an expressive whirl. What? Broke forth Marius. Do you dispute that? These are facts. They are chimeras. The confidence with which Monsieur le Baron honors me renders it my duty to tell him so. Truth and justice before all things. I do not like to see folks accused unjustly. Monsieur le Baron, Jean Valjean did not rob Monsieur Madeleine, and Jean Valjean did not kill Javert. This is too much. How is this? For 2 reasons. What are they? Speak. This is the first. He did not rob Monsieur Madeleine because it is Jean Valjean himself who is Monsieur Madeleine. What tale are you telling me? And this is the second. He did not assassinate Javert because the person who killed Javert was Javert. What do you mean to say? That Javert committed suicide. Prove it! Prove it! Cried Marius, beside himself. Thénardier resumed, scanning his phrase after the manner of the ancient Alexandrine measure. Police agent Javert was found drowned under a boat of the Pont au Change. But prove it! Thénardier drew from his pocket a large envelope of grey paper which seemed to contain sheets folded in different sizes. I have my papers, he said calmly. And he added, Monsieur le Baron, in your interest, I desired to know Jean Valjean thoroughly. I say that Jean Valjean and Monsieur Madeleine are one and the same man, And I say that Javert had no other assassin than Javert. If I speak, it is because I have proofs. Not manuscript proofs. Writing is suspicious. Handwriting is complacent. But printed proofs. As he spoke, Thénardier extracted from the envelope 2 copies of newspapers, yellow, faded, and strongly saturated with tobacco. One of these 2 newspapers, broken at every fold and falling into rags, seemed much older than the other. 2 facts, 2 proofs, remarked Thénardier, and he offered the 2 newspapers unfolded to Marius. The reader is acquainted with these 2 papers. One, the most ancient, a number of the Drapeau Blanc of the 25th of July, 1823, the text of which can be seen in the first volume, established the identity of Monsieur Madeleine and Jean Valjean. The other, a moniteur of the 15th of June, 1832, announced the suicide of Javert, adding that it appeared from a verbal report of Javert to the prefect that, having been taken prisoner in the barricade of the Rue de Chavière, he had owed his life to the magnanimity of an insurgent, who, holding him under his pistol, had fired into the air instead of blowing out his brains. Marius read. He had evidence, a certain date, irrefragable proof. These 2 newspapers had not been printed expressly for the purpose of backing up Thénardier's statements. The note printed in the Montier had been an administrative communication from the prefecture of police. Marius could not doubt. The information of the cashier clerk had been false, and he himself had been deceived. Jean Valjean, who had suddenly grown grand, emerged from his cloud. Marius could not repress a cry of joy. Well, then this unhappy wretch is an admirable man. The whole of that fortune really belonged to him. He is Madeleine, the providence of a whole countryside. He is Jean Valjean, Javert's savior. He is a hero. He is a saint. He is not a saint, and he's not a hero, said Thénardier. He's an assassin and a robber. And he added, in the tone of a man who begins to feel that he possesses some authority, let us be calm. Robber, assassin. Those words which Marius thought had disappeared and which returned fell upon him like an ice-cold shower bath. Again, said he. Always, ejaculated Thénardier. Jean Valjean did not rob Madeleine, but he is a thief. He did not kill Javert, but he is a murderer. Will you speak, retorted Marius, of that miserable theft committed 40 years ago and expiated, as your own newspapers prove, by a whole life of repentance and of self-abnegation and of virtue? I say assassin and thief, Monsieur le Baron. I repeat that I am speaking of actual facts. What I have to reveal to you is absolutely unknown. It belongs to unpublished matter, and perhaps you will find it in the source of the fortune so skilfully presented to Madame le Baron by Jean Valjean. I say skilfully because, by a gift of that nature, it would not be so very unskilful to slip into an honorable house whose comforts one would then share, and at the same stroke to conceal one's crime and to enjoy one's theft, to bury one's name and to create for oneself a family. I might interrupt you at this point, said Marius, but go on. Monsieur le Baron, I tell you all, leaving the recompense to your generosity, this secret is worth massive gold. You will say to me, why do not you apply to Jean Valjean? For a very simple reason. I know that he has stripped himself, and stripped himself in your favor. And I consider the combination ingenious, but he has no longer a son. He would show me his empty hands, and since I am in need of some money for my trip to La Joya, I prefer you who will have it all, to him who has nothing. I am a little fatigued. Permit me to take a chair. Marius seated himself and motioned to him to do the same. Thénardier installed himself on a tufted chair, picked up his 2 newspapers, thrust them back into their envelope, and murmured as he pecked at the Drapeau Blanc with his nail, "It cost me a good deal of trouble to get this one." That done, he crossed his legs and stretched himself out on the back of the chair, an attitude characteristic of people who are sure of what they are saying. Then he entered upon his subject gravely, emphasizing his words. Monsieur le Baron, on the 6th of June, 1832, about a year ago, on the day of the insurrection, A man was in the Grand Sewer of Paris at the point where the sewer enters the Seine between the Pont des Invalides and the Pont des Jeannettes. Marius abruptly drew his chair closer to that of Thénardier. Thénardier noticed this movement and continued with the deliberation of an orator who holds his interlocutor and who feels his adversary palpitating under his words. This man, forced to conceal himself, and for reasons, moreover, which are foreign to politics, had adopted the sewer as his domicile and had a key to it. It was, I repeat, on the 6th of June. It might have been 8 o'clock in the evening. The man hears a noise in the sewer. Greatly surprised, he hides himself and lies in wait. It was the sound of footsteps. Someone was walking in the dark and coming in his direction. Strange to say, there was another man in the sewer beside himself. The grating of the outlet from the sewer was not far off. A little light, which fell through it, permitted him to recognize the newcomer and to see that the man was carrying something on his back. He was walking in a bent attitude. The man who was walking in a bent attitude was an ex-convict, and what he was dragging on his shoulders was a corpse. Assassination caught in the very act, if ever there was such a thing. As for the theft, that is understood. One does not kill a man gratis. This convict was on his way to fling the body into the river. One fact is to be noticed, that before reaching the exit grating, this convict, who had come a long distance in the sewer, must necessarily have encountered a frightful quagmire where it seems as though he might have left the body. But the sewerman would have found the assassinated man the very next day while at work in the quagmire, and that did not suit the assassin's plans. He had preferred to traverse that quagmire with his burden, and his exertions must have been terrible, for it is impossible to risk one's life more completely. I don't understand how he could have come out of that alive. Marius's chair approached still nearer. Thénardier took advantage of this to draw a long breath. He went on, "Monsieur le Baron, a sewer is not the Champ de Mars. One lacks everything there, even room. When two men are there, they must meet. That is what happened. The man domiciled there and the passer-by were forced to bid each other good day, and greatly to the regret of both. The passer-by said to the inhabitant, 'You see what I have on my back? I must get out. You have the key. Give it to me.' That convict was a man of terrible strength. There was no way of refusing. Nevertheless, the man who had the key parleyed, simply to gain time. He examined the dead man, but he could see nothing except that the latter was young, well-dressed, with an air of being rich, and all disfigured with blood. While talking, the man contrived to tear and pull off behind, without the assassin perceiving of it, a bit of the assassinated man's coat. A document for conviction, you understand, a means of recovering the trace of things and of bringing home the crime to the criminal. He put this document for conviction in his pocket, after which he opened the grating and made the man go out with his embarrassment on his back, closed the grating again, and ran off, not caring to be mixed up with the remainder of the adventure, and above all, not wishing to be present when the assassin threw the assassinated man into the river. Now you comprehend? The man who was carrying the corpse was Jean Valjean. The one who had the key is speaking to you at this moment. And the piece of the coat? Thénardier completed his phrase by drawing from his pocket and holding, on a level with his eyes, nipped between his two thumbs and his two forefingers, a strip of torn black cloth, all covered with dark spots. Marius had sprung to his feet, pale, hardly able to draw his breath. With his eyes riveted on the fragment of black cloth, and without uttering a word, without taking his eyes from that fragment, he retreated to the wall and fumbled with his right hand along the wall for a key which was in the lock of a cupboard near the chimney. He found the key, opened the cupboard, plunged his arm into it without looking, and without his frightened gaze quitting the rag which Thénardier still held outspread. But Thénardier continued, "Monsieur le Baron, I have the strongest of reasons for believing that the assassinated young man was an opulent stranger lured into a trap by Jean Valjean and the bearer of an enormous sum of money." "The young man was myself, and here is the coat!" cried Marius, and he flung upon the floor an old black coat all covered with blood. Then, snatching the fragment from the hands of Thénardier, He crouched down over the coat and laid the torn morsel against the tattered skirt. The rent fitted exactly, and the strip completed the coat. Thénardier was petrified. This is what he thought. I'm struck all of a heap. Marius rose to his feet trembling, despairing, radiant. He fumbled in his pocket and stalked furiously to Thénardier, presenting to him and almost thrusting in his face his fist filled with banknotes for 500 and 1,000 francs. You are an infamous wretch. You are a liar, a calumniator, a villain. You came to accuse that man. You have only justified him. You wanted to ruin him. You have only succeeded in glorifying him. And it is you who are the thief. And it is you who are the assassin. I saw you, Thénardier Jondrette, in that lair in the Rue de l'Hospital. I know enough about you to send you to the galleys, and even further if I choose. Here are 1,000 francs, bully that you are. And he flung a 1,000-franc note at Thénardier. Ah, Jondrette Thénardier, vile rascal, let this serve you a lesson, you dealer in second-hand secrets, merchant of mysteries, rummager of the shadows, wretch. Take these 500 francs and get out of here. Waterloo protects you. Waterloo, growled Thénardier, pocketing the 500 francs along with the 1,000. Yes, assassin. You there saved the life of a colonel. Of a general, said Thénardier, elevating his head. Of a colonel, repeated Marius in a rage. I wouldn't give a halfpenny for a general. And you come here to commit infamies. I tell you that you have committed all crimes. Go! Disappear! Only be happy, that is all I desire. Ah, monster, here we have 3,000 francs more. Take them. You will depart tomorrow for America with your daughter, for your wife is dead, you abominable liar. I shall watch over your departure, you ruffian, and at that moment I will count out to you 20,000 francs. Go get yourself hung elsewhere. Monsieur le Baron, replied Thénardier, bowing to the very earth, eternal gratitude. And Thénardier left the room, understanding nothing, stupefied and delighted with this sweet crushing beneath sacks of gold, and with that thunder which had burst forth over his head in bank bills. Struck by lightning he was, but he was also content, and he would have been greatly angered had he not a lightning rod to ward off such lightning as that. Let us finish with this man at once. 2 days after the events which we are at this moment narrating, he set out, thanks to Marius's care, for America under a false name with his daughter Azelma, furnished with a new draft on New York for 20,000 francs. The moral wretchedness of Thénardier, the bourgeois who had missed his vocation, was irremediable. He was in America what he had been in Europe. Contact with an evil man sometimes suffices to corrupt a good action and to cause evil things to spring from it. With Marius's money, Thénardier set up as a slave dealer. As soon as Thénardier had left the house, Marius rushed to the garden where Cosette was still walking. "Cosette! Cosette!" he cried. "Come! Come quick! Let us go! Basque, a carriage! Cosette, come! Oh, my God! It was he who saved my life! Let us not lose a minute! Put on your shawl!" Cosette thought him mad and obeyed. He could not breathe. He laid his hand on his heart to restrain its throbbing. He paced back and forth with huge strides. He embraced Cosette. "Ah, Cosette! I am an unhappy wretch," said he. Marius was bewildered. He began to catch a glimpse in Jean Valjean of some indescribably lofty and melancholy figure, an unheard-of virtue, supreme and sweet, humble in its immensity, appeared to him. The convict was transfigured into Christ. Marius was dazzled by this prodigy. He did not know precisely what he beheld, but it was grand. In an instant a hackney carriage stood in front of the door. Marius helped Cosette in and darted in himself. "Driver," said he, "Rue de l'Homme-Armand, number 7. The carriage drove off. "Ah, what happiness!" ejaculated Cosette. "Rue de l'Homme-Armand! I did not dare to speak to you of that. We are going to see Monsieur Jean." "Thy father, Cosette, thy father more than ever. Cosette, I guess it. You told me that you had never received the letter that I sent you by Gavroche. It must have fallen into his hands. Cosette, he went back to the barricade to save me. As it is necessity with him to be an angel, he saved others also. He saved Javert. He rescued me from that gulf to give me to you. He carried me on his back through that frightful sewer. Ah, I am a monster of ingratitude. Cosette, after having been your providence, he became mine. Just imagine, there was a terrible quagmire, enough to drown one 100 times over, to drown one in mire. Cosette, he made me traverse it. I was unconscious. I saw nothing. I heard nothing. I could know nothing of my own adventure. We are going to bring him back, to take him with us, whether he is willing or not. He shall never leave us again. If only he is at home, provided only that we can find him, I will pass the rest of my life in venerating him. Yes, that is how it should be. Do you see, Cosette? Gavroche must have delivered my letter to him. All is explained. You understand? Cosette did not understand a word. You are right, she said to him. Meanwhile, the carriage rolled on. Jean Valjean turned around at the knock which he heard on his door. Come in, he said feebly. The door opened. Cosette and Marius made their appearance. Cosette rushed into the room. Marius remained on the threshold, leaning against the jamb of the door. Cosette, said Jean Valjean. And he sat erect in his chair, his arms outstretched and trembling, haggard, livid, gloomy, an immense joy in his eyes. Cosette, stifling with emotion, fell upon Jean Valjean's breast. Father, said she. Jean Valjean, overcome, stammered. Cosette, you, madame, it is thou, oh, my God! And pressed close in Cosette's arms, he exclaimed, It is thou art here, thou dost pardon me then. Marius, lowering his eyelids in order to keep his tears from flowing, took a step forward and murmured between lips convulsively contracted to repress his sobs, My father. And you also, you pardon me, Jean Valjean said to him. Marius could find no words, and Jean Valjean added, Thanks. Cosette tore off her shawl and tossed her hat on the bed. It embarrasses me, she said, and seating herself on the old man's knees, she put aside his white locks with an adorable movement and kissed his brow. Jean Valjean, bewildered, let her have her own way. Cosette, who only understood in a very confused manner, redoubled her caresses, as though she desired to pay Marius's debt. Jean Valjean stammered, How stupid people are! I thought that I should never see her again. Imagine! Monsieur Pontmercy, at the very moment when you entered, I was saying to myself, All is over. Here is her little gown. I am a miserable man. I shall never see Cosette again. And I was saying that at the very moment when you were mounting the stairs. Was not I an idiot? Just see how idiotic one can be. One reckons without the good God. The good God says, You fancy that you are about to be abandoned, stupid. No, things will not go so. Come, there is a good man yonder who is in need of an angel. And the angel comes, and one sees one's Cosette again, and one sees one's little Cosette once more. Ah, I was very unhappy. For a moment he could not speak. Then he went on. I really needed to see Cosette a little bit now and then. A heart needs a bone to gnaw, but I was perfectly conscious that I was in the way. I gave myself reasons. They do not want you. Keep in your own course. One has not the right to cling eternally. Oh, God be praised, I see her once more. Dost thou know, Cosette, thy husband is very handsome? Ah, what a pretty embroidered collar thou hast on, luckily. I am fond of that pattern. It was thy husband who chose it, was it not? And then thou should have some cashmere shawls. Let me call her thou, Monsieur Pontmercy. It will not be for long. And Cosette began again. How wicked of you to have left us like that! Where did you go? Why have you stayed away so long? Formerly your journeys only lasted 3 or 4 days. I sent Nicolette. The answer always was, he is absent. How long have you been back? Why did you not let us know? Do you know that you are very much changed? Oh, what a naughty father! He has been ill, and we have not known it. Stay, Marius, feel how cold his hand is. So you are here, Monsieur Pontmercy, you pardon me, repeated Jean Valjean. At that word which Jean Valjean had just uttered once more, all that was swelling Marius's heart found vent. He burst forth. Cosette, do you hear? He has come to that. He asks my forgiveness. And do you know what he has done for me, Cosette? He has saved my life. He has done more. He has given you to me. And after having saved me, and after having given you to me, Cosette, what has he done with himself? He has sacrificed himself. Behold the man. And he says to me, the ingrate, to me, the forgetful, to me, the pitiless, to me, the guilty one, thanks. Cosette, my whole life passed at the feet of this man would be too little. That barricade, that sewer, that furnace, that cesspool, all that he traversed for me, for thee, Cosette. He carried me away through all the deaths which he put aside before me and accepted for himself. Every courage, every virtue, every heroism, every sanctity he possesses. Cosette, that man is an angel. Hush, hush, said Jean Valjean in a low voice. Why tell all that? But you, cried Marius, with a wrath in which there was a veneration, why did you not tell it to me? It is your own fault, too. You save people's lives and you conceal it from them? You do more under the pretext of unmasking yourself to calumniate yourself. It is frightful. I told the truth, replied Jean Valjean. No, reported Marius, the truth is the whole truth, and that you did not tell. You were Monsieur Madeleine. Why not have said so? You saved Javert. Why not have said so? I owed my life to you. Why not have said so? Because I thought as you do. I thought that you were in the right. It was necessary that I should go away. If you had known about that affair of the sewer, you would have made me remain near you. I was therefore forced to hold my peace. If I had spoken, it would have caused embarrassment in every way. It would have embarrassed what? Embarrassed whom? Retorted Marius. Do you think that you are going to stay here? We shall carry you off. Ah, good heavens! When I reflect that it was by an accident that I have learned all this, you form a part of ourselves. You are her father and mine. You shall not pass another day in this dreadful house. Do not imagine that you will be here tomorrow. Tomorrow, said Jean Valjean, I shall not be here, but I shall not be with you. What do you mean? Replied Marius. Ah, come now. We are not going to permit you any more journeys. You shall never leave us again. You belong to us. We shall not lose hold of you. This time it is for good, added Cosette. We have a carriage at the door. I shall run away with you if necessary. I shall employ force. And she laughingly made a movement to lift the old man in her arms. Your chamber still stands ready in our house, she went on. If you only knew how pretty the garden is now. The azaleas are doing very well there. The walls are sanded with river sand, and there are tiny violet shells. You shall eat my strawberries. I water them myself, and no more Madame, no more Monsieur Jean. We are living under a republic. Everybody says thou, don't they, Marius? The programme is changed. If only you knew, father. I have had a sorrow. There was a robin redbreast which had made her nest in a hole in the wall, and a horrible cat ate her. My poor, pretty little robin redbreast, which used to put her head out of her window and look at me. I cried over it. I should have liked to kill the cat, but now nobody cries any more. Everybody laughs. Everybody is happy. You are going to come with us. How delighted grandfather will be. You shall have your plot in the garden. You shall cultivate it, and we shall see whether your strawberries are as fine as mine. And then I shall do everything that you wish, and then you will obey me prettily. Jean Valjean listened to her without hearing her. He heard the music of her voice rather than the sense of her words. One of those large tears which are the sombre pearls of the soul welled up slowly in his eyes. He murmured, "The proof that God is good is that she is here." "Father," said Cosette. Jean Valjean continued, "It is quite true that it would be charming for us to live together. Their trees are full of birds. I would walk with Cosette. It is sweet to be among living people who bid each other good day, who call each other in the garden. People see each other from early morning. We should each cultivate our own little corner. She would make me eat her strawberries. I would make her gather my roses. That would be charming, only—" He paused and said gently, "It is a pity." The tear did not fall, it retreated, and Jean Valjean replaced it with a smile. Cosette took both the old man's hands in hers. "My God," said she, "your hands are still colder than before. Are you ill? Do you suffer?" "I? No," replied Jean Valjean. "I am very well, only—" He paused. "Only what?" "I am going to die presently." Cosette and Marius shuddered. "To die!" exclaimed Marius. "Yes, but that is nothing," said Jean Valjean. He took breath, smiled, and resumed. "Cosette, thou wert talking to me. Go on. So thy little Robin Redbreast is dead? Speak, so that I may hear thy voice." Marius gazed at the old man in amazement. Cosette uttered a heart-rending cry. "Father! My father! You will live! You are going to live! I insist upon your living! Do you hear?" And Jean Valjean raised his head toward her with adoration. "Oh, yes, forbid me to die. Who knows? Perhaps I shall obey. I was on the verge of dying when you came. That stopped me. It seemed to me that I was born again." "You are full of strength and life," cried Marius. "Do you imagine that a person can die like this? You have had sorrow. You shall have no more. It is I who ask your forgiveness, and on my knees. You are going to live, and to live with us, and to live a long time. We take possession of you once more. There are 2 of us here who will henceforth have no other thought than your happiness." "You see," resumed Cosette, all bathed in tears, "that Marius says that you shall not die." Jean Valjean continued to smile. "Even if you were to take possession of me, Monsieur Pontmercy, would that make me other than I am? No. God has thought like you and myself, and he does not change his mind. It is useful for me to go. Death is a good arrangement. God knows better than we what we need. May you be happy. May Monsieur Pontmercy have Cosette. May youth wed the morning. May there be around you, my children, lilacs and nightingales. May your life be a beautiful sunny lawn. May all the enchantments of heaven fill your souls. And now let me, who am good for nothing, die. It is certain that all this is right. Come, be reasonable. Nothing is possible now. I am fully conscious that all is over, and then last night I drank that whole jug of water. How good thy husband is, Cosette! Thou art much better off with him than with me." A noise became audible at the door. It was the doctor entering. "Good day and farewell, doctor," said Jean Valjean. "Here are my poor children." Marius stepped up to the doctor. He addressed to him only the single word, "Monsieur," but his manner of pronouncing it contained a complete question. The doctor replied to the question by an expressive glance. "Because things are not agreeable," said Jean Valjean, "that is no reason for being unjust toward God." A silence ensued. All breasts were oppressed. Jean Valjean turned to Cosette. He began to gaze at her as though he wished to retain her features for eternity. In the depths of the shadow into which he had already descended, ecstasy was still possible to him when gazing at Cosette. The reflection of that sweet face lighted up his pale visage. The doctor felt of his pulse. "Ah, it was you that he wanted?" he murmured, looking at Cosette and Marius. And bending down to Marius' ear, he added in a very low voice, "Too late." Jean Valjean surveyed the doctor and Marius serenely, almost without ceasing to gaze at Cosette. These barely articulate words were heard to issue from his mouth. "It is nothing to die. It is dreadful not to live." All at once he rose to his feet. These accesses of strength are sometimes the sign of the death agony. He walked with a firm step to the wall, thrusting aside Marius and the doctor, who tried to help him, detached from the wall a little copper crucifix which was suspended there, and returned to his seat with all the freedom of movement of perfect health, and said in a loud voice as he laid the crucifix on the table, "Behold the great martyr!" Then his chest sank in, his head wavered, as though the intoxication of the tomb were seizing hold upon him. His hands, which rested on his knees, began to press their nails into the stuff of his trousers. Cosette supported his shoulders and sobbed, and tried to speak to him, but could not. Among the words mingled with that mournful saliva which accompanies tears, they distinguished words like the following: "Father, do not leave us. Is it possible that we have found you only to lose you again?" It might be said the agony writhes. It goes, comes, advances toward the sepulchre, and returns toward life. There is groping in the action of dying. Jean Valjean rallied after his semi-swoon, shook his brow as though to make the shadows fall away from it, and became almost perfectly lucid once more. He took a fold of Cosette's sleeve and kissed it. "He is coming back, doctor, he is coming back," cried Marius. "You are good, both of you," said Jean Valjean. "I am going to tell you what has caused me pain. What has pained me, Monsieur Pontmercy, is that you have not been willing to touch that money. That money really belongs to your wife. I will explain to you, my children, and for that reason also I am glad to see you. Black jet comes from England. White jet comes from Norway. All this is in this paper, which you will read. For bracelets, I invented a way of substituting for slides of soldered sheet iron, slides of iron laid together. It is prettier, better, and less costly. You will understand how much money can be made in that way, so Cosette's fortune is really hers. I give you these details in order that your mind may be set at rest." The portress had come upstairs and was gazing in at the half-open door. The doctor dismissed her. But he could not prevent this zealous woman from exclaiming to the dying man before she disappeared, "Would you like a priest?" "I have had one," replied Jean Valjean, and with his finger he seemed to indicate a point above his head where one would have said that he saw someone. It is probable, in fact, that the bishop was present at his death agony. Cosette gently slipped a pillow under his loins. Jean Valjean resumed. "Have no fear, Monsieur Pontmercy, I adjure you. The 600,000 francs really belong to Cosette. My life will have been wasted if you do not enjoy them. We managed to do very well with those glass goods. We rivaled what is called Berlin jewelry. However, we could not equal the black glass of England. A gross which contains 1,200 very well-cut grains only costs 3 francs. When a being who is dear to us is on the point of death, we gaze upon him with a look which clings convulsively to him and which would fain hold him back. Cosette gave her hand to Marius, and both, mute with anguish, not knowing what to say to the dying man, stood trembling and despairing before him. Jean Valjean sank moment by moment. He was failing. He was drawing near to the gloomy horizon. His breath had become intermittent. A little rattling interrupted it. He found some difficulty in moving his forearm. His feet had lost all movement, and in proportion as the wretchedness of limb and feebleness of body increased, all the majesty of his soul was displayed and spread over his brow. The light of the unknown world was already visible in his eyes. His face paled and smiled. Life was no longer there. It was something else. His breath sank. His glance grew grander. He was a corpse on which the wings could be felt. He made a sign to Cosette to draw near, then to Marius. The last minute of the last hour had, evidently, arrived. He began to speak to them in a voice so feeble that it seemed to come from a distance, and one would have said that a wall now rose between them and him. Draw near, both of you. I love you dearly. Oh, how good it is to die like this! And thou lovest me also, my Cosette. I knew well that thou still felt friendly toward thy poor old man. How kind it was of thee to place that pillow under my loins. Thou wilt weep for me a little, wilt thou not? Not too much. I do not wish thee to have any real griefs. You must enjoy yourselves a great deal, my children. I forgot to tell you that the profit was greater still on the buckles without tongues than on all the rest. A gross of a dozen dozens cost 10 francs and sold for 60. It really was a good business, so there is no occasion for surprise at the 600,000 francs, Monsieur Pontmercy. It is honest money. You may be rich with a tranquil mind. Thou must have a carriage, a box at the theatres now and then, and handsome ball dresses, my Cosette, and then thou must give good dinners to thy friends and be very happy. I was writing to Cosette a while ago. She will find my letter. I bequeath to her the 2 candlesticks which stand on the chimney-piece. They are of silver, but to me they are gold. They are diamonds. They change candles which are placed in them into wax tapers. I do not know whether the person who gave them to me is pleased with me yonder on high. I have done what I could. My children, you will not forget that I am a poor man. You will have me buried in the first plot of earth that you find under a stone to mark the spot. This is my wish. No name on this stone. If Cosette cares to come for a little while now and then, it will give me pleasure. And you, too, Monsieur Pontmercy. I must admit that I have not always loved you. I ask your pardon for that. Now she and you form but one for me. I feel very grateful to you. I am sure that you make Cosette happy. If only you knew, Monsieur Pontmercy, her pretty rosy cheeks were my delight. When I saw her in the least pale, I was sad. In the chest of drawers there is a bank bill for 500 francs. I have not touched it. It is for the poor. Cosette, dost thou see thy little gown yonder on the bed? Dost thou recognize it? That was 10 years ago. However, how time flies. We have been very happy. All is over. Do not weep, my children. I am not going very far. I shall see you from there. You will only have to look at night, and you will see me smile. Cosette, dost thou remember Montfermeil? Thou wert in the forest. Thou wert greatly terrified. Dost thou remember how I took hold of the handle of the water bucket? That was the first time that I touched thy poor little hand. It was so cold. Ah, your hands were red then, mademoiselle. They are very white now. And the big doll, dost thou remember? Thou didst call her Catherine. Thou regrettest not having taken her to the convent. How thou dost make me laugh sometimes, my sweet angel. When it had been raining, thou didst float bits of straw on the gutters, and watch them pass away. One day I gave thee a willow battledore and a shuttlecock with yellow, blue, and green feathers. Thou hast forgotten it. Thou wert roguish so young. Thou didst play. Thou didst put cherries in thy ears. Those are things of the past. The forest through which one has passed with one's child, the trees under which one has strolled, the convents where one has concealed oneself, the games, the hearty laughs of childhood are shadows. I imagined that all that belonged to me. In that lay my stupidity. Those Thénardiers were wicked. Thou must forgive them. Cosette, the moment has come to tell thee the name of thy mother. She was called Fontaine. Remember that name, Fontaine. Kneel whenever thou utterest it. She suffered much. She loved thee dearly. She had as much unhappiness as thou hast had happiness. That is the way God apportions things. He is there on high. He sees us all, and he knows what he does in the midst of the great stars. I am on the verge of departure. My children love each other well in all ways. There is nothing else but that in the world, love for each other. You will think sometimes of the poor old man who died here. Oh, my Cosette, it is not my fault, indeed, that I have not seen thee all this time. It cut me to the heart. I went as far as the corner of the street. I must have produced a queer effect on the people who saw me pass. I was like a madman. I once went out without my hat. I no longer see clearly, my children. I had still other things to say, but never mind. Think a little of me. Come still nearer. I die happy. Give me your dear and well-beloved heads, so that I may lay my hands upon them. Cosette and Marius fell on their knees in despair, suffocating with tears, each beneath one of Jean Valjean's hands. Those august hands no longer moved. He had fallen backwards. The light of the candles illuminated him. His white face looking up to heaven, he allowed Cosette and Marius to cover his hands with kisses. He was dead. The night was starless and extremely dark. No doubt in the gloom some immense angel stood erect with wings outspread, awaiting that soul. In the cemetery of Père-Lachaise, in the vicinity of the common grave, far from the elegant quarter of that city of sepulchres, far from all the tombs of fancy which display in the presence of eternity all the hideous fashions of death, in a deserted corner beside an old wall, beneath a great yew tree over which climbs the wild convolvulus, amid dandelions and mosses, there lies a stone. That stone is no more exempt than others from the leprosy of time, of dampness, of the lichens, and from the defilement of the birds. The water turns it green, the air blackens it. It is not near any path, and people are not fond of walking in that direction, because the grass is high and their feet are immediately wet. When there is a little sunshine, the lizards come thither. All around there is a quivering of weeds. In the spring linnets warble in the trees. This stone is perfectly plain. In cutting it, the only thought was the requirements of the tomb, and no other care was taken than to make the stone long enough and narrow enough to cover a man. No name is to be read there. Only, many years ago, a hand wrote upon it in pencil these 4 lines, which have become gradually illegible beneath the rain and the dust, and which are today probably effaced. Il dort, quoique le sort fût pour lui bien étrange. Il vivait, il mourut quand il n'eut plus son ange. Les choses simplement d'elles-mêmes arrivent, comme la nuit se fait lorsque le jour s'en va. He sleeps. Although his fate was very strange, he lived. He died when he had no longer his angel. The thing came to pass simply, of itself, as the night comes when day is gone. End of Les Misérables by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.